Harvard Classics Volume 28 *******, Thomas H. Huxley The Harvard Classics edited by Charles W. Eliot LLD Essays English and American with introductions, notes and illustrations Dr. Eliot's 5-foot shelf of books P. F. Collier & Son New York. Transcriber's note: this book contains a number of Greek fragments. Most of these fragments, the smaller ones, were transliterated into their English equivalents using the guidelines in Project Gutenberg's Greek How-To. The 3 largest fragments were scanned and inserted into the HTML version of this ebook as images. Those 3 fragments are all in Matthew Arnold's The Study of Poetry section of this book, with translations, not transliterations, of them in footnotes 3, 4, and 5. Copyright 1910 by P. F. Collier & Son. Copyright 1886 by James Russell Lowell by arrangement with Houghton Mifflin Company. Copyright 1889 by the Travelers Insurance Company of Hartford, Conn. Copyright 1891 by the Travelers Insurance Company. Contents: Jonathan Swift, William Makepeace Thackeray. The idea of a university. What is a university? 2. Site of a university. 3. University life at Athens. John Henry Newman. The Study of Poetry. Matthew Arnold. Sesame and Lilies. Lecture I. Sesame, of King's Treasuries. Lecture 2, Lilies, of Queen's Gardens. John Ruskin. John Milton. Walter Bajo. Science and Culture. Thomas Henry Huxley. Race and Language. Edward Augustus Freeman. Truth of Intercourse. Samuel Pepys. Robert Louis Stevenson. On the Elevation of the Laboring Classes. William Ellery Channing. The Poetic Principle. Edgar Allan Poe. Walking Henry. David Thoreau. Abraham Lincoln. Democracy. James Russell Lowell. Introductory note: William Makepeace Thackeray, one of the greatest of English novelists, was born at Calcutta, India, on the 18th of July 1811, where his father held an administrative position. He was sent to England at 6 for his education, which he received at the Charterhouse and Cambridge, after which he began, but did not prosecute, the study of law. Having lost his means, in part by gambling, he made up his mind to earn his living as an artist, and went to Paris to study. He had some natural gift for drawing, which he had already employed in caricature, but, though he made interesting and amusing illustrations for his books, he never acquired any marked technical skill. He now turned to literature, and, on the strength of an appointment as Paris correspondent of a short-lived radical newspaper, he married. On the failure of the newspaper, he took to miscellaneous journalism and the reviewing of books and pictures, his most important work appearing in Fraser's Magazine and Punch. In 1840 his wife's mind became clouded, and, though she never recovered, she lived on till 1894. Success came to Thackeray very slowly. Catherine the Great, Hogarty, Diamond, Barry Lyndon and several volumes of travel had failed to gain much attention before the snob papers issued in Punch in 1846, brought him fame. In the January of the next year Vanity Fair began to appear in monthly numbers, and by the time it was finished Thackeray had taken his place in the front rank of his profession. Pendennis followed in 1850, and sustained the prestige he had won. The next year he began lecturing, and delivered in London the lectures on the English humorists which he repeated the following winter in America with much success. Esmond had appeared on the eve of his setting sail, and revealed his style at its highest point of perfection, and a tenderer if less powerful touch than Vanity Fair had displayed. In 1855 the Newcomes appeared, and was followed by a second trip to America, when he lectured on the Four Georges. After an unsuccessful attempt to enter Parliament, the novelist resumed his writing with the Virginians, 1857–59, in which he availed himself of his American experiences. In the January of 1860 the Cornhill magazine was founded, with Thackeray as first editor, and launched on a distinguished career. Most of his later work was published in its pages, but Lovell the Widower and The Adventures of Philip have not taken a place beside his greater work. In the essays constituting the Roundabout Papers, however, he appeared at his easiest and most charming. After a little more than 2 years he resigned the editorship, and on the 23rd of December, 1863, he died. Thackeray's greatest distinction is, of course, as a novelist, and an estimate of his work in this field is not in place here. But as an essayist he is also great. The lectures on the English humorists, of which the following paper on Swift was the first, were the fruit of an intimate knowledge of the time of Queen Anne, and a warm sympathy with its spirit. And here, as in all his mature work, Thackeray is the master of a style that for ease, suppleness, and range of effect has seldom been equalled in English. Jonathan Swift, 1. By William Makepeace Thackeray. In treating of the English humorists of the past age, it is of the men and of their lives, rather than of their books, that I ask permission to speak to you, and in doing so, you are aware that I cannot hope to entertain you with a merely humorous or facetious story. Harlequin without his mask is known to present a very sober countenance, and was himself, the story goes, the melancholy patient whom the doctor advised to go and see Harlequin, a man full of cares and perplexities like the rest of us, whose self must always be serious to him, under whatever mask or disguise or uniform he presents it to the public. And as all of you here must needs be grave when you think of your own past and present, you will not look to find, in the histories of those whose lives and feelings I am going to try and describe to you, a story that is otherwise than serious, and of 10 very sad. If humor only meant laughter, you would scarcely feel more interest about humorous writers than about the private life of poor Harlequin just mentioned, who possesses in common with these the power of making you laugh. But the men regarding whose lives and stories your kind presence here shows that you have curiosity and sympathy, appeal to a great number of our other faculties, besides our mere sense of ridicule. The humorous writer professes to awaken and direct your love, your pity, your kindness, your scorn for untruth, pretension, imposture, your tenderness for the weak, the poor, the oppressed, the unhappy. To the best of his means and ability he comments on all the ordinary actions and passions of life almost. He takes upon himself to be the weekday preacher, so to speak. Accordingly, as he finds, and speaks, and feels the truth best. We regard him, esteem him, sometimes love him. And, as his business is to mark other people's lives and peculiarities, we moralize upon his life when he is gone, and yesterday's preacher becomes the text for today's sermon. Of English parents, and of a good English family of clergymen, Swift was born in Dublin in 1667, 7 months after the death of his father, who had come to practice there as a lawyer. The boy went to school at Kilkenny, and afterwards to Trinity College, Dublin, where he got a degree with difficulty, and was wild, and witty, and poor. In 1688, by the recommendation of his mother, Swift was received into the family of Sir William Temple, who had known Mrs. Swift in Ireland. He left his patron in 1694, and the next year took orders in Dublin. But he threw up the small Irish preferment which he got and returned to Temple, in whose family he remained until Sir William's death in 1699. His hopes of advancement in England failing, Swift returned to Ireland, and took the living of Lerwick. Hither he invited Hester Johnson, Temple's natural daughter, with whom he had contracted a tender friendship, while they were both dependents of Temple's. And with an occasional visit to England, Swift now passed 9 years at home. In 1709 he came to England, and, with a brief visit to Ireland, during which he took possession of his deanery of St. Patrick, he now passed 5 years in England, taking the most distinguished part in the political transactions which terminated with the death of Queen Anne. After her death, his party disgraced, and his hopes of ambition over, Swift returned to Dublin, where he remained 12 years. In this time he wrote the famous Drapier's Letters and Gulliver's Travels. He married Hester Johnson, Stella, and buried Esther van Homrij, Vanessa, who had followed him to Ireland from London, where she had contracted a violent passion for him. In 1726 and 1727 Swift was in England, which he quitted for the last time on hearing of his wife's illness. Stella died in January 1728, and Swift not until 1745, having passed the last 5 of the 78 years of his life with an impaired intellect and keepers to watch him. You know, of course, that Swift has had many biographers. His life has been told by the kindest and most good-natured of men, Scott, who admires but can't bring himself to love him, and by stout old Johnson, who, forced to admit him into the company of poets, receives the famous Irishman, and takes off his hat to him with a bow of surly recognition, scans him from head to foot, and passes over to the other side of the street. Dr. Wilde of Dublin, who has written a most interesting volume on the closing years of Swift's life, calls Johnson the most malignant of his biographers. It is not easy for an English critic to please Irishmen, perhaps to try and please them. And yet Johnson truly admires Swift. Johnson does not quarrel with Swift's change of politics, or doubt his sincerity of religion. About the famous Stella and Vanessa controversy the Doctor does not bear very hardly on Swift. But he could not give the Dean that honest hand of his. The stout old man puts it into his breast, and moves off from him. Would we have liked to live with him? That is a question which, in dealing with these people's works, and thinking of their lives and peculiarities, every reader of biographies must put to himself. Would you have liked to be a friend of the great Dean? I should like to have been Shakespeare's shoe black, just to have lived in his house, just to have worshipped him, to have run on his errands, and seen that sweet serene face. I should like, as a young man, to have lived on Fielding's staircase in the Temple, and after helping him up to bed perhaps, and opening his door with his latchkey, to have shaken hands with him in the morning, and heard him talk and crack jokes over his breakfast and his mug of small beer. Who would not give something to pass a night at the club with Johnson, and Goldsmith, and James Boswell, Esquire, of Auchinleck? The charm of Addison's companionship and conversation has passed to us by fond tradition, but Swift, if you had been his inferior in parts, and that, with a great respect for all persons present, I fear is only very likely, his equal in mere social station, he would have bullied, scorned, and insulted you, if, undeterred by his great reputation, you had met him like a man, he would have quailed before you, and not had the pluck to reply, and gone home, and years after written a foul epigram about you, watched for you in a sewer, and come out to assail you with a coward's blow and a dirty bludgeon. If you had been a lord with a blue riband, who flattered his vanity, or could help his ambition, he would have been the most delightful company in the world. He would have been so manly, so sarcastic, so bright, odd, and original, that you might think he had no object in view but the indulgence of his humor, and that he was the most reckless, simple creature in the world. How he would have torn your enemies to pieces for you, and made fun of the opposition. His servility was so boisterous that it looked like independence. He would have done your errands, but with the air of patronizing you, and after fighting your battles, masked, in the street or the press, would have kept on his hat before your wife and daughters in the drawing-room, content to take that sort of pay for his tremendous services as a bravo. He says as much himself in one of his letters to Bolingbroke, all my endeavours to distinguish myself were only for want of a great title and fortune, that I might be used like a lord by those who have an opinion of my parts, whether right or wrong is no great matter. And so the reputation of wit and great learning does the office of a blue riband or a coach and six. Could there be a greater candour? It is an outlaw, who says, "These are my brains, with these I'll win titles and compete with fortune. These are my bullets, these I'll turn into gold," and he hears the sound of coaches and six, takes the road like Machiath, and makes society stand and deliver. They are all on their knees before him. Down go my Lord Bishop's apron, and his Grace's blue riband, and my lady's brocade petticoat in the mud. He eases the one of a living, the other of a patent place, the third of a little snug post about the court, and gives them over to followers of his own. The great prize has not come yet. The coach with the mitre and crozier in it, which he intends to have for his share, has been delayed on the way from St. James's, and he waits and waits until nightfall, when his runners come and tell him that the coach has taken a different road, and escaped him. So he fires his pistols into the air with a curse, and rides away into his own country. Swift seems to me to be as good a name to point a moral or adorn a tale of ambition, as any heroes that ever lived and failed. But we must remember that the morality was lax, that other gentlemen besides himself took the road in his day, that public society was in a strange disordered condition, and the state was ravaged by other condottieri. The Boyne was being fought and won, and lost, the bells rung in William's victory, in the very same tone with which they would have pealed for James's. Men were loose upon politics, and had to shift for themselves. They, as well as old beliefs and institutions, had lost their moorings and gone adrift in the storm. As in the South Sea bubble, almost everybody gambled, as in the railway mania, not many centuries ago, almost everyone took his unlucky share. A man of that time, of the vast talents and ambition of Swift, could scarce do otherwise than grasp at his prize, and make his spring at his opportunity. His bitterness, his scorn, his rage, his subsequent misanthropy, are ascribed by some Panegarists to a deliberate conviction of mankind's unworthiness, and a desire to amend them by castigating. His youth was bitter, as that of a great genius bound down by ignoble ties, and powerless in a mean dependence. His age was bitter, like that of a great genius that had fought the battle and nearly won it, and lost it, and thought of it afterwards writhing in a lonely exile. A man may attribute to the gods, if he likes, what is caused by his own fury, or disappointment, or self-will. What public man, what statesman projecting a coup, what king determined on an invasion of his neighbor, what satirist meditating an onslaught on society or an individual, can't give a pretext for his move? There was a French general the other day who proposed to march into this country and put it to sack and pillage, in revenge for humanity outraged by our conduct at Copenhagen. There is always some excuse for men of the aggressive turn. They are of their nature warlike, predatory, eager for fight, plunder, dominion. As fierce a beak and talon as ever struck, as strong a wing as ever beat, belonged to Swift. I am glad, for one, that fate wrested the prey out of his claws, and cut his wings and chained him. One can gaze, and not without awe and pity, at the lonely eagle chained behind the bars. That Swift was born at number 7, Hoey's Court, Dublin, on the 30th of November, 1667, is a certain fact, of which nobody will deny the sister island the honor and glory, but, it seems to me, he was no more an Irishman than a man born of English parents at Calcutta is a Hindu. Goldsmith was an Irishman, and always an Irishman. Steele was an Irishman, and always an Irishman. Swift's heart was English and in England, his habits English, his logic eminently English, his statement is elaborately simple, he shuns tropes and metaphors, and uses his ideas and words with a wise thrift and economy, as he used his money, with which he could be generous and splendid upon great occasions, but which he husbanded when there was no need to spend it. He never indulges in needless extravagance of rhetoric, lavish epithets, profuse imagery. He lays his opinion before you with a grave simplicity and a perfect neatness. Dreading ridicule too, as a man of his humor, above all an Englishman of his humor, certainly would, he is afraid to use the poetical power which he really possessed. One often fancies in reading him that he dares not be eloquent when he might, that he does not speak above his voice, as it were, and the tone of society. His initiation into politics, his knowledge of business, his knowledge of polite life, his acquaintance with literature even, which he could not have pursued very sedulously during that reckless career at Dublin, Swift got under the roof of Sir William Temple. He was fond of telling in after life what quantities of books he devoured there, and how King William taught him to cut asparagus in the Dutch fashion. It was at Shen and at Moor Park, with a salary of £20 and a dinner at the upper servants' table, that this great and lonely Swift passed a 10 years' apprenticeship, wore a cassock that was only not a livery, bent down a knee as proud as Lucifer's to supplicate my lady's good graces, or run on his honour's errands. It was here, as he was writing at Temple's table, or following his patron's walk, that he saw and heard the men who had governed the great world, measured himself with them, looking up from his silent corner, gauged their brains, weighed their wits, turned them, and tried them, and marked them. Ah! What platitudes he must have heard! What feeble jokes! What pompous commonplaces! What small men they must have seemed under those enormous periwigs, to the swarthy, uncouth, silent Irish secretary. I wonder whether it ever struck Temple, that that Irishman was his master. I suppose that dismal conviction did not present itself under the ambrosial wig, or Temple could never have lived with Swift. Swift sickened, rebelled, left the service, ate humble pie and came back again, and so for 10 years went on, gathering learning, swallowing scorn, and submitting with a stealthy rage to his fortune. Temple's style is the perfection of practiced and easy good breeding. If he does not penetrate very deeply into a subject, he professes a very gentlemanly acquaintance with it. If he makes rather a parade of Latin, it was the custom of his day, as it was the custom for a gentleman to envelope his head in a periwig and his hands in lace ruffles. If he wears buckles and square-toed shoes, he steps in them with a consummate grace, and you never hear their creak, or find them treading upon any lady's train or any rival's heels in the court crowd. When that grows too hot or too agitated for him, he politely leaves it. He retires to his retreat of Shen or Moor Park, and lets the King's party and the Prince of Orange's party battle it out among themselves. He reveres the sovereign, and no man perhaps ever testified to his loyalty by so elegant a bow. He admires the Prince of Orange, but there is one person whose ease and comfort he loves more than all the princes in Christendom, and that valuable member of society is himself, Gulielmus Temple, Baronetus. One sees him in his retreat, between his study chair and his tulip beds, clipping his apricots and pruning his essays, the statesman, the ambassador no more, but the philosopher, the Epicurean, the fine gentleman and courtier at St. James's as at Shen, where in place of kings and fair ladies, he pays his court to the Ciceronian majesty, or walks a minuet with the epic muse, or dallies by the south wall with the ruddy nymph of gardens. Temple seems to have received and exacted a prodigious deal of veneration from his household, and to have been coaxed, and warmed, and cuddled by the people round about him, as delicately as any of the plants which he loved. When he fell ill in 1693, the household was aghast at his indisposition. Mild Dorothea, his wife, the best companion of the best of men, mild Dorothea, peaceful, wise, and great, trembling beheld the doubtful hand of fate. As for Dorinda, his sister, those who would grief describe, might come and trace its watery footsteps in Dorinda's face. To see her weep, joy every face forsook, and grief flung sables on each menial look. The humble tribe mourned for the quickening soul, that furnished spirit and motion through the whole. Isn't that line in which grief is described as putting the menials into a mourning livery, a fine image? One of the menials wrote it, who did not like that Temple livery nor those £20 wages. Cannot one fancy the uncouth young servitor, with downcast eyes, books and papers in hand, following at his honour's heels in the garden walk, or taking his honour's orders as he stands by the great chair, where Sir William has the gout, and his feet all blistered with moxa? When Sir William has the gout or scolds, it must be hard work at the second table. The Irish secretary owned as much afterwards, and when he came to dinner, how he must have lashed and growled and torn the household with his gibes and scorn. What would the steward say about the pride of the Irish schollards? And this one had got no great credit even at his Irish college, if the truth were known. And what a contempt His Excellency's own gentleman must have had for Parson Teague from Dublin. The valets and chaplains were always at war. It is hard to say which Swift thought the more contemptible. And what must have been the sadness and terror, of the housekeeper's little daughter with the curling black ringlets and the sweet smiling face, when the secretary who teaches her to read and write, and whom she loves and reverences above all things, above mother, above mild Dorothea, above that tremendous Sir William in his square toes and periwig, when Mr. Swift comes down from his master with rage in his heart, and has not a kind word even for little Hester Johnson. Perhaps, for the Irish secretary, His Excellency's condescension was even more cruel than his frowns. Sir William would perpetually quote Latin and the ancient classics apropos of his gardens and his Dutch statues and plate spans, and talk about Epicurus and Diogenes Laertius, Julius Caesar, Semiramis, and the gardens of the Hesperides, Maecenas, Strabo describing Jericho, and the Assyrian kings. Apropos of beans, he would mention Pythagoras's precept to abstain from beans, and that this precept probably meant that wise men should abstain from public affairs. He is a placid Epicurean, he is a Pythagorean philosopher, he is a wise man, that is the deduction. Does not Swift think so? One can imagine the downcast eyes lifted up for a moment, and the flash of scorn which they emit. Swift's eyes were as azure as the heavens, Pope says nobly, as everything Pope said and thought of his friend was good and noble. His eyes are as azure as the heavens, and have a charming archness in them. And one person in that household, that pompous, stately, kindly Moor Park, saw heaven nowhere else. But the temple amenities and solemnities did not agree with Swift. He was half killed with a surfeit of shinpippins, and in a garden seat which he devised for himself at Moor Park, and where he devoured greedily the stock of books within his reach, he caught a vertigo and deafness which punished and tormented him through life. He could not bear the place or the servitude. Even in that poem of courtly condolence, from which we have quoted a few lines of mock melancholy, he breaks out of the funereal procession with a mad shriek, as it were, and rushes away crying his own grief, cursing his own fate, foreboding madness, and forsaken by fortune, and even hope. I don't know anything more melancholy than the letter to Temple, in which, after having broke from his bondage, the poor wretch crouches piteously towards his cage again, and deprecates his master's anger. He asks for testimonials for orders. The particulars required of me are what relate to morals and learning, and the reasons of quitting your Honour's family, that is, whether the last was occasioned by any ill action. They are left entirely to your Honour's mercy, though in the first I think I cannot reproach myself for anything further than for infirmities. This is all I dare at present beg from your Honour, under circumstances of life not worth your regard. What is left me to wish, next to the health and prosperity of your Honour and family, is that Heaven would one day allow me the opportunity of leaving my acknowledgments at your feet. I beg my most humble duty and service be presented to my ladies, your Honour's lady and sister. Can prostration fall deeper? Could a slave bow lower? 20 years afterwards Bishop Kennett, describing the same man, says, Dr. Swift came into the coffee house and had a bow from everybody but me. When I came to the antechamber, at court, to wait before prayers, Dr. Swift was the principal man of talk and business. He was soliciting the Earl of Arran to speak to his brother, the Duke of Ormond, to get a place for a clergyman. He was promising Mr. Thorold to undertake, with my Lord Treasurer, that he should obtain a salary of 200 per annum as member of the English Church at Rotterdam. He stopped F. Gwyn, Esquire, going into the Queen with the red bag, and told him aloud, he had something to say to him from my Lord Treasurer. He took out his gold watch, and telling the time of day, complained that it was very late. A gentleman said he was too fast. How can I help it, says the doctor, if the courtiers give me a watch that won't go right? Then he instructed a young nobleman, that the best poet in England was Mr. Pope, a papist, who had begun a translation of Homer into English, for which he would have them all subscribe, for says he shall not begin to print till I have 1,000 guineas for him. Lord Treasurer, after leaving the Queen, came through the room, beckoning Dr. Swift to follow him. Both went off just before prayers. There's a little malice in the bishops just before prayers. This picture of the great Dean seems a true one, and is harsh, though not altogether unpleasant. He was doing good, and to deserving men too, in the midst of these intrigues and triumphs. His journals and 1,000 anecdotes of him relate his kind acts and rough manners. His hand was constantly stretched out to relieve an honest man. He was cautious about his money, but ready. If you were in a strait, would you like such a benefactor? I think I would rather have had a potato and a friendly word from Goldsmith than have been beholden to the Dean for a guinea and a dinner. He insulted a man as he served him, made women cry, guests look foolish, bullied unlucky friends, and flung his benefactions into poor men's faces. No, the Dean was no Irishman. No Irishman ever gave but with a kind word and a kind heart. It is told, as if it were to Swift's credit, that the Dean of St. Patrick's performed his family devotions every morning regularly, but with such secrecy that the guests in his house were never in the least aware of the ceremony. There was no need surely why a church dignitary should assemble his family privily in a crypt, and as if he was afraid of heathen persecution. But I think the world was right, and the bishops who advised Queen Anne, when they counselled her not to appoint the author of the Tale of a Tub to a bishopric, gave perfectly good advice. The man who wrote the arguments and illustrations in that wild book, could not but be aware what must be the sequel of the propositions which he laid down. The boon companion of Pope and Bolingbroke, who chose these as the friends of his life, and the recipients of his confidence and affection, must have heard many an argument, and joined in many a conversation over Pope's port, or St. John's Burgundy, which would not bear to be repeated at other men's boards. I know of few things more conclusive as to the sincerity of Swift's religion than his advice to poor John Gay to turn clergyman, and look out for a seat on the bench. Gay, the author of the Beggar's Opera, Gay, the wildest of the wits about town, it was this man that Jonathan Swift advised to take orders, to invest in a cassock and bands, just as he advised him to husband his shillings and put his £1,000 out at interest. The Queen, and the bishops, and the world, were right in mistrusting the religion of that man. I am not here, of course, to speak of any man's religious views, except in so far as they influence his literary character, his life, his humor. The most notorious sinners of all those fellow mortals whom it is our business to discuss, Harry Fielding and Dick Steele, were especially loud, and I believe really fervent, in their expressions of belief. They belabored Freethinkers, and stoned imaginary atheists on all sorts of occasions, going out of their way to bawl their own creed, and persecute their neighbors, and if they sinned and stumbled, as they constantly did with debt, with drink, with all sorts of bad behavior, they got upon their knees and cried peccavi with a most sonorous orthodoxy. Yes, poor Harry Fielding and poor Dick Steele were trusty and undoubting Church of England men. They abhorred popery, atheism, and wooden shoes, and idolatries in general, and hiccuped church and state with fervor. But Swift, his mind had had a different schooling, and possessed a very different logical power. He was not bred up in a tipsy guard-room, and did not learn to reason in a Covent Garden tavern. He could conduct an argument from beginning to end. He could see forward with a fatal clearness. In his old age, looking at the tail of a tub when he said, "Good God, what a genius I had when I wrote that book." I think he was admiring not the genius, but the consequences to which the genius had brought him, a vast genius, a magnificent genius, a genius wonderfully bright, and dazzling, and strong, to seize, to know, to see, to flash upon falsehood and scorch it into perdition, to penetrate into the hidden motives, and expose the black thoughts of men, an awful, an evil spirit. Ah man! You, educated in Epicurean Temple's library, you whose friends were Pope and Saint John, what made you to swear to fatal vows, and bind yourself to a lifelong hypocrisy before the heaven which you adored with such real wonder, humility, and reverence? For Swift was a reverent, was a pious spirit, for Swift could love and could pray. Through the storms and tempests of his furious mind, the stars of religion and love break out in the blue, shining serenely, though hidden by the driving clouds and the maddened hurricane of his life. It is my belief that he suffered frightfully from the consciousness of his own skepticism, and that he had bent his pride so far down as to put his apostasy out to hire. The paper left behind him, called Thoughts on Religion, is merely a set of excuses for not professing disbelief. He says of his sermons that he preached pamphlets. They have scarce a Christian characteristic. They might be preached from the steps of a synagogue, or the floor of a mosque, or the box of a coffee house almost. There is little or no cant, he is too great and too proud for that, and, in so far as the badness of his sermons goes, he is honest. But having put that cassock on, it poisoned him, he was strangled in his bands. He goes through life, tearing, like a man possessed with a devil. Like a Buddha in the Arabian story, he is always looking out for the fury, and knows that the night will come and the inevitable hag with it. What a night, my God, it was! What a lonely rage and long agony, what a vulture that tore the heart of that giant! It is awful to think of the great sufferings of this great man. Through life he always seems alone, somehow. Gertie was so. I can't fancy Shakespeare otherwise. The giants must live apart. The kings can have no company. But this man suffered so, and deserved so to suffer. One hardly reads anywhere of such a pain. The seva indignatio of which he spoke as lacerating his heart, and which he dares to inscribe on his tombstone, as if the wretch who lay under that stone waiting God's judgment had a right to be angry, breaks out from him in 1,000 pages of his writing, and tears and rends him. Against men in office, he having been overthrown, against men in England, he having lost his chance of preferment there, the furious exile never fails to rage and curse. Is it fair to call the famous Drapier's letters patriotism? They are masterpieces of dreadful humor and invective. They are reasoned logically enough too, but the proposition is as monstrous and fabulous as the Lilliputian island. It is not that the grievance is so great, but there is his enemy. The assault is wonderful for its activity and terrible rage. It is Samson, with a bone in his hand, rushing on his enemies and felling them, one admires not the cause so much as the strength, the anger, the fury of the champion. As is the case with madmen, certain subjects provoke him, and awaken his fits of wrath. Marriage is one of these. In 100 passages in his writings he rages against it, rages against children, an object of constant satire, even more contemptible in his eyes than a Lord's chaplain, is a poor curate with a large family. The idea of this luckless paternity never fails to bring down from him gibes and foul language. Could Dick Steele, or Goldsmith, or Fielding, in his most reckless moment of satire, have written anything like the Dean's famous modest proposal for eating children? Not one of these but melts at the thoughts of childhood, fondles and caresses it. Mr. Dean has no such softness, and enters the nursery with the tread and gaiety of an ogre. I have been assured, says he in the modest proposal, by a very knowing American of my acquaintance in London, that a young healthy child, well nursed, is, at a year old, a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled, and I make no doubt it will equally serve in a ragout. And taking up this pretty joke, as his way is, he argues it with perfect gravity and logic. He turns and twists this subject in a score of different ways, he hashes it, and he serves it up cold, and he garnishes it, and relishes it always. He describes the little animal as dropped from its dam, advising that the mother should let it suck plentifully in the last month, so as to render it plump and fat for a good table. A child, says his reverence, will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when the family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and so on, and, the subject being so delightful that he can't leave it, he proceeds to recommend, in place of venison for squires' tables, the bodies of young lads and maidens not exceeding 14 or under 12. Amiable humorist. Laughing castigator of morals. There was a process well known and practiced in the Dean's gay days. When a lout entered the coffee-house, the wags proceeded to what they called roasting him. This is roasting a subject with a vengeance. The Dean had a native genius for it. As the Almanach des Gourmands says, on night rôtisseur. And it was not merely by the sarcastic method that Swift exposed the unreasonableness of loving and having children. In Gulliver, the folly of love and marriage is urged by graver arguments and advice. In the famous Lilliputian Kingdom, Swift speaks with approval of the practice of instantly removing children from their parents and educating them by the state. And amongst his favorite horses, a pair of foals are stated to be the very utmost a well-regulated equine couple would permit themselves. In fact, our great satirist was of opinion that conjugal love was unadvisable, and illustrated the theory by his own practice and example, God help him, which made him about the most wretched being in God's world. The grave and logical conduct of an absurd proposition, as exemplified in the cannibal proposal just mentioned, is our author's constant method through all his works of humor. Given a country of people 6 inches or 60 feet high, and by the mere process of the logic, 1,000 wonderful absurdities are evolved, at so many stages of the calculation. Turning to the first minister who waited behind him with a white staff near as tall as the mainmast of the royal sovereign, the king of Brobdingnag observes how contemptible a thing human grandeur is, as represented by such a contemptible little creature as Gulliver. The Emperor of Lilliput's features are strong and masculine. What a surprising humor there is in this description. The Emperor's features, Gulliver says, are strong and masculine, with an Austrian lip, an arched nose, his complexion olive, his countenance erect, his body and limbs well proportioned, and his deportment majestic. He is taller by the breadth of my nail than any of his court, which alone is enough to strike an awe into beholders. What a surprising humor there is in these descriptions! How noble the satire is here! How just and honest! How perfect the image! Mr. Macaulay has quoted the charming lines of the poet, where the king of the pygmies is measured by the same standard. We have all read in Milton of the spear that was like the mast of some tall admiral, but these images are surely likely to come to the comic poet originally. The subject is before him. He is turning it in 1,000 ways. He is full of it. The figure suggests itself naturally to him, and comes out of his subject, as in that wonderful passage when Gulliver's box having been dropped by the eagle into the sea, and Gulliver having been received into the ship's cabin, he calls upon the crew to bring the box into the cabin, and put it on the table, the cabin being only a quarter the size of the box. It is the veracity of the blunder which is so admirable. Had a man come from such a country as Brobdingnag, he would have blundered so. But the best stroke of humor, if there be a best in that abounding book, is that where Gulliver, in the unpronounceable country, describes his parting from his master the horse. I took, he says, a second leave of my master, but as I was going to prostrate myself to kiss his hoof, he did me the honor to raise it gently to my mouth. I am not ignorant how much I have been censured for mentioning this last particular. Detractors are pleased to think it improbable that so illustrious a person should descend to give so great a mark of distinction to a creature so inferior as I. Neither have I forgotten how apt some travellers are to boast of extraordinary favours they have received. But if these censurers were better acquainted with the noble and courteous disposition of the Houyhnhnms, they would soon change their opinion. The surprise here, the audacity of circumstantial evidence, the astounding gravity of the speaker, who is not ignorant how much he has been censured, the nature of the favor conferred, and the respectful exultation at the receipt of it, are surely complete. It is truth topsy-turvy, entirely logical and absurd. As for the humor and conduct of this famous fable, I suppose there is no person who reads but must admire. As for the moral, I think it horrible, shameful, unmanly, blasphemous, and giant and great as this Dean is, I say we should hoot him. Some of this audience mayn't he have read the last part of Gulliver, and to such I would recall the advice of the venerable Mr. Punch to persons about to marry, and say don't. When Gulliver first lands among the Yahoos, the naked howling wretches clamber up trees and assault him, and he describes himself as almost stifled with the filth which fell about him. The reader of the fourth part of Gulliver's Travels is like the hero himself in this instance. It is Yahoo language, a monster gibbering shrieks, and gnashing imprecations against mankind, tearing down all shreds of modesty, past all sense of manliness and shame, filthy in word, filthy in thought, furious, raging, obscene. And dreadful it is to think that Swift knew the tendency of his creed, the fatal rocks towards which his logic desperately drifted. That last part of Gulliver is only a consequence of what has gone before, and the worthlessness of all mankind, the pettiness, cruelty, pride, imbecility, the general vanity, the foolish pretension, the mock greatness, the pompous dullness, the mean aims, the base successes, all these were present to him. It was with the din of these curses of the world, blasphemies against heaven, shrieking in his ears, that he began to write his dreadful allegory, of which the meaning is that man is utterly wicked, desperate and imbecile, and his passions are so monstrous, and his boasted powers so mean, that he is and deserves to be the slave of brutes, and ignorance is better than his vaunted reason. What had this man done? What secret remorse was rankling at his heart? What fever was boiling in him, that he should see all the world bloodshot? We view the world with our own eyes, each of us, and we make from within us the world we see. A weary heart gets no gladness out of sunshine. A selfish man is skeptical about friendship, as a man with no ear doesn't care for music. A frightful self-consciousness it must have been, which looked on mankind so darkly through those keen eyes of Swift. A remarkable story is told by Scott, of Delany, who interrupted Archbishop King and Swift in a conversation which left the prelate in tears, and from which Swift rushed away with marks of strong terror and agitation in his countenance, upon which the Archbishop said to Delany, "You have just met the most unhappy man on earth, but on the subject of his wretchedness you must never ask a question." The most unhappy man on earth, Miserrimus, what a character of him! And at this time all the great wits of England had been at his feet. All Ireland had shouted after him, and worshipped him as a liberator, a saviour, the greatest Irish patriot and citizen. Dean Drapier Bickerstaff Gulliver, the most famous statesman, and the greatest poets of his day, had applauded him, and done him homage, and at this time, writing over to Bolingbroke from Ireland, he says, "It is time for me to have done with the world, and so I would if I could get into a better before I was called into the best, and not die here in a rage, like a poisoned rat in a hole." We have spoken about the men, and Swift's behavior to them, and now it behoves us not to forget that there are certain other persons in the creation who had rather intimate relations with the great Dean. Two women whom he loved and injured are known by every reader of books so familiarly that if we had seen them, or if they had been relatives of our own, we scarcely could have known them better. Who hasn't in his mind an image of Stella? Who does not love her? Fair and tender creature, pure and affectionate heart. Boots it to you, now that you have been at rest for 120 years, not divided in death from the cold heart which caused yours, whilst it beat, such faithful pangs of love and grief, boots it to you now, that the whole world loves and deplores you. Scarce any man, I believe, ever thought of that grave, that did not cast a flower of pity on it, and write over it a sweet epitaph. Gentle lady, so lovely, so loving, so unhappy. You have had countless champions, millions of manly hearts mourning for you. From generation to generation we take up the fond tradition of your beauty, we watch and follow your tragedy, your bright morning love and purity, your constancy, your grief, your sweet martyrdom. We know your legend by heart. You are one of the saints of English story. And if Stella's love and innocence are charming to contemplate, I will say that in spite of ill usage, in spite of drawbacks, in spite of mysterious separation and union, of hope delayed and sickened heart, in the teeth of Vanessa, and that little episodical aberration which plunged Swift into such woeful pitfalls and quagmires of amorous perplexity, in spite of the verdicts of most women, I believe, who, as far as my experience and conversation go, generally take Vanessa's part in the controversy. In spite of the tears which Swift caused Stella to shed, and the rocks and barriers which fate and temper interposed, and which prevented the pure course of that true love from running smoothly, the brightest part of Swift's story, the pure star in that dark and tempestuous life of Swift's, is his love for Hester Johnson. It has been my business, professionally of course, to go through a deal of sentimental reading in my time, and to acquaint myself with love-making, as it has been described in various languages, and at various ages of the world, and I know of nothing more manly, more tender, more exquisitely touching, than some of these brief notes, written in what Swift calls his little language in his journal to Stella. He writes to her night and morning often. He never sends away a letter to her but he begins a new one on the same day. He can't bear to let go her kind little hand, as it were. He knows that she is thinking of him, and longing for him far away in Dublin yonder. He takes her letters from under his pillow and talks to them, familiarly, paternally, with fond epithets and pretty caresses, as he would to the sweet and artless creature who loved him. Stay, he writes one morning, it is the 14th of December, 1710, stay, I will answer some of your letter this morning in bed. Let me see. Come and appear, little letter. Here I am, says he, and what say you to Stella this morning fresh and fasting? And can Stella read this writing without hurting her dear eyes? He goes on, after more kind prattle and fond whispering. The dear eyes shine clearly upon him then, the good angel of his life is with him and blessing him. Ah, it was a hard fate that wrung from them so many tears, and stabbed pitilessly that pure and tender bosom. A hard fate, but would she have changed it? I have heard a woman say that she would have taken Swift's cruelty to have had his tenderness. He had a sort of worship for her whilst he wounded her. He speaks of her after she is gone, of her wit, of her kindness, of her grace, of her beauty, with a simple love and reverence that are indescribably touching. In contemplation of her goodness his hard heart melts into pathos, his cold rhyme kindles and glows into poetry, and he falls down on his knees, so to speak, before the angel whose life he had embittered, confesses his own wretchedness and unworthiness, and adores her with cries of remorse and love, when on my sickly couch I lay, impatient both of night and day, and groaning in unmanly strains, called every power to ease my pains. Then Stella ran to my relief, with cheerful face and inward grief, and though by heaven's severe decree she suffers hourly more than me, no cruel master could require from slaves employed for daily hire, what Stella, by her friendship warmed, with vigor and delight performed. Now, with a soft and silent tread, unheard she moves about my bed, my sinking spirits now supplies with cordials in her hands and eyes. Best pattern of true friends. Beware, you pay too dearly for your care if, while your tenderness secures my life, it must endanger yours, for such a fool was never found who pulled a palace to the ground, only to have the ruins made materials for a house decayed. One little triumph Stella had in her life, one dear little piece of injustice was performed in her favor, for which I confess, for my part, I can't help thanking fate and the dean. That other person was sacrificed to her, that young woman, who lived 5 doors from Dr. Swift's lodgings in Berry Street, and who flattered him, and made love to him in such an outrageous manner. Vanessa was thrown over. Swift did not keep Stella's letters to him in reply to those he wrote to her. He kept Bolingbroke's, and Pope's, and Harley's, and Peterborough's, but Stella, very carefully the lives say, kept Swift's. Of course, that is the way of the world, and so we cannot tell what her style was, or of what sort were the little letters which the doctor placed there at night, and bade to appear from under his pillow of a morning. But in letter 4 of that famous collection he describes his lodging in Berry Street, where he has the first floor, a dining room and bedchamber, at 8 shillings a week, and in letter 6. He says he has visited a lady just come to town whose name somehow is not mentioned, and in letter 8. He enters a query of Stella's, "What do you mean that boards near me, that I dine with now and then?" What the deuce? You know whom I have dined with every day since I left you, better than I do. Of course she does. Of course Swift has not the slightest idea of what she means. But in a few letters more it turns out that the doctor has been to dine gravely with a Mrs. Van Homrij, then that he has been to his neighbor, then that he has been unwell, and means to dine for the whole week with his neighbor. Stella was quite right in her previsions. She saw from the very first hint what was going to happen, and scented Vanessa in the air. The rival is at the dean's feet. The pupil and teacher are reading together, and drinking tea together, and going to prayers together, and learning Latin together, and conjugating amo, amas, amavi together. The little language is over for poor Stella. By the rule of grammar and the course of conjugation, doesn't amavi come after amo and amas? The loves of Cadenus and Vanessa you may peruse in Cadenus's own poem on the subject, and in poor Vanessa's vehement expostulatory verses and letters to him. She adores him, implores him, admires him, thinks him something godlike, and only prays to be admitted to lie at his feet. As they are bringing him home from church, those divine feet of Dr. Swift's are found pretty often in Vanessa's parlor. He likes to be admired and adored. He finds Miss Van Homrij to be a woman of great taste and spirit, and beauty and wit, and a fortune too. He sees her every day. He does not tell Stella about the business, until the impetuous Vanessa becomes too fond of him, until the doctor is quite frightened by the young woman's ardor, and confounded by her warmth. He wanted to marry neither of them, that I believe was the truth, but if he had not married Stella, Vanessa would have had him in spite of himself. When he went back to Ireland, his Ariadne, not content to remain in her isle, pursued the fugitive Dean. In vain he protested, he vowed, he soothed, and bullied. The news of the Dean's marriage with Stella at last came to her, and it killed her. She died of that passion. And when she died, and Stella heard that Swift had written beautifully regarding her, "That doesn't surprise me," said Mrs. Stella, "for we all know the Dean could write beautifully about a broomstick. A woman, a true woman. Would you have had one of them forgive the other?" In a note in his biography, Scott says that his friend Dr. Tuke of Dublin has a lock of Stella's hair, enclosed in a paper by Swift, on which are written, in the Dean's hand, the words, "Only a woman's hair." An instance, says Scott, of the Dean's desire to veil his feelings under the mask of cynical indifference. See the various notions of critics. Do those words indicate indifference or an attempt to hide feeling? Did you ever hear or read 4 words more pathetic? Only a woman's hair, only love, only fidelity, only purity, innocence, beauty, only the tenderest heart in the world stricken and wounded, and passed away now out of reach of pangs of hope deferred, love insulted, and pitiless desertion, only that lock of hair left, and memory and remorse, for the guilty, lonely wretch, shuddering over the grave of his victim. And yet to have had so much love, he must have given some treasures of wit and wisdom, and tenderness, too, must that man have had locked up in the caverns of his gloomy heart, and shown fitfully to one or two whom he took in there. But it was not good to visit that place. People did not remain there long, and suffered for having been there. He shrank away from all affection sooner or later. Stella and Vanessa both died near him, and away from him. He had not heart enough to see them die. He broke from his fastest friend, Sheridan. He slunk away from his fondest admirer, Pope. His laugh jars on one's ear after 70 years. He was always alone, alone and gnashing in the darkness, except when Stella's sweet smile came and shone upon him. When that went, silence and utter night closed over him. An immense genius, an awful downfall and ruin. So great a man he seems to me, that thinking of him is like thinking of an empire falling. We have other great names to mention, none I think, however, so great or so gloomy. 1. From the English humorists of the 18th century. The Idea of a University by John Henry Newman. Introductory note: John Henry Newman was born in London, the 21st of February 1801. Going up to Oxford at 16, he gained a scholarship at Trinity College, and after graduation became Fellow and Tutor of Oriel, then the most alive, intellectually, of the Oxford colleges. He took orders, and in 1828 was appointed Vicar of St. Mary's, the University Church. In 1832 he had to resign his tutorship on account of a difference of opinion with the head of the college as to his duties and responsibilities, Newman regarding his function as one of a substantially religious nature. Returning to Oxford the next year from a journey on the continent, he began, in cooperation with R. H. Froude and others, the publication of the Tracts for the Times, a series of pamphlets which gave a name to the Tractarian or Oxford movement for the defense of the doctrine of apostolical succession and the integrity of the Prayer Book. After several years of agitation, during which Newman came to exercise an extraordinary influence in Oxford, the movement and its leader fell under the official ban of the university and of the Anglican bishops, and Newman withdrew from Oxford, feeling that the Anglican Church had herself destroyed the defences which he had sought to build for her. In October 1845, he was received into the Roman Church. The next year he went to Rome, and on his return introduced into England the Institute of the Oratory. In 1854 he went to Dublin for 4 years as rector of the new Catholic University, and while there wrote his volume on the idea of a university, in which he expounds with wonderful clearness of thought and beauty of language his view of the aim of education. In 1879 he was created cardinal in recognition of his services to the cause of religion in England, and in 1890 he died. Of the history of Newman's religious opinions and influence no hint can be given here. The essays which follow do, indeed, imply important and fundamental elements of his system of belief, but they can be taken in detachment as the exposition of a view of the nature and value of culture by a man who was himself the fine flower of English university training and a master of English prose. The idea of a university. What is a university? If I were asked to describe as briefly and popularly as I could, what a university was, I should draw my answer from its ancient designation of a studium generale, or school of universal learning. This description implies the assemblage of strangers from all parts in one spot, from all parts, else, how will you find professors and students for every department of knowledge? And in one spot, else, how can there be any school at all? Accordingly, in its simple and rudimental form, it is a school of knowledge of every kind, consisting of teachers and learners from every quarter. Many things are requisite to complete and satisfy the idea embodied in this description, but such as this a university seems to be in its essence, a place for the communication and circulation of thought, by means of personal intercourse, through a wide extent of country. There is nothing far-fetched or unreasonable in the idea thus presented to us, and if this be a university, then a university does but contemplate a necessity of our nature, and is but one specimen in a particular medium, out of many which might be adduced in others, of a provision for that necessity. Mutual education, in a large sense of the word, is one of the great and incessant occupations of human society, carried on partly with set purpose, and partly not. One generation forms another, and the existing generation is ever acting and reacting upon itself in the persons of its individual members. Now, in this process, books, I need scarcely say, that is, the litera scripta, are one special instrument. It is true, and emphatically so in this age. Considering the prodigious powers of the press, and how they are developed at this time in the never-intermitting issue of periodicals, tracts, pamphlets, works in series, and light literature, we must allow there never was a time which promised fairer for dispensing with every other means of information and instruction. What can we want more, you will say, for the intellectual education of the whole man, and for every man, than so exuberant and diversified and persistent a promulgation of all kinds of knowledge? Why, you will ask, need we go up to knowledge, when knowledge comes down to us? The Sibyl wrote her prophecies upon the leaves of the forest, and wasted them, but here such careless profusion might be prudently indulged, for it can be afforded without loss, in consequence of the almost fabulous fecundity of the instrument which these latter ages have invented. We have sermons in stones, and books in the running brooks, works larger and more comprehensive than those which have gained for ancients an immortality, issue forth every morning, and are projected onwards to the ends of the earth at the rate of hundreds of miles a day. Our seats are strewed, our pavements are powdered, with swarms of little tracts, and the very bricks of our city walls preach wisdom, by informing us by their placards where we can at once cheaply purchase it. I allow all this, and much more, such certainly is our popular education, and its effects are remarkable. Nevertheless, after all, even in this age, whenever men are really serious about getting what, in the language of trade, is called a good article, when they aim at something precise, something refined, something really luminous, something really large, something choice, they go to another market, they avail themselves, in some shape or other, of the rival method, the ancient method, of oral instruction, of present communication between man and man, of teachers instead of learning, of the personal influence of a master, and the humble initiation of a disciple, and, in consequence, of great centers of pilgrimage and throng, which such a method of education necessarily involves. This, I think, will be found to hold good in all those departments or aspects of society, which possess an interest sufficient to bind men together, or to constitute what is called a world. It holds in the political world, and in the high world, and in the religious world, and it holds also in the literary and scientific world. If the actions of men may be taken as any test of their convictions, then we have reason for saying this, viz. That the province and the inestimable benefit of the litera scripta is that of being a record of truth, and an authority of appeal, and an instrument of teaching in the hands of a teacher, but that, if we wish to become exact and fully furnished in any branch of knowledge which is diversified and complicated, we must consult the living man and listen to his living voice. I am not bound to investigate the cause of this, and anything I may say will, I am conscious, be short of its full analysis. Perhaps we may suggest that no books can get through the number of minute questions which it is possible to ask on any extended subject, or can hit upon the very difficulties which are severally felt by each reader in succession. Or again, that no book can convey the special spirit and delicate peculiarities of its subject with that rapidity and certainty which attend on the sympathy of mind with mind, through the eyes, the look, the accent, and the manner, in casual expressions thrown off at the moment, and the unstudied turns of familiar conversation. But I am already dwelling too long on what is but an incidental portion of my main subject. Whatever be the cause, the fact is undeniable. The general principles of any study you may learn by books at home, but the detail, the color, the tone, the air, the life which makes it live in us, you must catch all these from those in whom it lives already. You must imitate the student in French or German, who is not content with his grammar, but goes to Paris or Dresden. You must take example from the young artist, who aspires to visit the great masters in Florence and in Rome. Till we have discovered some intellectual daguerreotype, which takes off the course of thought, and the form, lineaments, and features of truth, as completely and minutely, as the optical instrument reproduces the sensible object, we must come to the teachers of wisdom to learn wisdom, we must repair to the fountain, and drink there. Portions of it may go from thence to the ends of the earth by means of books, but the fullness is in one place alone. It is in such assemblages and congregations of intellect that books themselves, the masterpieces of human genius, are written, or at least originated. The principle on which I have been insisting is so obvious, and instances in point are so ready, that I should think it tiresome to proceed with the subject, except that one or two illustrations may serve to explain my own language about it, which may not have done justice to the doctrine which it has been intended to enforce. For instance, the polished manners and high-bred bearing which are so difficult of attainment, and so strictly personal when attained, which are so much admired in society, from society are acquired. All that goes to constitute a gentleman, the carriage, gait, address, gestures, voice, the ease, the self-possession, the courtesy, the power of conversing, the talent of not offending, the lofty principle, the delicacy of thought, the happiness of expression, the taste and propriety, the generosity and forbearance, the candor and consideration, the openness of hand. These qualities, some of them come by nature, some of them may be found in any rank, some of them are a direct precept of Christianity, but the full assemblage of them, bound up in the unity of an individual character, do we expect they can be learned from books? Are they not necessarily acquired, where they are to be found, in high society? The very nature of the case leads us to say so. You cannot fence without an antagonist, nor challenge all comers in disputation before you have supported a thesis, and in like manner, it stands to reason, you cannot learn to converse till you have the world to converse with, you cannot unlearn your natural bashfulness, or awkwardness, or stiffness, or other besetting deformity, till you serve your time in some school of manners. Well, and is it not so in matter of fact? The metropolis, the court, the great houses of the land, are the centers to which at stated times the country comes up, as to shrines of refinement and good taste, and then in due time the country goes back again home, enriched with a portion of the social accomplishments, which those very visits serve to call out and heighten in the gracious dispensers of them. We are unable to conceive how the gentlemanlike can otherwise be maintained, and maintained in this way it is. And now a second instance, and here too I am going to speak without personal experience of the subject I am introducing. I admit I have not been in Parliament, any more than I have figured in the beau monde, yet I cannot but think that statesmanship, as well as high breeding, is learned, not by books, but in certain centres of education. If it be not presumption to say so, Parliament puts a clever man au courant with politics and affairs of state in a way surprising to himself. A member of the legislature, if tolerably observant, begins to see things with new eyes, even though his views undergo no change. Words have a meaning now, and ideas a reality, such as they had not before. He hears a vast deal in public speeches and private conversation, which is never put into print. The bearings of measures and events, the action of parties, and the persons of friends and enemies, are brought out to the man who is in the midst of them with a distinctness, which the most diligent perusal of newspapers will fail to impart to them. It is access to the fountain heads of political wisdom and experience, it is daily intercourse, of one kind or another, with the multitude who go up to them, it is familiarity with business, it is access to the contributions of fact and opinion thrown together by many witnesses from many quarters, which does this for him. However, I need not account for a fact, to which it is sufficient to appeal, that the Houses of Parliament and the atmosphere around them are a sort of university of politics. As regards the world of science, we find a remarkable instance of the principle which I am illustrating, in the periodical meetings for its advance, which have arisen in the course of the last 20 years, such as the British Association. Such gatherings would to many persons appear at first sight simply preposterous. Above all subjects of study, science is conveyed, is propagated, by books, or by private teaching, experiments and investigations are conducted in silence, discoveries are made in solitude. What have philosophers to do with festive celebrities, and panegyrical solemnities with mathematical and physical truth? Yet on a closer attention to the subject, it is found that not even scientific thought can dispense with the suggestions, the instruction, the stimulus, the sympathy, the intercourse with mankind on a large scale, which such meetings secure. A fine time of year is chosen, when days are long, skies are bright, the earth smiles, and all nature rejoices. A city or town is taken by turns, of ancient name or modern opulence, where buildings are spacious and hospitality hearty. The novelty of place and circumstance, the excitement of strange, or the refreshment of well-known faces, the majesty of rank or of genius, the amiable charities of men pleased both with themselves and with each other, the elevated spirits, the circulation of thought, the curiosity, the morning sections, the outdoor exercise, the well-furnished, well-earned board, the not ungraceful hilarity, the evening circle, the brilliant lecture, the discussions or collisions or guesses of great men one with another, the narratives of scientific processes, of hopes, disappointments, conflicts, and successes, the splendid eulogistic orations, these and the like constituents of the annual celebration, are considered to do something real and substantial for the advance of knowledge which can be done in no other way. Of course they can but be occasional, they answer to the annual act, or commencement, or commemoration of a university, not to its ordinary condition, but they are of a university nature, and I can well believe in their utility. They issue in the promotion of a certain living and, as it were, bodily communication of knowledge from one to another, of a general interchange of ideas, and a comparison and adjustment of science with science, of an enlargement of mind, intellectual and social, of an ardent love of the particular study, which may be chosen by each individual, and a noble devotion to its interests. Such meetings, I repeat, are but periodical, and only partially represent the idea of a university. The bustle and whirl which are their usual concomitants, are in ill keeping with the order and gravity of earnest intellectual education. We desiderate means of instruction which involve no interruption of our ordinary habits, nor need we seek it long, for the natural course of things brings it about, while we debate over it. In every great country, the metropolis itself becomes a sort of necessary university, whether we will or no. As the chief city is the seat of the court, of high society, of politics, and of law, so as a matter of course is it the seat of letters also, and at this time, for a long term of years, London and Paris are in fact and in operation universities, though in Paris its famous university is no more, and in London a university scarcely exists except as a board of administration. The newspapers, magazines, reviews, journals, and periodicals of all kinds, the publishing trade, the libraries, museums, and academies there found, the learned and scientific societies, necessarily invest it with the functions of a university, and that atmosphere of intellect, which in a former age hung over Oxford or Bologna or Salamanca, has, with the change of times, moved away to the center of civil government. Thither come up youths from all parts of the country, the students of law, medicine, and the fine arts, and the employees and attaches of literature. There they live, as chance determines, and they are satisfied with their temporary home, for they find in it all that was promised to them there. They have not come in vain, as far as their own object in coming is concerned. They have not learned any particular religion, but they have learned their own particular profession well. They have, moreover, become acquainted with the habits, manners, and opinions of their place of sojourn, and done their part in maintaining the tradition of them. We cannot then be without virtual universities, a metropolis is such. The simple question is, whether the education sought and given should be based on principle, formed upon rule, directed to the highest ends, or left to the random succession of masters and schools, one after another, with a melancholy waste of thought and an extreme hazard of truth. Religious teaching itself affords us an illustration of our subject to a certain point. It does not indeed seat itself merely in centers of the world. This is impossible from the nature of the case. It is intended for the many, not the few. Its subject matter is truth necessary for us, not truth recondite and rare, but it concurs in the principle of a university so far as this, that its great instrument, or rather organ, has ever been that which nature prescribes in all education, the personal presence of a teacher, or, in theological language, oral tradition. It is the living voice, the breathing form, the expressive countenance, which preaches, which catechizes. Truth, a subtle, invisible, manifold spirit, is poured into the mind of the scholar by his eyes and ears, through his affections, imagination, and reason. It is poured into his mind and is sealed up there in perpetuity, by propounding and repeating it, by questioning and requestioning, by correcting and explaining, by progressing and then recurring to first principles, by all those ways which are implied in the word catechizing. In the first ages, it was a work of long time, months, sometimes years, were devoted to the arduous task of disabusing the mind of the incipient Christian of its pagan errors, and of molding it upon the Christian faith. The Scriptures indeed were at hand for the study of those who could avail themselves of them, but Saint Irenaeus does not hesitate to speak of whole races, who had been converted to Christianity, without being able to read them. To be unable to read or write was in those times no evidence of want of learning. The hermits of the deserts were, in this sense of the word, illiterate, yet the great Saint Anthony, though he knew not letters, was a match in disputation for the learned philosophers who came to try him. Didymus again, the great Alexandrian theologian, was blind. The ancient discipline, called the Disciplina Arcani, involved the same principle. The more sacred doctrines of revelation were not committed to books but passed on by successive tradition. The teaching on the Blessed Trinity and the Eucharist appears to have been so handed down for some 100 years, and when at length reduced to writing, it has filled many folios, yet has not been exhausted. But I have said more than enough in illustration. I end as I began. A university is a place of concourse, whither students come from every quarter for every kind of knowledge. You cannot have the best of every kind everywhere, you must go to some great city or emporium for it. There you have all the choicest productions of nature and art all together, which you find each in its own separate place elsewhere. All the riches of the land, and of the earth, are carried up thither. There are the best markets, and there the best workmen. It is the center of trade, the supreme court of fashion, the umpire of rival talents, and the standard of things rare and precious. It is the place for seeing galleries of first-rate pictures, and for hearing wonderful voices and performers of transcendent skill. It is the place for great preachers, great orators, great nobles, great statesman. In the nature of things, greatness and unity go together, excellence implies a center. And such, for the third or fourth time, is a university. I hope I do not weary out the reader by repeating it. It is the place to which 1,000 schools make contributions, in which the intellect may safely range and speculate, sure to find its equal in some antagonist activity, and its judge in the tribunal of truth. It is a place where inquiry is pushed forward, and discoveries verified and perfected, and rashness rendered innocuous, and error exposed, by the collision of mind with mind, and knowledge with knowledge. It is the place where the professor becomes eloquent, and is a missionary and a preacher, displaying his science in its most complete and most winning form, pouring it forth with the zeal of enthusiasm, and lighting up his own love of it in the breasts of his hearers. It is the place where the catechist makes good his ground as he goes, treading in the truth day by day into the ready memory, and wedging and tightening it into the expanding reason. It is a place which wins the admiration of the young by its celebrity, kindles the affections of the middle-aged by its beauty, and rivets the fidelity of the old by its associations. It is a seat of wisdom, a light of the world, a minister of the faith, an alma mater of the rising generation. It is this and a great deal more, and demands a somewhat better head and hand than mine to describe it well. Such is a university in its idea and in its purpose, such in good measure has it before now been in fact. Shall it ever be again? We are going forward in the strength of the cross, under the patronage of the Blessed Virgin, in the name of Saint Patrick, to attempt it. To sight of a university, if we would know what a university is, considered in its elementary idea, we must betake ourselves to the first and most celebrated home of European literature and source of European civilization, to the bright and beautiful Athens, whose schools drew to her bosom, and then sent back again to the business of life, the youth of the Western world for a long 1,000 years. Seated on the verge of the continent, the city seemed hardly suited for the duties of a central metropolis of knowledge, yet, what it lost in convenience of approach, it gained in its neighborhood to the traditions of the mysterious East, and in the loveliness of the region in which it lay. Hither, then, as to a sort of ideal land, where all archetypes of the great and the fair were found in substantial being, and all departments of truth explored, and all diversities of intellectual power exhibited, where taste and philosophy were majestically enthroned as in a royal court, where there was no sovereignty but that of mind, and no nobility but that of genius, where professors were rulers, and princes did homage, hither flocked continually from the very corners of the orbis terrarum the many-tongued generation, just rising, or just risen into manhood, in order to gain wisdom. Pisistratus had in an early age discovered and nursed the infant genius of his people, and Cimon, after the Persian War, had given it a home. That war had established the naval supremacy of Athens, she had become an imperial state, and the Ionians, bound to her by the double chain of kindred and of subjection, were importing into her both their merchandise and their civilization. The arts and philosophy of the Asiatic coast were easily carried across the sea, and there was Cimon, as I have said, with his ample fortune, ready to receive them with due honors. Not content with patronizing their professors, he built the first of those noble porticos, of which we hear so much in Athens, and he formed the groves, which in process of time became the celebrated academy. Planting is one of the most graceful, as in Athens it was one of the most beneficent, of employments. Cimon took in hand the wild wood, pruned and dressed it, and laid it out with handsome walks and welcome fountains. Nor, while hospitable to the authors of the city's civilization, was he ungrateful to the instruments of her prosperity. His trees extended their cool, umbrageous branches over the merchants, who assembled in the agora, for many generations. Those merchants certainly had deserved that act of bounty, for all the while their ships had been carrying forth the intellectual fame of Athens to the Western world. Then commenced what may be called her university existence. Pericles, who succeeded Cimon both in the government and in the patronage of art, is said by Plutarch to have entertained the idea of making Athens the capital of federated Greece. In this he failed, but his encouragement of such men as Phidias and Anaxagoras led the way to her acquiring a far more lasting sovereignty over a far wider empire. Little understanding the sources of her own greatness, Athens would go to war. Peace is the interest of a seat of commerce and the arts. But to war she went, yet to her, whether peace or war, it mattered not. The political power of Athens waned and disappeared, kingdoms rose and fell, centuries rolled away, they did but bring fresh triumphs to the city of the poet and the sage. There at length the swarthy Moor and Spaniard were seen to meet the blue-eyed Gaul, and the Cappadocian, late subject of Mithridates, gazed without alarm at the haughty conquering Roman. Revolution after revolution passed over the face of Europe, as well as of Greece, but still she was there, Athens, the city of mind, as radiant, as splendid, as delicate, as young, as ever she had been. Many a more fruitful coast or isle is washed by the blue Aegean, many a spot is there more beautiful or sublime to see, many a territory more ample, but there was one charm in Attica, which in the same perfection was nowhere else. The deep pastures of Arcadia, the plain of Argos, the Thessalian vale, these had not the gift. Plataea, which lay to its immediate north, was notorious for its very want of it. The heavy atmosphere of that Plataea might be good for vegetation, but it was associated in popular belief with the dullness of the Plataean intellect. On the contrary, the special purity, elasticity, clearness, and salubrity of the air of Attica, fit concomitant and emblem of its genius, did that for it which earth did not. It brought out every bright hue and tender shade of the landscape over which it was spread, and would have illuminated the face even of a more bare and rugged country. A confined triangle, perhaps 50 miles its greatest length, and 30 its greatest breadth, two elevated rocky barriers, meeting at an angle, three prominent mountains, commanding the plain, Pance, Pentelicus, and Hymettus, an unsatisfactory soil, some streams, not always full. Such is about the report which the agent of a London company would have made of Attica. He would report that the climate was mild, the hills were limestone, There was plenty of good marble, more pasture land than at first survey might have been expected, sufficient certainly for sheep and goats, fisheries productive, silver mines once, but long since worked out, figs fair, oil first rate, olives in profusion. But what he would not think of noting down, was, that olive tree was so choice in nature and so noble in shape, that it excited a religious veneration, and that it took so kindly to the light soil, as to expand into woods upon the open plain, and to climb up and fringe the hills. He would not think of writing word to his employers, how that clear air, of which I have spoken, brought out, yet blended and subdued the colors on the marble, till they had a softness and harmony, for all their richness, which in a picture looks exaggerated, yet is after all within the truth. He would not tell how that same delicate and brilliant atmosphere freshened up the pale olive, till the olive forgot its monotony, and its cheek glowed like the arbutus or beech of the Umbrian hills. He would say nothing of the thyme and thousand fragrant herbs which carpeted Hymettus. He would hear nothing of the hum of its bees, nor take much account of the rare flavor of its honey, since Gozo and Minorca were sufficient for the English demand. He would look over the Aegean from the height he had ascended, he would follow with his eye the chain of islands, which, starting from the Simian headland, seemed to offer the fabled divinities of Attica, when they would visit their Ionian cousins, a sort of viaduct thereto across the sea, but that fancy would not occur to him, nor any admiration of the dark violet billows with their white edges down below, nor of those graceful, fan-like jets of silver upon the rocks, which slowly rise aloft, like water spirits from the deep, then shiver, and break, and spread, and shroud themselves, and disappear, in a soft mist of foam, nor of the gentle, incessant heaving and panting of the whole liquid plain, nor of the long waves, keeping steady time, like a line of soldiery, as they resound upon the hollow shore. He would not deign to notice that restless living element at all, except to bless his stars that he was not upon it. Nor the distinct detail, nor the refined coloring, nor the graceful outline and roseate golden hue of the jutting crags, nor the bold shadows cast from Otus or Laurium by the declining sun. Our agent of a mercantile firm would not value these matters even at a low figure. Rather we must turn for the sympathy we seek to yon pilgrim student come from a semi-barbarous land to that small corner of the earth, as to a shrine, where he might take his fill of gazing on those emblems and coruscations of invisible unoriginate perfection. It was the stranger from a remote province, from Britain or from Mauritania, who in a scene so different from that of his chilly, woody swamps, or of his fiery choking sands, learned at once what a real university must be, by coming to understand the sort of country, which was its suitable home. Nor was this all that a university required, and found in Athens. No one, even there, could live on poetry. If the students at that famous place had nothing better than bright hues and soothing sounds, they would not have been able or disposed to turn their residence there to much account. Of course they must have the means of living, nay, in a certain sense, of enjoyment, if Athens was to be an alma mater at the time, or to remain afterwards a pleasant thought in their memory. And so they had. Be it recollected, Athens was a port, and a mart of trade, perhaps the first in Greece, and this was very much to the point, when a number of strangers were ever flocking to it, whose combat was to be with intellectual, not physical difficulties, and who claimed to have their bodily wants supplied, that they might be at leisure to set about furnishing their minds. Now, barren as was the soil of Attica, and bare the face of the country, yet it had only too many resources for an elegant, nay luxurious abode there. So abundant were the imports of the place, that it was a common saying, that the productions, which were found singly elsewhere, were brought all together in Athens. Corn and wine, the staple of subsistence in such a climate, came from the isles of the Aegean, fine wool and carpeting from Asia Minor, slaves, as, now, from the Euxine, and timber too, and iron and brass from the coasts of the Mediterranean. The Athenian did not condescend to manufactures himself, but encouraged them in others, and a population of foreigners caught at the lucrative occupation both for home consumption and for exportation. Their cloth, and other textures for dress and furniture, and their hardware, for instance, armor, were in great request. Labor was cheap, stone and marble in plenty, and the taste and skill, which at first were devoted to public buildings, as temples and porticos, were in course of time applied to the mansions of public men. If nature did much for Athens, it is undeniable that art did much more. Here someone will interrupt me with the remark, by the by, where are we, and whither are we going? What has all this to do with a university? At least what has it to do with education? It is instructive doubtless, but still how much has it to do with your subject? Now I beg to assure the reader that I am most conscientiously employed upon my subject, and I should have thought every one would have seen this. However, since the objection is made, I may be allowed to pause a while, and show distinctly the drift of what I have been saying, before I go farther. What has this to do with my subject? Why, the question of the site is the very first that comes into consideration, when a stadium general is contemplated, for that site should be a liberal and noble one. Who will deny it? All authorities agree in this, and very little reflection will be sufficient to make it clear. I recollect a conversation I once had on this very subject with a very eminent man. I was a youth of 18, and was leaving my university for the long vacation, when I found myself in company in a public conveyance with a middle-aged person, whose face was strange to me. However, it was the great academical luminary of the day, whom afterwards I knew very well. Luckily for me, I did not suspect it, and luckily too, it was a fancy of his, as his friends knew, to make himself on easy terms especially with stagecoach companions. So, what with my flippancy and his condescension, I managed to hear many things which were novel to me at the time, and one point which he was strong upon, and was evidently fond of urging, was the material pomp and circumstance which should environ a great seat of learning. He considered it was worth the consideration of the government, whether Oxford should not stand in a domain of its own. An ample range, say 4 miles in diameter, should be turned into wood and meadow, and the university should be approached on all sides by a magnificent park, with fine trees in groups and groves and avenues, and with glimpses and views of the fair city, as the traveller drew near it. There is nothing surely absurd in the idea, though it would cost a round sum to realize it. What has a better claim to the purest and fairest possessions of nature, than the seat of wisdom? So thought my coach companion, and he did but express the tradition of ages and the instinct of mankind. For instance, take the great University of Paris. That famous school engrossed as its territory the whole south bank of the Seine, and occupied one half, and that the pleasanter half, of the city. King Louis had the island pretty well as his own. It was scarcely more than a fortification, and the north of the river was given over to the nobles and citizens to do what they could with its marshes, but the eligible south, rising from the stream, which swept around its base, to the fair summit of Saint Genevieve, with its broad meadows, its vineyards and its gardens, and with the sacred elevation of Montmartre confronting it, all this was the inheritance of the university. There was that pleasant pratum, stretching along the river's bank, in which the students for centuries took their recreation, which Alcuin seems to mention in his farewell verses to Paris, and which has given a name to the great abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. For long years it was devoted to the purposes of innocent and healthy enjoyment, but evil times came on the university, disorder arose within its precincts, and the fair meadow became the scene of party brawls, heresy stalked through Europe, and Germany and England no longer sending their contingent of students, a heavy debt was the consequence to the academical body. To let their land was the only resource left to them. Buildings rose upon it, and spread along the green sod, and the country at length became town. Great was the grief and indignation of the doctors and masters, when this catastrophe occurred. A wretched sight, said the proctor of the German nation, a wretched sight, to witness the sale of that ancient manor, whither the muses were wont to wander for retirement and pleasure. Whither shall the youthful student now betake himself? What relief will he find for his eyes, wearied with intense reading, now that the pleasant stream is taken from him? 2 centuries and more have passed since this complaint was uttered, and time has shown that the outward calamity, which it recorded, was but the emblem of the great moral revolution, which was to follow, till the institution itself has followed its green meadows, into the region of things which once were and now are not. And in like manner, when they were first contemplating a university in Belgium, some centuries ago, many, says Lipsius, suggested Mechlin, as an abode salubrious and clean, but Louvain was preferred, as for other reasons, so because no city seemed from the disposition of place and people, more suitable for learned leisure. Who will not approve the decision? Can a site be healthier or more pleasant? The atmosphere pure and cheerful, the spaces open and delightful, meadows, fields, vines, groves, nay, I may say, a use in herb. Ascend and walk round the walls, what do you look down upon? Does not the wonderful and delightful variety smooth the brow and soothe the mind? You have corn, and apples, and grapes, sheep and oxen, and birds chirping or singing. Now carry your feet or your eyes beyond the walls. There are streamlets, the river meandering along, country houses, convents, the superb fortress, copses or woods fill up the scene, and spots for simple enjoyment. And then he breaks out into poetry. Salvat Athena Nostra, Athens Belgici, te Gallus, te Germanus, id te Somata invisit, id Britannicus, id te Duplicis Hispaniae alumnus, etc. Extravagant, then, and wayward as might be the thought of my learned coach companion, when, in the 19th century, he imagined, Norman-wise, to turn a score of villages into a park or pleasaunce. Still, the waywardness of his fancy is excused by the justness of his principle, for certainly, such as he would have made it, a university ought to be. Old Anthony A. Wood, discoursing on the demands of a university, had expressed the same sentiment long before him, as Horace in ancient times, with reference to Athens itself, when he spoke of seeking truth in the groves of Academe. And to Athens, as will be seen, Wood himself appeals, when he would discourse of Oxford. Among those things which are required to make a university he puts down, first, a good and pleasant site, where there is a wholesome and temperate constitution of the air, composed with waters, springs or wells, woods and pleasant fields, which being obtained, those commodities are enough to invite students to stay and abide there. As the Athenians in ancient times were happy for their conveniences, so also were the Britons, when by a remnant of the Grecians that came amongst them, they or their successors selected such a place in Britain to plant a school or schools therein, which for its pleasant situation was afterwards called Belositum or Belosit, now Oxford, privileged with all those conveniences before mentioned. By others the local advantages of that university have been more philosophically analyzed, for instance, with a reference to its position in the middle of southern England, its situation on several islands in a broad plain, through which many streams flowed, the surrounding marshes, which, in times when it was needed, protected the city from invaders, its own strength as a military position, its easy communication with London, nay with the sea, by means of the Thames, while the London fortifications hindered pirates from ascending the stream, which all the time was so ready and convenient for a descent. Alas! For centuries past that city has lost its prime honor and boast, as a servant and soldier of the truth. Once named the second school of the Church, second only to Paris, the foster mother of Saint Edmund, Saint Richard, Saint Thomas Cantilupe, the theatre of great intellects, of Scotus the subtle doctor, of Hales the irrefragable, of Occam the special, of Bacon the admirable, of Middleton the solid, and of Bradwardine the profound, Oxford has now lapsed to that level of mere human loveliness, which in its highest perfection we admire in Athens. Nor would it have a place, now or hereafter, in these pages, nor would it occur to me to speak its name, except that, even in its sorrowful deprivation, it still retains so much of that outward luster, which, like the brightness on the prophet's face, ought to be a ray from an illumination within, as to afford me an illustration of the point on which I am engaged, viz., what should be the material dwelling place and appearance, the local circumstances, and the secular concomitants of a great university. Pictures are drawn in tales of romance, of spirits seemingly too beautiful in their fall to be really fallen, and the holy Pope at Rome, Gregory, in fact, and not in fiction, looked upon the blue eyes and golden hair of the fierce Saxon youth in the slave market, and pronounced them angels, not angels, and the spell which this once loyal daughter of the Church still exercises upon the foreign visitor, even now when her true glory is departed, suggests to us how far more majestic and more touching, how brimful of indescribable influence would be the presence of a university, which was planted within, not without Jerusalem, an influence, potent as her truth is strong, wide as her sway is worldwide, and growing, not lessening, by the extent of space over which its attraction would be exerted. Let the reader then listen to the words of the last learned German, who has treated of Oxford, and judge for himself if they do not bear me out, in what I have said of the fascination which the very face and smile of a university possess over those who come within its range. There is scarce a spot in the world, says Huber, that bears an historical stamp so deep and varied as Oxford, where so many noble memorials of moral and material power co-operating to an honorable end, meet the eye all at once. He who can be proof against the strong emotions which the whole aspect and genius of the place tend to inspire, must be dull, thoughtless, uneducated, or of very perverted views. Others will bear us witness, that, even side by side with the eternal Rome, the alma mater of Oxford may be fitly named, as producing a deep, a lasting, and peculiar impression. In one of the most fertile districts of the Queen of the Seas, whom nature has so richly blessed, whom for centuries past no footstep of foreign armies has desecrated, lies a broad green vale, where the Cherwell and the Isis mingle their full, clear waters. Here and there primeval elms and oaks overshadow them, while in their various windings they encircle gardens, meadows, and fields, villages, cottages, farmhouses, and country seats, in motley mixture. In the midst rises a mass of mighty buildings, the general character of which varies between convent, palace, and castle. Some few Gothic church towers and Romaic domes, it is true, break through the horizontal lines, yet the general impression at a distance and at first sight is essentially different from that of any of the towns of the Middle Ages. The outlines are far from being so sharp, so angular, so irregular, so fantastical. A certain softness, a peculiar repose, reigns in those broader, terrace-like rising masses. Only in the creations of Claude Lorraine or Poussin could we expect to find a spot to compare with the prevailing character of this picture, especially when lit up by a favorable light. The principal masses consist of colleges, the university buildings, and the city churches, and by the side of these the city itself is lost on distant view. But on entering the streets, we find around us all the signs of an active and prosperous trade. Rich and elegant shops in profusion afford a sight to be found nowhere but in England, but with all this glitter and show, they sink into a modest, and, as it were, a menial attitude, by the side of the grandly severe memorials of the higher intellectual life, memorials which have been growing out of that life from almost the beginning of Christianity itself. Those rich and elegant shops are, as it were, the domestic offices of these palaces of learning, which ever rivet the eye of the observer, while all besides seems perforce to be subservient to them. Each of the larger and more ancient colleges looks like a separate whole, an entire town, whose walls and monuments proclaim the vigorous growth of many centuries, and the town itself has happily escaped the lot of modern beautifying, and in this respect harmonizes with the colleges. There are those who, having felt the influence of this ancient school, and being smit with its splendor and its sweetness, ask wistfully, if never again it is to be Catholic, or whether at least some footing for Catholicity may not be found there. All honor and merit to the charitable and zealous hearts who so inquire. Nor can we dare to tell what in time to come may be the inscrutable purposes of that grace, which is ever more comprehensive than human hope and aspiration. But for me, from the day I left its walls, I never, for good or bad, have had anticipation of its future, and never for a moment have I had a wish to see again a place, which I have never ceased to love, and where I lived for nearly 30 years. Nay, looking at the general state of things at this day, I desiderate for a school of the Church, if an additional school is to be granted to us, a more central position than Oxford has to show. Since the age of Alfred and of the first Henry, the world has grown, from the west and south of Europe, into 4 or 5 continents, and I look for a city less inland than that old sanctuary, and a country closer upon the highway of the seas. I look towards a land both old and young, old in its Christianity, young in the promise of its future, a nation, which received grace before the Saxon came to Britain, and which has never quenched it, a church, which comprehends in its history the rise and fall of Canterbury and York, which Augustine and Paulinus found, and Pole and Fisher left behind them. I contemplate a people which has had a long night, and will have an inevitable day. I am turning my eyes towards 100 years to come, and I dimly see the island I am gazing on become the road of passage and union between 2 hemispheres, and the center of the world. I see its inhabitants rival Belgium in populousness, France in vigor, and Spain in enthusiasm, and I see England taught by advancing years to exercise in its behalf that good sense which is her characteristic towards everyone else. The capital of that prosperous and hopeful land is situate in a beautiful bay and near a romantic region, and in it I see a flourishing university, which for a while had to struggle with fortune, but which, when its first founders and servants were dead and gone, had successes far exceeding their anxieties. Thither, as to a sacred soil, the home of their fathers, and the fountainhead of their Christianity, students are flocking from east, west, and south, from America and Australia and India, from Egypt and Asia Minor, with the ease and rapidity of a locomotion not yet discovered, and last, though not least, from England, all speaking one tongue, all owning one faith, all eager for one large true wisdom, and thence, when their stay is over, going back again to carry over all the earth peace to men of good will. 3. University life at Athens. However apposite may have been the digression into which I was led when I had got about half through the foregoing chapter, it has had the inconvenience of what may be called running me off the rails, and now that I wish to proceed from the point at which it took place, I shall find some trouble, if I may continue the metaphor, in getting up the steam again, or if I may change it, in getting into the swing of my subject. It has been my desire, were I able, to bring before the reader what Athens may have been, viewed as what we have since called a university, and to do this, not with any purpose of writing a panegyric on a heathen city, or of denying its many deformities, or of concealing what was morally base in what was intellectually great, but just the contrary, of representing things as they really were, so far, that is, as to enable him to see what a university is, in the very constitution of society and in its own idea, what is its nature and object, and what it needs of aid and support external to itself to complete that nature and to secure that object. So now let us fancy our Scythian, or Armenian, or African, or Italian, or Gallic student, after tossing on the Saronic waves, which would be his more ordinary course to Athens, at last casting anchor at Pyrrhus. He is of any condition or rank of life you please, and may be made to order, from a prince to a peasant. Perhaps he is some Cleanthes, who has been a boxer in the public games. How did it ever cross his brain to betake himself to Athens in search of wisdom? Or, if he came thither by accident, how did the love of it ever touch his heart? But so it was. To Athens he came with 3 drachms in his girdle, and he got his livelihood by drawing water, carrying loads, and the like servile occupations. He attached himself, of all philosophers, to Zeno the Stoic, to Zeno, the most high-minded, the most haughty of speculators, and out of his daily earnings the poor scholar brought his master the daily sum of an obolus, in payment for attending his lectures. Such progress did he make, that on Zeno's death he actually was his successor in his school, and, if my memory does not play me false, he is the author of a hymn to the Supreme Being, which is one of the noblest effusions of the kind in classical poetry. Yet, even when he was the head of a school, he continued in his illiberal toil as if he had been a monk, and, it is said, that once, when the wind took his pallium, and blew it aside, he was discovered to have no other garment at all, something like the German student who came up to Heidelberg with nothing upon him but a great coat and a pair of pistols. Or it is another disciple of the Porch, Stoic by nature, earlier than by profession, who is entering the city, but in what different fashion he comes. It is no other than Marcus, Emperor of Rome and philosopher. Professors long since were summoned from Athens for his service, when he was a youth, and now he comes, after his victories in the battlefield, to make his acknowledgments at the end of life, to the city of wisdom, and to submit himself to an initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries. Or it is a young man of great promise as an orator, were it not for his weakness of chest, which renders it necessary that he should acquire the art of speaking without over-exertion, and should adopt a delivery sufficient for the display of his rhetorical talents on the one hand, yet merciful to his physical resources on the other. He is called Cicero. He will stop but a short time, and will pass over to Asia Minor and its cities, before he returns to continue a career which will render his name immortal, and he will like his short sojourn at Athens so well, that he will take good care to send his son thither at an earlier age than he visited it himself. But see where comes from Alexandria, for we need not be very solicitous about anachronisms, a young man from 20 to 22, who has narrowly escaped drowning on his voyage, and is to remain at Athens as many as 8 or 10 years, yet in the course of that time will not learn a line of Latin, thinking it enough to become accomplished in Greek composition, and in that he will succeed. He is a grave person, and difficult to make out. Some say he is a Christian, something or other in the Christian line his father is for certain. His name is Gregory, he is by country a Cappadocian, and will in time become preeminently a theologian, and one of the principal doctors of the Greek Church. Or it is one Horace, a youth of low stature and black hair, whose father has given him an education at Rome above his rank in life, and now is sending him to finish it at Athens. He is said to have a turn for poetry. A hero he is not, and it were well if he knew it, but he is caught by the enthusiasm of the hour, and goes off campaigning with Brutus and Cassius, and will leave his shield behind him on the field of Philippi. Or it is a mere boy of 15, his name Eunapius, though the voyage was not long, sea-sickness, or confinement, or bad living on board the vessel, threw him into a fever, and, when the passengers landed in the evening at Pyrrhus, he could not stand. His countrymen who accompanied him, took him up among them and carried him to the house of the great teacher of the day, Proesius, who was a friend of the captain's, and whose fame it was which drew the enthusiastic youth to Athens. His companions understand the sort of place they are in, and, with the license of academic students, they break into the philosopher's house, though he appears to have retired for the night, and proceed to make themselves free of it, with an absence of ceremony, which is only not impudence, because Proesius takes it so easily. Strange introduction for our stranger to a seat of learning, but not out of keeping with Athens. For what could you expect of a place where there was a mob of youths and not even the pretense of control, where the poorer lived anyhow, and got on as they could, and the teachers themselves had no protection from the humors and caprices of the students who filled their lecture halls? However, as to this Eunapius, Proesius took a fancy to the boy, and told him curious stories about Athenian life. He himself had come up to the university with one Hephaestion, and they were even worse off than Cleanthes the Stoic, for they had only one cloak between them, and nothing whatever besides, except some old bedding. So when Proesius went abroad, Hephaestion lay in bed, and practiced himself in oratory, and then Hephaestion put on the cloak, and Proesius crept under the coverlet. At another time there was so fierce a feud between what would be called town and gown in an English university, that the professors did not dare lecture in public, for fear of ill treatment. But a freshman like Eunapius soon got experience for himself of the ways and manners prevalent in Athens. Such a one as he had hardly entered the city, when he was caught hold of by a party of the academic youth, who proceeded to practice on his awkwardness and his ignorance. At first sight one wonders at their childishness, but the like conduct obtained in the medieval universities, and not many months have passed away since the journals have told us of sober Englishmen, given to matter-of-fact calculations, and to the anxieties of money-making, pelting each other with snowballs on their own sacred territory, and defying the magistracy, when they would interfere with their privilege of becoming boys. So I suppose we must attribute it to something or other in human nature. Meanwhile, there stands the newcomer, surrounded by a circle of his new associates, who forthwith proceed to frighten, and to banter, and to make a fool of him, to the extent of their wit. Some address him with mock politeness, others with fierceness, and so they conduct him in solemn procession across the Agora to the baths, and as they approach, they dance about him like madmen. But this was to be the end of his trial, for the bath was a sort of initiation. He thereupon received the pallium, or university gown, and was suffered by his tormentors to depart in peace. One alone is recorded as having been exempted from this persecution. It was a youth graver and loftier than even Saint Gregory himself, but it was not from his force of character, but at the instance of Gregory, that he escaped. Gregory was his bosom friend, and was ready in Athens to shelter him when he came. It was another saint and doctor, the great Basil, then, it would appear, as Gregory, but a catechumen of the Church. But to return to our freshman. His troubles are not at an end, though he has got his gown upon him. Where is he to lodge? Whom is he to attend? He finds himself seized, before he well knows where he is, by another party of men, or 3 or 4 parties at once, like foreign porters at a landing, who seize on the baggage of the perplexed stranger, and thrust half a dozen cards into his unwilling hands. Our youth is plied by the hangers-on of Professor this, or Sophist that, each of whom wishes the fame or the profit of having a house full. We will say that he escapes from their hands, but then he will have to choose for himself where he will put up, and, to tell the truth, with all the praise I have already given, and the praise I shall have to give, to the city of mind, nevertheless, between ourselves, the brick and wood which formed it, the actual tenements, where flesh and blood had to lodge, always excepting the mansions of great men of the place, do not seem to have been much better than those of Greek or Turkish towns, which are at this moment a topic of interest and ridicule in the public prints. A lively picture has lately been set before us of Gallipoli. Take, says the writer, a multitude of the dilapidated outhouses found in farmyards in England, of the rickety old wooden tenements, the cracked, shutterless structures of planks and tiles, the sheds and stalls, which our by-lanes, or fish markets, or riversides can supply. Tumble them down on the declivity of a bare bald hill, let the spaces between house and house, thus accidentally determined, be understood to form streets, winding of course for no reason, and with no meaning, up and down the town, the roadway always narrow, the breadth never uniform, the the separate houses bulging or retiring below, as circumstances may have determined, and leaning forward till they meet overhead, and you have a good idea of Gallipoli. I question whether this picture would not nearly correspond to the special seat of the Muses in ancient times. Learned writers assure us distinctly that the houses of Athens were for the most part small and mean, that the streets were crooked and narrow, that the upper stories projected over the roadway, and that staircases, balustrades, and doors that opened outwards, obstructed it, a remarkable coincidence of description. I do not doubt at all, though history is silent, that roadway was jolting to carriages, and all but impassable, and that it was traversed by drains, as freely as any Turkish town now. Athens seems in these respects to have been below the average cities of its time. A stranger, says an ancient, might doubt, on the sudden view, if really he saw Athens. I grant all this, and much more, if you will, but, recollect, Athens was the home of the intellectual, and beautiful, not of low mechanical contrivances, and material organization. Why stop within your lodgings counting the rents in your wall or the holes in your tiling, when nature and art call you away? You must put up with such a chamber, and a table, and a stool, and a sleeping board, anywhere else in the 3 continents. One place does not differ from another indoors. Your Magalia in Africa, or your grottos in Syria are not perfection. I suppose you did not come to Athens to swarm up a ladder, or to grope about a closet. You came to see and to hear, what hear and see you could not elsewhere. What food for the intellect is it possible to procure indoors, that you stay there looking about you? Do you think to read there? Where are your books? Do you expect to purchase books at Athens? You are much out in your calculations. True it is, we at this day, who live in the 19th century, have the books of Greece as a perpetual memorial, and copies there have been, since the time that they were written, but you need not go to Athens to procure them, nor would you find them in Athens. Strange to say, strange to the 19th century, that in the age of Plato and Thucydides, there was not, it is said, a bookshop in the whole place, nor was the book trade in existence till the very time of Augustus. Libraries, I suspect, were the bright invention of Attalus or the Ptolemies. I doubt whether Athens had a library till the reign of Hadrian. It was what the student gazed on, what he heard, what he caught by the magic of sympathy, not what he read, which was the education furnished by Athens. He leaves his narrow lodging early in the morning, and not till night, if even then, will he return. It is but a crib or kennel, in which he sleeps when the weather is inclement or the ground damp, in no respect a home. And he goes out of doors, not to read the day's newspaper, or to buy the gay shilling volume, but to imbibe the invisible atmosphere of genius, and to learn by heart the oral traditions of taste. Out he goes, and, leaving the tumble-down town behind him, he mounts the Acropolis to the right, or he turns to the Areopagus on the left. He goes to the Parthenon to study the sculptures of Phidias, to the temple of the Dioscuri to see the paintings of Polygnotus. We indeed take our Sophocles or Aeschylus out of our coat pocket, But, if our sojourner at Athens would understand how a tragic poet can write, he must betake himself to the theatre on the south, and see and hear the drama literally in action. Or let him go westward to the Agora, and there he will hear Lysias or Andarcides pleading, or Demosthenes haranguing. He goes farther west still, along the shade of those noble plains, which Cimon has planted there, and he looks around him at the statues and porticos and vestibules, each by itself a work of genius and skill, enough to be the making of another city. He passes through the city gate, and then he is at the famous Ceramicus. Here are the tombs of the mighty dead, and here, we will suppose, is Pericles himself, the most elevated, the most thrilling of orators, converting a funeral oration over the slain into a philosophical panegyric of the living. Onwards he proceeds still, and now he has come to that still more celebrated Academe, which has bestowed its own name on universities down to this day, and there he sees a sight which will be graven on his memory till he dies. Many are the beauties of the place, the groves, and the statues, and the temple, and the stream of the Cephissus flowing by. Many are the lessons which will be taught him day after day by teacher or by companion, but his eye is just now arrested by one object. It is the very presence of Plato. He does not hear a word that he says, he does not care to hear, he asks neither for discourse nor disputation. What he sees is a whole, complete in itself, not to be increased by addition, and greater than anything else. It will be a point in the history of his life, a stay for his memory to rest on, a burning thought in his heart, a bond of union with men of like mind, ever afterwards. Such is the spell which the living man exerts on his fellows, for good or for evil. How nature impels us to lean upon others, making virtue, or genius, or name, the qualification for our doing so. A Spaniard is said to have travelled to Italy, simply to see Livy. He had his fill of gazing, and then went back again home. Had our young stranger got nothing by his voyage but the sight of the breathing and moving Plato, had he entered no lecture room to hear, no gymnasium to converse, he had got some measure of education, and something to tell of to his grandchildren. But Plato is not the only sage, nor the sight of him the only lesson to be learned in this wonderful suburb. It is the region and the realm of philosophy. Colleges were the inventions of many centuries later, and they imply a sort of cloistered life, or at least a life of rule, scarcely natural to an Athenian. It was the boast of the philosophic statesman of Athens, that his countrymen achieved by the mere force of nature and the love of the noble and the great, what other people aimed at by laborious discipline, and all who came among them were submitted to the same method of education. We have traced our student on his wanderings from the Acropolis to the Sacred Way, and now he is in the region of the schools. No awful arch, no window of many-colored lights marks the seats of learning there or elsewhere. Philosophy lives out of doors. No close atmosphere oppresses the brain or inflames the eyelid, no long session stiffens the limbs. Epicurus is reclining in his garden, Zeno looks like a divinity in his porch, the restless Aristotle, on the other side of the city, as if in antagonism to Plato, is walking his pupils off their legs in his lyceum by the Ilissus. Our student has determined on entering himself as a disciple of Theophrastus, a teacher of marvelous popularity, who has brought together 2,000 pupils from all parts of the world. He himself is of Lesbos, for masters, as well as students, come hither from all regions of the earth, as befits a university. How could Athens have collected hearers in such numbers, unless she had selected teachers of such power? It was the range of territory, which the notion of a university implies, which furnished both the quantity of the one, and the quality of the other. Anaxagoras was from Ionia, Carnides from Africa, Zeno from Cyprus, Protagoras from Thrace, and Gorgias from Sicily. Andromaeus was a Syrian, Proesius an Armenian, Hilarus a Bithynian, Philiscus a Thessalian, Hadrian a Syrian. Rome is celebrated for her liberality in civil matters. Athens was as liberal in intellectual. There was no narrow jealousy directed against a professor, because he was not an Athenian. Genius and talent were the qualifications, and to bring them to Athens was to do homage to it as a university. There was a brotherhood and a citizenship of mind. Mind came first, and was the foundation of the academical polity, but it soon brought along with it, and gathered round itself, the gifts of fortune and the prizes of life. As time went on, wisdom was not always sentenced to the bare cloak of Cleanthes, but beginning in rags, it ended in fine linen. The professors became honorable and rich, and the students ranged themselves under their names, and were proud of calling themselves their countrymen. The university was divided into 4 great nations, as the medieval antiquarian would style them, and in the middle of the 4th century, Proesius was the leader or proctor of the Attic, Hephaestion of the Oriental, Epiphanius of the Arabic, and Diophantus of the Pontic. Thus the professors were both patrons of clients, and hosts and proxeni of strangers and visitors, as well as masters of the schools, and the Cappadocian, Syrian, or Sicilian youth who came to one or other of them, would be encouraged to study by his protection, and to aspire by his example. Even Plato, when the schools of Athens were not 100 years old, was in circumstances to enjoy the otium cum dignitate. He had a villa out at Heraclea, and he left his patrimony to his school, in whose hands it remained, not only safe, but fructifying, a marvelous phenomenon in tumultuous Greece, for the long space of 800 years. Epicurus too had the property of the gardens where he lectured, and these too became the property of his sect. But in Roman times the chairs of grammar, rhetoric, politics, and the 4 philosophies, were handsomely endowed by the state. Some of the professors were themselves statesmen or high functionaries, and brought to their favorite study senatorial rank or Asiatic opulence. Patrons such as these can compensate to the freshman, in whom we have interested ourselves, for the poorness of his lodging and the turbulence of his companions. In everything there is a better side and a worse, in every place a disreputable set and a respectable, and the one is hardly known at all to the other. Men come away from the same university at this day, with contradictory impressions and contradictory statements, according to the society they have found there. If you believe the one, nothing goes on there as it should be. If you believe the other, nothing goes on as it should not. Virtue, however, and decency are at least in the minority everywhere, and under some sort of a cloud or disadvantage, and this being the case, it is so much gain whenever an Herod's Atticus is found, to throw the influence of wealth and station on the side even of a decorous philosophy. A consular man, and the heir of an ample fortune, this Herod was content to devote his life to a professorship, and his fortune to the patronage of literature. He gave the sophist Polemo about £8,000, as the sum is calculated, for 3 declamations. He built at Athens a stadium 600 feet long, entirely of white marble, and capable of admitting the whole population. His theatre, erected to the memory of his wife, was made of cedar wood curiously carved. He had 2 villas, one at Marathon, the place of his birth, about 10 miles from Athens, the other at Cephissia, at the distance of 6, and thither he drew to him the elite, and at times the whole body of the students. Long arcades, groves of trees, clear pools for the bath, delighted and recruited the summer visitor. Never was so brilliant a lecture room as his evening banqueting hall. Highly connected students from Rome mixed with the sharp-witted provincial of Greece or Asia Minor, and the flippant sciolist, and the nondescript visitor, half philosopher, half tramp, met with a reception, courteous always, but suitable to his deserts. Herod was noted for his repartees, and we have instances on record of his setting down, according to the emergency, both the one and the other. A high line, though a rarer one, was that allotted to the youthful Basil. He was one of those men who seem by a sort of fascination to draw others around them even without wishing it. One might have deemed that his gravity and his reserve would have kept them at a distance, but, almost in spite of himself, he was the center of a knot of youths, who, pagans as most of them were, used Athens honestly for the purpose for which they professed to seek it, and, disappointed and displeased with the place himself, he seems nevertheless to have been the means of their profiting by its advantages. One of these was Sophronius, who afterwards held a high office in the state. Eusebius was another, at that time the bosom friend of Sophronius, and afterwards a bishop. Celsus too is named, who afterwards was raised to the government of Cilicia by the Emperor Julian. Julian himself, in the sequel of unhappy memory, was then at Athens, and known at least to Saint Gregory. Another Julian is also mentioned, who was afterwards commissioner of the land tax. Here we have a glimpse of the better kind of society among the students of Athens, and it is to the credit of the parties composing it, that such young men as Gregory and Basil, men as intimately connected with Christianity, as they were well known in the world, should hold so high a place in their esteem and love. When the 2 saints were departing, their companions came around them with the hope of changing their purpose. Basil persevered, but Gregory relented, and turned back to Athens for a season. The Study of Poetry by Matthew Arnold. Introductory note: Matthew Arnold was the son of the well-known English schoolmaster, Thomas Arnold of Rugby. He was born at Laleham in 1822, and went to school at Winchester and Rugby. Going up to Balliol College, Oxford, in 1841, he won a scholarship, took the Newdigate Prize for English Verse, and was elected Fellow of Oriel in 1845. After some years as a private secretary, he became an inspector of schools and performed the routine duties of this office for 35 years. For 10 years he was professor of poetry at Oxford, and in 1883–84 he lectured in America. He died in 1888. Arnold is notable among modern men of letters as being almost equally distinguished in poetry and prose. His poetical work belongs to the earlier part of his career, and was practically finished by 1867. At the time of its first publication it appealed to only a narrow public, but it rose steadily in esteem through Arnold's life, though he ceased to add to it, and now many critics hold that it will outlive his prose. The best of it is refined in feeling, lofty in thought, and exquisite in expression, its prevailing note, a subdued melancholy. In prose Arnold wrote on many themes, educational, social, political, and, especially, literary and religious. His attacks on dogmatic Christianity promise to be the most short-lived of his works, and perhaps deservedly so, as here Arnold was dealing with technical matters in which he was not an expert. In literary criticism he has been and still is a vital influence, urging especially the value of an outlook over the literatures of other countries and the cultivating of an intimacy with the great classics of the past. In the following essay on the study of poetry, one of the most famous of his utterances, there may be found exemplified his characteristically vivacious and memorable style, his delicate appreciations brilliantly and precisely expressed, his concrete and persuasive argument. Perhaps no single critical document of our time has contributed so many phrases to the current literary vocabulary, or has stimulated so many readers to the use of lofty and definite standards of judgment. The study of poetry. 1. The future of poetry is immense, because in poetry, where it is worthy of its high destinies, our race, as time goes on, will find an ever surer and surer stay. There is not a creed which is not shaken, not an accredited dogma which is not shown to be questionable, not a received tradition which does not threaten to dissolve. Our religion has materialized itself in the fact, in the supposed fact, it has attached its emotion to the fact, and now the fact is failing it. But for poetry the idea is everything, the rest is a world of illusion, of divine illusion. Poetry attaches its emotion to the idea is the fact. The strongest part of our religion today is its unconscious poetry. Let me be permitted to quote these words of my own, as uttering the thought which should, in my opinion, go with us and govern us in all our study of poetry. In the present work it is the course of one great contributory stream to the world river of poetry that we are invited to follow. We are here invited to trace the stream of English poetry. But whether we set ourselves, as here, to follow only one of the several streams that make the mighty river of poetry, or whether we seek to know them all, our governing thought should be the same. We should conceive of poetry worthily, and more highly than it has been the custom to conceive of it. We should conceive of it as capable of higher uses, and called to higher destinies, than those which in general men have assigned to it hitherto. More and more mankind will discover that we have to turn to poetry to interpret life for us, to console us, to sustain us. Without poetry, our science will appear incomplete, and most of what now passes with us for religion and philosophy will be replaced by poetry. Science, I say, will appear incomplete without it. For finely and truly does Wordsworth call poetry the impassioned expression which is in the countenance of all science, and what is a countenance without its expression? Again, Wordsworth finely and truly calls poetry the breath and finer spirit of all knowledge, our religion, parading evidences such as those on which the popular mind relies now, our philosophy, pluming itself on its reasonings about causation and finite and infinite being. What are they but the shadows and dreams and false shows of knowledge? The day will come when we shall wonder at ourselves for having trusted to them, for having taken them seriously, and the more we perceive their hollowness, the more we shall prize the breath and finer spirit of knowledge offered to us by poetry. But if we conceive thus highly of the destinies of poetry, we must also set our standard for poetry high, since poetry, to be capable of fulfilling such high destinies, must be poetry of a high order of excellence. We must accustom ourselves to a high standard and to a strict judgment. Saint Beuve relates that Napoleon one day said, when somebody was spoken of in his presence as a charlatan, "Charlatan as much as you please, but where is there not charlatanism?" Yes, answers Saint Beuve, in politics, in the art of governing mankind, that is perhaps true. But in the order of thought, in art, the glory, the eternal honor is that charlatanism shall find no entrance. Herein lies the inviolableness of that noble portion of man's being. It is admirably said, and let us hold fast to it. In poetry, which is thought and art in one, it is the glory, the eternal honor, that charlatanism shall find no entrance, that this noble sphere be kept inviolate and inviolable. Charlatanism is for confusing or obliterating the distinctions between excellent and inferior, sound and unsound or only half sound, true and untrue or only half true. It is charlatanism, conscious or unconscious, whenever we confuse or obliterate these. And in poetry, more than anywhere else, it is impermissible to confuse or obliterate them. For in poetry the distinction between excellent and inferior, sound and unsound or only half sound, true and untrue or only half true, is of paramount importance. It is of paramount importance because of the high destinies of poetry. In poetry, as in criticism of life under the conditions fixed for such a criticism by the laws of poetic truth and poetic beauty, the spirit of our race will find, we have said, as time goes on and as other helps fail, its consolation and stay. But the consolation and stay will be of power in proportion to the power of the criticism of life. And the criticism of life will be of power in proportion as the poetry conveying it is excellent rather than inferior, sound rather than unsound or half sound, true rather than untrue or half-true. The best poetry is what we want. The best poetry will be found to have a power of forming, sustaining, and delighting us, as nothing else can. A clearer, deeper sense of the best in poetry, and of the strength and joy to be drawn from it, is the most precious benefit which we can gather from a poetical collection such as the present. And yet in the very nature and conduct of such a collection there is inevitably something which tends to obscure in us the consciousness of what our benefit should be, and to distract us from the pursuit of it. We should therefore steadily set it before our minds at the outset, and should compel ourselves to revert constantly to the thought of it as we proceed. Yes, constantly in reading poetry, a sense for the best, the really excellent, and of the strength and joy to be drawn from it, should be present in our minds and should govern our estimate of what we read. But this real estimate, the only true one, is liable to be superseded, if we are not watchful, by two other kinds of estimate, the historic estimate and the personal estimate, both of which are fallacious. A poet or a poem may count to us historically, they may count to us on grounds personal to ourselves, and they may count to us really. They may count to us historically. The course of development of a nation's language, thought, and poetry, is profoundly interesting, and by regarding a poet's work as a stage in this course of development we may easily bring ourselves to make it of more importance as poetry than in itself it really is. We may come to use a language of quite exaggerated praise in criticizing it, in short, to overrate it. So arises in our poetic judgments the fallacy caused by the estimate which we may call historic. Then, again, a poet or poem may count to us on grounds personal to ourselves. Our personal affinities, likings and circumstances, have great power to sway our estimate of this or that poet's work, and to make us attach more importance to it as poetry than in itself it really possesses, because to us it is, or has been, of high importance. Here also we overrate the object of our interest, and apply to it a language of praise which is quite exaggerated. And thus we get the source of a second fallacy in our poetic judgments, the fallacy caused by an estimate which we may call personal. Both fallacies are natural. It is evident how naturally the study of the history and development of poetry may incline a man to pause over reputations and works once conspicuous but now obscure, and to quarrel with a careless public for skipping, in obedience to mere tradition and habit, from one famous name or work in its national poetry to another, ignorant of what it misses, and of the reason for keeping what it keeps, and of the whole process of growth in its poetry. The French have become diligent students of their own early poetry, which they long neglected. The study makes many of them dissatisfied with their so-called classical poetry, the court tragedy of the 17th century. A poetry which Pelagin long ago reproached with its want of the true poetic stamp, with its politesse sterile et rampant, but which nevertheless has reigned in France as absolutely as if it had been the perfection of classical poetry indeed. The dissatisfaction is natural, yet a lively and accomplished critic, M. Charles de Héricault, the editor of Clement Marot, goes too far when he says that the cloud of glory playing round a classic is a mist as dangerous to the future of a literature as it is intolerable for the purposes of history. It hinders, he goes on, it hinders us from seeing more than one single point, the culminating and exceptional point, the summary, fictitious and arbitrary, of a thought and of a work. It substitutes a halo for a physiognomy, it puts a statue where there was once a man, and hiding from us all trace of the labor, the attempts, the weaknesses, the failures. It claims not study but veneration, it does not show us how the thing is done, it imposes upon us a model. Above all, for the historian this creation of classic personages is inadmissible, for it withdraws the poet from his time, from his proper life, it breaks historical relationships, it blinds criticism by conventional admiration, and renders the investigation of literary origins unacceptable. It gives us a human personage no longer but a god seated immovable amidst his perfect work, like Jupiter on Olympus, and hardly will it be possible for the young student to whom such work is exhibited at such a distance from him, to believe that it did not issue ready-made from that divine head. All this is brilliantly and tellingly said, but we must plead for a distinction. Everything depends on the reality of a poet's classic character. If he is a dubious classic, let us sift him, if he is a false classic, let us explode him. But if he is a real classic, if his work belongs to the class of the very best, for this is the true and right meaning of the word classic, classical, then the great thing for us is to feel and enjoy his work as deeply as ever we can, and to appreciate the wide difference between it and all work which has not the same high character. This is what is salutary, this is what is formative, this is the great benefit to be got from the study of poetry. Everything which interferes with it, which hinders it, is injurious. True, we must read our classic with open eyes, and not with eyes blinded with superstition. We must perceive when his work comes short, when it drops out of the class of the very best, and we must rate it, in such cases, at its proper value. But the use of this negative criticism is not in itself, it is entirely in its enabling us to have a clearer sense and a deeper enjoyment of what is truly excellent. To trace the labor, the attempts, the weaknesses, the failures of a genuine classic, to acquaint oneself with his time and his life and his historical relationships, is mere literary dilettanteism unless it has that clear sense and deeper enjoyment for its end. It may be said that the more we know about a classic the better we shall enjoy him, and, if we lived as long as Methuselah and had all of us heads of perfect clearness and wills of perfect steadfastness, this might be true in fact as it is plausible in theory. But the case here is much the same as the case with the Greek and Latin studies of our schoolboys. The elaborate philological groundwork which we require them to lay is in theory an admirable preparation for appreciating the Greek and Latin authors worthily. The more thoroughly we lay the groundwork, the better we shall be able, it may be said, to enjoy the authors. True, if time were not so short, and schoolboys' wits not so soon tired and their power of attention exhausted, only, as it is, the elaborate philological preparation goes on, but the authors are little known and less enjoyed. So with the investigator of historic origins in poetry. He ought to enjoy the true classic all the better for his investigations. He often is distracted from the enjoyment of the best, and with the less good he overabuses himself, and is prone to overrate it in proportion to the trouble which it has cost him. The idea of tracing historic origins and historical relationships cannot be absent from a compilation like the present. And naturally the poets to be exhibited in it will be assigned to those persons for exhibition who are known to prize them highly, rather than to those who have no special inclination towards them. Moreover, the very occupation with an author, and the business of exhibiting him, disposes us to affirm and amplify his importance. In the present work, therefore, we are sure of frequent temptation to adopt the historic estimate, or the personal estimate, and to forget the real estimate, which latter, nevertheless, we must employ if we are to make poetry yield us its full benefit. So high is that benefit, the benefit of clearly feeling and of deeply enjoying the really excellent, the truly classic in poetry, that we do well, I say, to set it fixedly before our minds as our object in studying poets and poetry, and to make the desire of attaining it the one principle to which, as the Imitation says, whatever we may read or come to know, we always return. Cum multa legerisset conjuveris, ad unum semper apport et redia principium. The historic estimate is likely in especial to affect our judgment and our language when we are dealing with ancient poets, the personal estimate when we are dealing with poets our contemporaries, or at any rate modern. The exaggerations due to the historic estimate are not in themselves, perhaps, of very much gravity. Their report hardly enters the general ear, probably they do not always impose even on the literary men who adopt them. But they lead to a dangerous abuse of language. So we hear Seedman, amongst our own poets, compared to Milton. I have already noticed the enthusiasm of one accomplished French critic for historic origins. Another eminent French critic, M. Vité, comments upon that famous document of the early poetry of his nation, the Chanson de Roland. It is indeed a most interesting document. The joculator or jongleur Taillefer, who was with William the Conqueror's army at Hastings, marched before the Norman troops, so said the tradition, singing of Charlemagne and of Roland and of Oliver, and of the vassals who died at Roncesvalles, and it is suggested that in the Chanson de Roland by one Turoldus or Thorold, a poem preserved in a manuscript of the 12th century in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, we have certainly the matter, perhaps even some of the words, of the chant which Taillefer sang. The poem has vigor and freshness, it is not without pathos. But M. Vité is not satisfied with seeing in it a document of some poetic value, and of very high historic and linguistic value. He sees in it a grand and beautiful work, a monument of epic genius. In its general design he finds the grandiose conception, in its details he finds the constant union of simplicity with greatness, which are the marks, he truly says, of the genuine epic, and distinguish it from the artificial epic of literary ages. One thinks of Homer. This is the sort of praise which is given to Homer, and justly given. Higher praise there cannot well be, and it is the praise due to epic poetry of the highest order only, and to no other. Let us try, then, the Chanson de Roland at its best. Roland, mortally wounded, lay himself down under a pine tree, with his face turned towards Spain and the enemy. De plusieurs choses a remember a prist, de tant terres cum libes conquist, de dulce France, des humes de son ligne, de Carlomagne son sena qui el narit. 2. That is primitive work, I repeat, with an undeniable poetic quality of its own. It deserves such praise, and such praise is sufficient for it. But now turn to Homer, fragment of Homer's Iliad, 3, fragment of Homer's Iliad, 3, we are here in another world, another order of poetry altogether. Here is rightly due such supreme praise as that which M. Vitae gives to the Chanson de Roland. If our words are to have any meaning, if our judgments are to have any solidity, we must not heap that supreme praise upon poetry of an order immeasurably inferior. Indeed, there can be no more useful help for discovering what poetry belongs to the class of the truly excellent, and can therefore do us most good, than to have always in one's mind lines and expressions of the great masters, and to apply them as a touchstone to other poetry. Of course we are not to require this other poetry to resemble them. It may be very dissimilar. But if we have any tact we shall find them, when we have lodged them well in our minds, an infallible touchstone for detecting the presence or absence of high poetic quality, and also the degree of this quality, in all other poetry which we may place beside them. Short passages, even single lines, will serve our turn quite sufficiently. Take the 2 lines which I have just quoted from Homer, the poet's comment on Helen's mention of her brothers, or take his fragment of Homer's Iliad, 4, fragment of Homer's Iliad, 4, the address of Zeus to the horses of Peleus, or take finally his fragment of Homer's Iliad, 5. Fragment of Homer's Iliad, 5. The words of Achilles to Priam, a suppliant before him. Take that incomparable line and a half of Dante, Ugolino's tremendous words, Io no piangeva, si dentro impietrai. Piangevan elli. 6. Take the lovely words of Beatrice to Virgil, Io son fata the Dio, suamus, tale, che la vostra miseria non mi tange, ne fiamma di esto incendio non emasale. 7. Take the simple, but perfect, single line, in la sua volonté di nostra pace. 8. Take of Shakespeare a line or 2 of Henry IV's expostulation with sleep. Wilt thou upon the high and giddy mast seal up the ship-boy's eyes, and rock his brains in cradle of the rude imperious surge, and take, as well, Hamlet's dying request to Horatio, if thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. Take of Milton that Miltonic passage, dark and so, yet shone above them all the archangel, but his face deep scars of thunder had entrenched, and care sat on his faded cheek at 2 such lines as, and courage never to submit or yield, and what is else not to be overcome, and finish with the exquisite close to the loss of Proserpine, the loss which cost Ceres all that pain to seek her through the world. These few lines, if we have tact and can use them, are enough even of themselves to keep clear and sound our judgments about poetry, to save us from fallacious estimates of it, to conduct us to a real estimate. The specimens I have quoted differ widely from one another, but they have in common this, the possession of the very highest poetical quality. If we are thoroughly penetrated by their power, we shall find that we have acquired a sense enabling us, whatever poetry may be laid before us, to feel the degree in which a high poetical quality is present or wanting there. Critics give themselves great labor to draw out what in the abstract constitutes the characters of a high quality of poetry. It is much better simply to have recourse to concrete examples, to take specimens of poetry of the very highest quality, and to say, the characters of a high quality of poetry are what is expressed there. They are far better recognized by being felt in the verse of the master, than by being perused in the prose of the critic. Nevertheless, if we are urgently pressed to give some critical account of them, we may safely, perhaps, venture on laying down, not indeed how and why the characters arise, but where and in what they arise. They are in the matter and substance of the poetry, and they are in its manner and style. Both of these, the substance and matter on the one hand, the style and manner on the other, have a mark, an accent, of high beauty, worth, and power. But if we are asked to define this mark and accent in the abstract, our answer must be, no, for we should thereby be darkening the question, not clearing it. The mark and accent are as given by the substance and matter of that poetry, by the style and manner of that poetry, and of all other poetry which is akin to it in quality. Only one thing we may add as to the substance and matter of poetry, guiding ourselves by Aristotle's profound observation that the superiority of poetry over history consists in its possessing a higher truth and a higher seriousness. Philosophotron che spaudeioteron. Let us add, therefore, to what we have said, this, that the substance and matter of the best poetry acquire their special character from possessing, in an eminent degree, truth and seriousness. We may add yet further, what is in itself evident, that to the style and manner of the best poetry their special character, their accent, is given by their diction, and, even yet more, by their movement. And though we distinguish between the two characters, the two accents, of superiority, yet they are nevertheless vitally connected one with the other. The superior character of truth and seriousness, in the matter and substance of the best poetry, is inseparable from the superiority of diction and movement marking its style and manner. The two superiorities are closely related, and are in steadfast proportion one to the other. So far as high poetic truth and seriousness are wanting to a poet's matter and substance, so far also, we may be sure, will a high poetic stamp of diction and movement be wanting to his style and manner. In proportion as this high stamp of diction and movement, again, is absent from a poet's style and manner, we shall find, also, that high poetic truth and seriousness are absent from his substance and matter. So stated, these are but dry generalities, their whole force lies in their application. And I could wish every student of poetry to make the application of them for himself. Made by himself, the application would impress itself upon his mind far more deeply than made by me. Neither will my limits allow me to make any full application of the generalities above propounded, but in the hope of bringing out, at any rate, some significance in them, and of establishing an important principle more firmly by their means, I will, in the space which remains to me, follow rapidly from the commencement the course of our English poetry with them in my view. Once more I return to the early poetry of France, with which our own poetry, in its origins, is indissolubly connected. In the 12th and 13th centuries, that seed time of all modern language and literature, the poetry of France had a clear predominance in Europe. Of the two divisions of that poetry, its productions in the Langue d'Oil and its productions in the Langue d'Oc, the poetry of the Langue d'Oc, of southern France, of the troubadours, is of importance because of its effect on Italian literature, the first literature of modern Europe to strike the true and grand note, and to bring forth, as in Dante and Petrarch it brought forth, classics. But the predominance of French poetry in Europe, during the 12th and 13th centuries, is due to its poetry of the Langue d'Oil, the poetry of northern France and of the tongue which is now the French language. In the 12th century the bloom of this Romance poetry was earlier and stronger in England, at the court of our Anglo-Norman kings, than in France itself. But it was a bloom of French poetry, and as our native poetry formed itself, it formed itself out of this. The Romance poems which took possession of the heart and imagination of Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries are French. They are, as Southey justly says, the pride of French literature, nor have we anything which can be placed in competition with them. Themes were supplied from all quarters, but the Romance setting which was common to them all, and which gained the ear of Europe, was French. This constituted for the French poetry, literature, and language, at the height of the Middle Age, an unchallenged predominance. The Italian Brunetto Latini, the master of Dante, wrote his treasure in French because, he says, la parole en est plus delectable plus communate auts gens. In the same century, the 13th, the French Romance writer, Christian of Troyes, formulates the claims, in Chivalry and Letters, of France, his native country, as follows: Or vous êtes passé livre Apris, que gressot de chevalerie le premier lossit de clergy, puis vint chevalerie Rome, it de la clergy la somme, qui orist en France venu. Dixtuinst question li soit retenu, it que li lose liabilis tant que de France enis l1 qui essayist aristi. Now by this book you will learn that first Greece had the renown for chivalry and letters, then chivalry and the primacy in letters passed to Rome, and now it is come to France. God grant it may be kept there, and that the place may please it so well, that the honor which has come to make stay in France may never depart thence. Yet it is now all gone. This French Romance poetry, of which the weight of substance and the power of style are not unfairly represented by this extract from Christian of Troyes. Only by means of the historic estimate can we persuade ourselves not to think that any of it is of poetical importance. But in the 14th century there comes an Englishman nourished on this poetry, taught his trade by this poetry, getting words, rhyme, meter from this poetry, for even of that stanza which the Italians used, and which Chaucer derived immediately from the Italians, the basis and suggestion was probably given in France. Chaucer, I have already named him, fascinated his contemporaries, but so too did Christian of Troyes and Wolfram of Eschenbach. Chaucer's power of fascination, however, is enduring. His poetical importance does not need the assistance of the historic estimate, it is real. He is a genuine source of joy and strength, which is flowing still for us and will flow always. He will be read, as time goes on, far more generally than he is read now. His language is a cause of difficulty for us, but so also, and I think in quite as great a degree, is the language of Burns. In Chaucer's case, as in that of Burns, it is a difficulty to be unhesitatingly accepted and overcome. If we ask ourselves wherein consists the immense superiority of Chaucer's poetry over the Romance poetry, why it is that in passing from this to Chaucer we suddenly feel ourselves to be in another world, we shall find that his superiority is both in the substance of his poetry and in the style of his poetry. His superiority in substance is given by his large, free, simple, clear yet kindly view of human life, so unlike the total want, in the Romance poets, of all intelligent command of it. Chaucer has not their helplessness, he has gained the power to survey the world from a central, a truly human point of view. We have only to call to mind the prologue to the Canterbury Tales. The right comment upon it is Dryden's. It is sufficient to say, according to the proverb, that here is God's plenty. And again, he is a perpetual fountain of good sense. It is by a large, free, sound representation of things, that poetry, this high criticism of life, has truth of substance, and Chaucer's poetry has truth of substance. Of his style and manner, if we think first of the Romance poetry and then of Chaucer's divine liquidness of diction, his divine fluidity of movement, it is difficult to speak temperately. They are irresistible, and justify all the rapture with which his successors speak of his gold dewdrops of speech. Johnson misses the point entirely when he finds fault with Dryden for ascribing to Chaucer the first refinement of our numbers, and says that Gower also can show smooth numbers and easy rhymes. The refinement of our numbers means something far more than this. A nation may have versifiers with smooth numbers and easy rhymes, and yet may have no real poetry at all. Chaucer is the father of our splendid English poetry. He is our well of English undefiled because by the lovely charm of his diction, the lovely charm of his movement, he makes an epoch and founds a tradition. In Spenser, Shakespeare, Milton, Keats, we can follow the tradition of the liquid diction, the fluid movement of Chaucer, At one time it is his liquid diction of which in these poets we feel the virtue, and at another time it is his fluid movement. And the virtue is irresistible. Bounded as is my space, I must yet find room for an example of Chaucer's virtue, as I have given examples to show the virtue of the great classics. I feel disposed to say that a single line is enough to show the charm of Chaucer's verse, that merely one line like this, O martyr suited, 9, in virginity, has a virtue of manner and movement such as we shall not find in all the verse of romance poetry, but this is saying nothing. The virtue is such as we shall not find, perhaps, in all English poetry, outside the poets whom I have named as the special inheritors of Chaucer's tradition. A single line, however, is too little if we have not the strain of Chaucer's verse well in our memory. Let us take a stanza. It is from the Prioress's Tale, the story of the Christian child murdered in a jury. My throat is cut unto my neck bone, said this child, and as by way of kindie I should have died, yet, long time agone, but Jesu Christ, as ye in books findie, will that his glory last and be in mindy, and for the worship of his mother dear yet may I sing O Alma loud and clear. Wordsworth has modernized this tale, and to feel how delicate and evanescent is the charm of verse, we have only to read Wordsworth's first 3 lines of this stanza after Chaucer's, My throat is cut unto the bone, I trow, said this young child, and by the law of kind I should have died, yet, many hours ago. The charm is departed. It is often said that the power of liquidness and fluidity in Chaucer's verse was dependent upon a free, a licentious dealing with language, such as is now impossible, upon a liberty, such as Burns too enjoyed, of making words like neck, bird, into a dissyllable by adding to them, and words like cause, rhyme, into a dissyllable by sounding the e mute. It is true that Chaucer's fluidity is conjoined with this liberty, and is admirably served by it, but we ought not to say that it was dependent upon it. It was dependent upon his talent. Other poets with a like liberty do not attain to the fluidity of Chaucer. Burns himself does not attain to it. Poets, again, who have a talent akin to Chaucer's, such as Shakespeare or Keats, have known how to attain his fluidity without the like liberty. And yet Chaucer is not one of the great classics. His poetry transcends and effaces, easily and without effort, all the romance poetry of Catholic Christendom. It transcends and effaces all the English poetry contemporary with it. It transcends and effaces all the English poetry subsequent to it down to the age of Elizabeth. Of such avail is poetic truth of substance, in its natural and necessary union with poetic truth of style. And yet, I say, Chaucer is not one of the great classics. He has not their accent. What is wanting to him is suggested by the mere mention of the name of the first great classic of Christendom, the immortal poet who died 80 years before Chaucer, Dante. The accent of such verse as in La sua volonté di nostra pace is altogether beyond Chaucer's reach. We praise him, but we feel that this accent is out of the question for him. It may be said that it was necessarily out of the reach of any poet in the England of that stage of growth. Possibly, but we are to adopt a real, not a historic estimate of poetry. However we may account for its absence, something is wanting, then, to the poetry of Chaucer, which poetry must have before it can be placed in the glorious class of the best. And there is no doubt what that something is. It is the spoudeiotes, the high and excellent seriousness, which Aristotle assigns as one of the grand virtues of poetry. The substance of Chaucer's poetry, his view of things and his criticism of life, has largeness, freedom, shrewdness, benignity, but it has not this high seriousness. Homer's criticism of life has it, Dante's has it, Shakespeare's has it. It is this chiefly which gives to our spirits what they can rest upon, and with the increasing demands of our modern ages upon poetry, this virtue of giving us what we can rest upon will be more and more highly esteemed. A voice from the slums of Paris, 50 or 60 years after Chaucer, the voice of poor Villon out of his life of riot and crime, has at its happy moments, as, for instance, in the last stanza of La Belle Heloise, 10, more of this important poetic virtue of seriousness than all the productions of Chaucer. But its apparition in Villon, and in men like Villon, is fitful. The greatness of the great poets, the power of their criticism of life, is that their virtue is sustained. To our praise, therefore, of Chaucer as a poet there must be this limitation: he lacks the high seriousness of the great classics, and therewith an important part of their virtue. Still, the main fact for us to bear in mind about Chaucer is his sterling value according to that real estimate which we firmly adopt for all poets. He has poetic truth of substance, though he has not high poetic seriousness, and corresponding to his truth of substance he has an exquisite virtue of style and manner. With him is born our real poetry. For my present purpose I need not dwell on our Elizabethan poetry, or on the continuation and close of this poetry in Milton. We all of us profess to be agreed in the estimate of this poetry, we all of us recognize it as great poetry, our greatest, and Shakespeare and Milton as our poetical classics. The real estimate, here, has universal currency. With the next age of our poetry divergency and difficulty begin. An historic estimate of that poetry has established itself, and the question is, whether it will be found to coincide with the real estimate. The age of Dryden, together with our whole 18th century which followed it, sincerely believed itself to have produced poetical classics of its own, and even to have made advance, in poetry, beyond all its predecessors. Dryden regards as not seriously disputable the opinion that the sweetness of English verse was never understood or practiced by our fathers. Cowley could see nothing at all in Chaucer's poetry. Dryden heartily admired it, and, as we have seen, praised its matter admirably, but of its exquisite manner and movement all he can find to say is that there is the rude sweetness of a Scotch tune in it, which is natural and pleasing, though not perfect. Addison, wishing to praise Chaucer's numbers, compares them with Dryden's own. And all through the 18th century, and down even into our own times, the stereotyped phrase of approbation for good verse found in our early poetry has been, that it even approached the verse of Dryden, Addison, Pope, and Johnson. Are Dryden and Pope poetical classics? Is the historic estimate, which represents them as such, and which has been so long established that it cannot easily give way, the real estimate? Wordsworth and Coleridge, as is well known, denied it, but the authority of Wordsworth and Coleridge does not weigh much with the young generation, and there are many signs to show that the 18th century and its judgments are coming into favor again. Are the favorite poets of the 18th century classics? It is impossible within my present limits to discuss the question fully. And what man of letters would not shrink from seeming to dispose dictatorially of the claims of two men who are, at any rate, such masters in letters as Dryden and Pope, two men of such admirable talent, both of them, and one of them, Dryden, a man, on all sides, of such energetic and genial power. And yet, if we are to gain the full benefit from poetry, we must have the real estimate of it. I cast about for some mode of arriving, in the present case, at such an estimate without offense. And perhaps the best way is to begin, as it is easy to begin, with cordial praise. When we find Chapman, the Elizabethan translator of Homer, expressing himself in his preface thus, though truth in her very nakedness sits in so deep a pit, that from Gades to Aurora and Ganges few eyes can sound her, I hope yet those few here will so discover and confirm that, the date being out of her darkness in this morning of our poet, he shall now gird his temples with the sun, we pronounce that such a prose is intolerable. When we find Milton writing, and long it was not after, when I was confirmed in this opinion, that he, who would not be frustrate of his hope to write well hereafter in laudable things, ought himself to be a true poem, we pronounce that such a prose has its own grandeur, but that it is obsolete and inconvenient. But when we find Dryden telling us, what Virgil wrote in the vigor of his age, in plenty and at ease, I have undertaken to translate in my declining years, struggling with wants, oppressed with sickness, curbed in my genius, liable to be misconstrued in all I write, then we exclaim that here at last we have the true English prose, a prose such as we would all gladly use if we only knew how. Yet Dryden was Milton's contemporary. But after the Restoration the time had come when our nation felt the imperious need of a fit prose. So, too, the time had likewise come when our nation felt the imperious need of freeing itself from the absorbing preoccupation which religion in the Puritan age had exercised. It was impossible that this freedom should be brought about without some negative excess, without some neglect and impairment of the religious life of the soul. And the spiritual history of the 18th century shows us that the freedom was not achieved without them. Still, the freedom was achieved, the preoccupation, an undoubtedly baneful and retarding one if it had continued, was got rid of. And as with religion amongst us at that period, so it was also with letters. A fit prose was a necessity, but it was impossible that a fit prose should establish itself amongst us without some touch of frost to the imaginative life of the soul. The needful qualities for a fit prose are regularity, uniformity, precision, balance. The men of letters, whose destiny it may be to bring their nation to the attainment of a fit prose, must of necessity, whether they work in prose or in verse, give a predominating, an almost exclusive attention to the qualities of regularity, uniformity, precision, balance. But an almost exclusive attention to these qualities involves some repression and silencing of poetry. We are to regard Dryden as the puissant and glorious founder, Pope as the splendid high priest, of our age of prose and reason, of our excellent and indispensable 18th century. For the purposes of their mission and destiny, their poetry, like their prose, is admirable. Do you ask me whether Dryden's verse, take it almost where you will, is not good? A milk-white hind, immortal and unchanged, fed on the lawns and in the forest ranged. I answer, admirable for the purposes of the inaugurator of an age of prose and reason. Do you ask me whether Pope's verse, take it almost where you will, is not good? To Hounslow Heath I point, and Banstead down, thence comes your mutton, and these chicks my own. I answer, admirable for the purposes of the high priest of an age of prose and reason. But do you ask me whether such verse proceeds from men with an adequate poetic criticism of life, from men whose criticism of life has a high seriousness, or even, without that high seriousness, has poetic largeness, freedom, insight, benignity? Do you ask me whether the application of ideas to life in the verse of these men, often a powerful application, no doubt, is a powerful poetic application? Do you ask me whether the poetry of these men has either the matter or the inseparable manner of such an adequate poetic criticism, whether it has the accent of absent thee from felicity a while, or of and what is else not to be overcome, or of O martyr suited in virginity? I answer, it has not and cannot have them. It is the poetry of the builders of an age of prose and reason. Though they may write in verse, though they may in a certain sense be masters of the art of versification, Dryden and Pope are not classics of our poetry, they are classics of our prose. Gray is our poetical classic of that literature and age. The position of Gray is singular, and demands a word of notice here. He has not the volume or the power of poets who, coming in times more favorable, have attained to an independent criticism of life. But he lived with the great poets, he lived, above all, with the Greeks, through perpetually studying and enjoying them, and he caught their poetic point of view for regarding life, caught their poetic manner. The point of view and the manner are not self-sprung in him, he caught them of others, and he had not the free and abundant use of them. But, whereas Addison and Pope never had the use of them, Gray had the use of them at times. He is the scantiest and frailest of classics in our poetry, but he is a classic. And now, after Gray, we are met, as we draw towards the end of the 18th century, we are met by the great name of Burns. We enter now on times where the personal estimate of poets begins to be rife, and where the real estimate of them is not reached without difficulty. But in spite of the disturbing pressures of personal partiality, of national partiality, let us try to reach a real estimate of the poetry of Burns. By his English poetry, Burns in general belongs to the 18th century, and has little importance for us. Mark ruffian violence, disdain with crimes, rousing elate in these degenerate times, view unsuspecting innocence a prey, as guileful fraud points out the erring way, while subtle litigation's pliant tongue the life-blood equal sucks of right and wrong. Evidently this is not the real Burns, or his name and fame would have disappeared long ago. Nor is Clarinda's love poet, Sylvander, the real Burns either. But he tells us himself, "These English songs gravel me to death. I have not the command of the language that I have of my native tongue. In fact, I think that my ideas are more barren in English than in Scotch. I have been at Duncan Gray to dress it in English, but all I can do is desperately stupid." We English turn naturally, in Burns, to the poems in our own language, because we can read them easily, but in those poems we have not the real Burns. The real Burns is of course in his Scotch poems. Let us boldly say that of much of this poetry, a poetry dealing perpetually with Scotch drink, Scotch religion, and Scotch manners, a Scotchman's estimate is apt to be personal. A Scotchman is used to this world of Scotch drink, Scotch religion, and Scotch manners, he has a tenderness for it, he meets its poet halfway. In this tender mood he reads pieces like The Holy Fair or Halloween. But this world of Scotch drink, Scotch religion, and Scotch manners is against a poet, not for him, when it is not a partial countryman who reads him, for in itself it is not a beautiful world, and no one can deny that it is of advantage to a poet to deal with a beautiful world. Burns's world of Scotch drink, Scotch religion, and Scotch manners, is often a harsh, a sordid, a repulsive world. Even the world of his Cotter's Saturday Night is not a beautiful world. No doubt a poet's criticism of life may have such truth and power that it triumphs over its world and delights us. Burns may triumph over his world, often he does triumph over his world, but let us observe how and where. Burns is the first case we have had where the bias of the personal estimate tends to mislead. Let us look at him closely, he can bear it. Many of his admirers will tell us that we have Burns, convivial, genuine, delightful, here, lays me on drink. It gives us mair than either school or college, it kindles wit, it welkens lear, it pangs us fu o knowledge. Bitty whiskey gill or penny wheep or one stronger potion, it never fails, on drinking deep, to kittle up our notion by night or day. There is a great deal of that sort of thing in Burns, and it is unsatisfactory, not because it is bacchanalian poetry, but because it has not that accent of sincerity which bacchanalian poetry, to do it justice, very often has. There is something in it of bravado, something which makes us feel that we have not the man speaking to us with his real voice, something, therefore, poetically unsound. With still more confidence will his admirers tell us that we have the genuine Burns, the great poet, when his strain asserts the independence, equality, dignity, of men, as in the famous song For That, and that, a prince can make a belted knight, a marquis, duke, and that, but an honest man's aboon his might, gid faith he mauna fa that. For that, and that, their dignities, and that, the pith o' sense, and pride o' worth, are higher rank than that. Here they find his grand, genuine touches, and still more, when this puissant genius, who so often set morality at defiance, falls moralizing, the sacred law o' weel-placed love luxuriantly indulge it, but never tempt th illicit rove, though nae a thing should divulge it. I waive the quantum o' the sin, the hazard o' concealing, but it hardens within, and petrifies the feeling. Or in a higher strain, who made the heart, 'tis he alone decidedly can try us, he knows each chord, its various tone, each spring, its various bias. Then at the balance let's be mute, we never can adjust it, what's done we partly may compute, but know not what's resisted. Or in a better strain yet, a strain, his admirers will say, unsurpassable, to make a happy fireside clim to weans and wife, that's the true pathos and sublime of human life. There is criticism of life for you, the admirers of Burns will say to us, there is the application of ideas to life. There is, undoubtedly. The doctrine of the last quoted lines coincides almost exactly with what was the aim and end, Xenophon tells us, of all the teaching of Socrates. And the application is a powerful one, made by a man of vigorous understanding, and, need I say, a master of language. But for supreme poetical success more is required than the powerful application of ideas to life. It must be an application under the conditions fixed by the laws of poetic truth and poetic beauty. Those laws fix as an essential condition, in the poet's treatment of such matters as are here in question, high seriousness, the high seriousness which comes from absolute sincerity. The accent of high seriousness, born of absolute sincerity, is what gives to such verse as in La sua volonté di nostra pace to such criticism of life as Dante's, its power. Is this accent felt in the passages which I have been quoting from Burns? Surely not. Surely, if our sense is quick, we must perceive that we have not in those passages a voice from the very inmost soul of the genuine Burns. He is not speaking to us from these depths, he is more or less preaching. And the compensation for admiring such passages less, from missing the perfect poetic accent in them, will be that we shall admire more the poetry where that accent is found. No, Burns, like Chaucer, comes short of the high seriousness of the great classics, and the virtue of matter and manner which goes with that high seriousness is wanting to his work. At moments he touches it in a profound and passionate melancholy, as in those four immortal lines taken by Byron as a motto for the Bride of Abydos, but which have in them a depth of poetic quality such as resides in no verse of Byron's own. Had we never loved Sae kindly, had we never loved Sae blindly, never met, or never parted, we had ne'er been broken-hearted. But a whole poem of that quality Burns cannot make. The rest, in the Farewell to Nancy, is verbiage. We arrive best at the real estimate of Burns, I think, by conceiving his work as having truth of matter and truth of manner, but not the accent or the poetic virtue of the highest masters. His genuine criticism of life, when the sheer poet in him speaks, is ironic. It is not, "Thou power supreme, whose mighty scheme these woes of mine fulfill, here firm I rest, they must be best because they are thy will." It is far rather, "Whistle o'er the levity." Yet we may say of him as of Chaucer, that of life and the world, as they come before him, his view is large, free, shrewd, benignant, truly poetic therefore, and his manner of rendering what he sees is to match. But we must note, at the same time, his great difference from Chaucer. The freedom of Chaucer is heightened, in Burns, by a fiery, reckless energy. The benignity of Chaucer deepens, in Burns, into an overwhelming sense of the pathos of things, of the pathos of human nature, the pathos, also, of non-human nature. Instead of the fluidity of Chaucer's manner, the manner of Burns has spring, boundless swiftness. Burns is by far the greater force, though he has perhaps less charm. The world of Chaucer is fairer, richer, more significant than that of Burns, but when the largeness and freedom of Burns get full sweep, as in Tam O'Shanter, or still more in that puissant and splendid production, The Jolly Beggars, his world may be what it will, his poetic genius triumphs over it. In the world of The Jolly Beggars there is more than hideousness and squalor, there is bestiality, yet the piece is a superb poetic success. It has a breadth, truth, and power which make the famous scene in Oyabaka's cellar, of Goethe's Faust, seem artificial and tame beside it, and which are only matched by Shakespeare and Aristophanes. Here, where his largeness and freedom serve him so admirably, and also in those poems and songs where to shrewdness he adds infinite archness and wit, and to benignity infinite pathos, where his manner is flawless, and a perfect poetic whole is the result, in things like the address to the mouse whose home he had ruined, in things like Duncan Gray, Tam Glen, Whistle and I'll Come to You My Lad, Auld Lang Syne. This list might be made much longer. Here we have the genuine Burns, of whom the real estimate must be high indeed. Not a classic, nor with the excellent spoudaiotes of the great classics, nor with a verse rising to a criticism of life and a virtue like theirs, but a poet with thorough truth of substance and an answering truth of style, giving us a poetry sound to the core. We all of us have a leaning towards the pathetic, and may be inclined perhaps to prize Burns most for his touches of piercing, sometimes almost intolerable, pathos, for verse like, "We twa hap hadel ti the burn from morning sun till dine, but sees between us braid ha raw dees in Auld Lang Syne where he is as lovely as he is sound." But perhaps it is by the perfection of soundness of his lighter and archer masterpieces that he is poetically most wholesome for us. For the votary misled by a personal estimate of Shelley, as so many of us have been, are, and will be, of that beautiful spirit building his many-colored haze of words and images pinnacled dim in the intense inane, no contact can be wholesomer than the contact with Burns at his archest and soundest. Side by side with the On the Brink of the Night and the Morning my coursers are wont to respire, but the earth has just whispered a warning that their flight must be swifter than fire of Prometheus unbound. How salutary, how very salutary, to place this from Tam Glen. My Minnie does constantly dev me and bids me beware o young men. They flatter, she says, to deceive me, but what can think Sao Tam Glen? But we enter on burning ground as we approach the poetry of time so near to us, poetry like that of Byron, Shelley, and Wordsworth, of which the estimates are so often not only personal, but personal with passion. For my purpose, it is enough to have taken the single case of Burns, the first poet we come to of whose work the estimate formed is evidently apt to be personal, and to have suggested how we may proceed, using the poetry of the great classics as a sort of touchstone, to correct this estimate, as we had previously corrected by the same means the historic estimate where we met with it. A collection like the present, with its succession of celebrated names and celebrated poems, offers a good opportunity to us for resolutely endeavoring to make our estimates of poetry real. I have sought to point out a method which will help us in making them so, and to exhibit it in use so far as to put anyone who likes in a way of applying it for himself. At any rate, the end to which the method and the estimate are designed to lead, and from leading to which, if they do lead to it, they get their whole value, the benefit of being able clearly to feel and deeply to enjoy the best, the truly classic, in poetry, is an end, let me say it once more at parting, of supreme importance. We are often told that an era is opening in which we are to see multitudes of a common sort of readers, and masses of a common sort of literature, that such readers do not want and could not relish anything better than such literature, and that to provide it is becoming a vast and profitable industry. Even if good literature entirely lost currency with the world, it would still be abundantly worthwhile to continue to enjoy it by oneself. But it never will lose currency with the world, in spite of monetary appearances, it never will lose supremacy. Currency and supremacy are ensured to it, not indeed by the world's deliberate and conscious choice, but by something far deeper, by the instinct of self-preservation in humanity. 1. Published in 1880 as the General Introduction to the English Poets edited by T. H. Ward. 2. Then began he to call many things to remembrance, all the lands which his valour conquered, and pleasant France, and the men of his lineage, and Charlemagne his liege lord who nourished him. Chanson de Roland 3. 939 to 942, 3. So said she, they long since in earth's soft arms were reposing, there, in their own dear land, their fatherland, Lacedaemon. Iliad 3. 243, 244, translated by Dr. Hawtrey. 4. Ah, unhappy pair, why gave we you to King Pelus, to a mortal? But ye are without old age, and immortal. Was it that with men born to misery ye might have sorrow? Iliad 17. 443 to 445, 5. Nay, and thou too, old man, in former days wast, as we hear, happy. Iliad Xiv. 543, 6. I wailed not, so of stone grew I within, they wailed. Inferno, XXXIII. 39, 40. 7. Of such sorteth God, thanked be his mercy, made me, that your misery toucheth me not, neither doth the flame of this fire strike me. Inferno 2. 91–93, 8. In his will is our peace. Paradiso 3. 85, 9. The French sued, sodet, fixed fast. 10. The name helmière is said to be derived from a headdress, helm, worn as a mark by courtesans. In Vian's ballad, a poor old creature of this class laments her days of youth and beauty. The last stanza of the ballad runs thus: Ainsi le bon temps regrettans internaus, pauvre vieilles sots, assises hers, acropitans, tout en unctas compellets, a petit feu de chainavots tostalumes, tostistantus. It jades fosm si mignots. Ainsi en prende maints it maints. Thus amongst ourselves we regret the good time, poor silly old things low seated on our heels, all in a heap like so many balls, by a little fire of hemp stalks, soon lighted, soon spent. And once we were such darlings. So fares it with many and many a one. Sesame and Lilies by John Ruskin. Introductory note: John Ruskin, 1819–1900, the greatest master of ornate prose in the English language, was born in London and educated at Oxford. He studied painting, and became a graceful and accurate draftsman, but he early transferred his main energies from the production to the criticism and teaching of art. In 1843 appeared the first volume of Modern Painters, and succeeding volumes continued to be published till it was completed by the fifth in 1860. The startling originality of this work, both in style and in the nature of its aesthetic theories, brought the author at once into prominence, though for some time he was more attacked than followed. Meanwhile he extended his scope to include other fields. In The Seven Lamps of Architecture, 1849, and The Stones of Venice, 1851–53, he applied his theories to architecture. In Pre-Raphaelitism, 1851, he came to the defense of the new school of art then beginning to agitate England. In Unto This Last, 1861, and many other writings he attacked the current political economy. In spite of the great variety of the themes of Ruskin's numerous volumes, there are to be found, underlying the eloquent argument, exposition, and exhortation of all, a few persistent principles. The application of these principles in one place is often inconsistent with that in another, and Ruskin frankly reversed his opinion with great frequency in successive editions of the same work. Yet he continued to use a dogmatic tone which is at once his strength and his weakness. The two lectures which constitute Sesame and Lilies deal ostensibly with the reading of books, but in characteristic fashion the author brings into the discussion his favorite ideas on ethics, aesthetics, economics, and many other subjects. It thus gives a fairly comprehensive idea of the nature of the widespread influence which he exerted on English life and thought during the whole of the second half of the 19th century. Its style also, in its earnestness, its richness, and its lofty eloquence, exemplifies the pitch to which he brought the tradition of the highly decorated prose cultivated by De Quincey in the previous generation, a pitch of gorgeousness in color and cadence which has been surpassed by none. Sesame and Lilies Lecture I, Sesame of King's Treasuries. 1. You shall each have a cake of sesame, and £10. Lucian, the fisherman. My first duty this evening is to ask your pardon for the ambiguity of title under which the subject of this lecture has been announced, for indeed I am not going to talk of kings, known as regnant, nor of treasuries, understood to contain wealth, but of quite another order of royalty, and another material of riches, than those usually acknowledged. I had even intended to ask your attention for a little while on trust, and, as sometimes one contrives, in taking a friend to see a favorite piece of scenery, to hide what I wanted most to show, with such imperfect cunning as I might, until we unexpectedly reached the best point of view by winding paths. But, and as also I have heard it said, by men practiced in public address, that hearers are never so much fatigued as by the endeavor to follow a speaker who gives them no clue to his purposes, I will take the slight mask off at once, and tell you plainly that I want to speak to you about the treasures hidden in books, and about the way we find them, and the way we lose them. A grave subject, you will say, and a wide one. Yes, so wide that I shall make no effort to touch the compass of it. I will try only to bring before you a few simple thoughts about reading, which press themselves upon me every day more deeply, as I watch the course of the public mind with respect to our daily enlarging means of education, and the answeringly wider spreading on the levels of the irrigation of literature. 2. It happens that I have practically some connection with schools for different classes of youth, and I receive many letters from parents respecting the education of their children. In the mass of these letters I am always struck by the precedence which the idea of a position in life takes above all other thoughts in the parents', more especially in the mothers', minds. The education befitting such and such a station in life, this is the phrase, this the object, always. They never seek, as far as I can make out, an education good in itself. Even the conception of abstract rightness in training rarely seems reached by the writers. But, an education which shall keep a good coat on my son's back, which shall enable him to ring with confidence the visitor's bell at doubled-belled doors, which shall result ultimately in establishment of a doubled-belled door to his own house, in a word, which shall lead to advancement in life. This we pray for on bent knees, and this is all we pray for. It never seems to occur to the parents that there may be an education which, in itself, is advancement in life, that any other than that may perhaps be advancement in death, and that this essential education might be more easily got, or given, than they fancy, if they set about it in the right way, while it is for no price, and by no favor, to be got, if they set about it in the wrong. 3. Indeed, among the ideas most prevalent and effective in the mind of this busiest of countries, I suppose the first, at least that which is confessed with the greatest frankness, and put forward as the fittest stimulus to youthful exertion, is this of advancement in life. May I ask you to consider with me what this idea practically includes, and what it should include? Practically, then, at present, advancement in life means becoming conspicuous in life, obtaining a position which shall be acknowledged by others to be respectable or honorable. We do not understand by this advancement in general the mere making of money, but the being known to have made it, not the accomplishment of any great aim, but the being seen to have accomplished it. In a word, we mean the gratification of our thirst for applause. That thirst, if the last infirmity of noble minds, is also the first infirmity of weak ones, and, on the whole, the strongest impulsive influence of average humanity. The greatest efforts of the race have always been traceable to the love of praise, as its greatest catastrophes to the love of pleasure. For I am not about to attack or defend this impulse. I want you only to feel how it lies at the root of effort, especially of all modern effort. It is the gratification of vanity which is, with us, the stimulus of toil, and balm of repose. So closely does it touch the very springs of life that the wounding of our vanity is always spoken of, and truly, as in its measure mortal, we call it mortification, using the same expression which we should apply to a gangrenous and incurable bodily hurt. And although few of us may be physicians enough to recognize the various effect of this passion upon health and energy, I believe most honest men know, and would at once acknowledge, its leading power with them as a motive. The seaman does not commonly desire to be made captain only because he knows he can manage the ship better than any other sailor on board. He wants to be made captain that he may be called captain. The clergyman does not usually want to be made a bishop only because he believes no other hand can, as firmly as his, direct the diocese through its difficulties. He wants to be made bishop primarily that he may be called my lord. And a prince does not usually desire to enlarge, or a subject to gain, a kingdom, because he believes that no one else can as well serve the state, upon its throne, but, briefly, because he wishes to be addressed as Your Majesty by as many lips as may be brought to such utterance. 5. This, then, being the main idea of advancement in life, the force of it applies, for all of us, according to our station, particularly to that secondary result of such advancement which we call getting into good society. We want to get into good society, not that we may have it, but that we may be seen in it. And our notion of its goodness depends primarily on its conspicuousness. Will you pardon me if I pause for a moment to put what I fear you may think an impertinent question? I never can go on with an address unless I feel, or know, that my audience are either with me or against me. I do not much care which, in beginning, but I must know where they are, and I would fain find out, at this instant, whether you think I am putting the motives of popular action too low. I am resolved, tonight, to state them low enough to be admitted as probable, for whenever, in my writings on political economy, I assume that a little honesty, or generosity, or what used to be called virtue, may be calculated upon as a human motive of action, people always answer me, saying, "You must not calculate on that. That is not in human nature. You must not assume anything to be common to men but acquisitiveness and jealousy. No other feeling ever has influence on them, except accidentally, and in matters out of the way of business. I begin, accordingly, tonight low in the scale of motives, but I must know if you think me right in doing so. Therefore, let me ask those who admit the love of praise to be usually the strongest motive in men's minds in seeking advancement, and the honest desire of doing any kind of duty to be an entirely secondary one, to hold up their hands. About a dozen of hands held up, the audience, partly not being sure the lecturer is serious, and, partly, shy of expressing opinion. I am quite serious. I really do want to know what you think. However, I can judge by putting the reverse question. Will those who think that duty is generally the first, and love of praise the second, motive, hold up their hands? One hand reported to have been held up, behind the lecturer. Very good, I see you are with me, and that you think I have not begun too near the ground. Now, without teasing you by putting farther question, I venture to assume that you will admit duty as at least a secondary or tertiary motive. You think that the desire of doing something useful, or obtaining some real good, is indeed an existent collateral idea, though a secondary one, in most men's desire of advancement. You will grant that moderately honest men desire place and office, at least in some measure, for the sake of beneficent power, and would wish to associate rather with sensible and well-informed persons than with fools and ignorant persons, whether they are seen in the company of the sensible ones or not. And finally, without being troubled by repetition of any common truisms about the preciousness of friends, and the influence of companions, you will admit, doubtless, that according to the sincerity of our desire that our friends may be true, and our companions wise, and in proportion to the earnestness and discretion with which we choose both, will be the general chances of our happiness and usefulness. 6. But, granting that we had both the will and the sense to choose our friends well, how few of us have the power? Or, at least, how limited, for most, is the sphere of choice? Nearly all our associations are determined by chance, or necessity, and restricted within a narrow circle. We cannot know whom we would, and those whom we know, we cannot have at our side when we most need them. All the higher circles of human intelligence are, to those beneath, only momentarily and partially open. We may, by good fortune, obtain a glimpse of a great poet, and hear the sound of his voice, or put a question to a man of science, and be answered good-humoredly. We may intrude 10 minutes' talk on a cabinet minister, answered probably with words worse than silence, being deceptive, or snatch, once or twice in our lives, the privilege of throwing a bouquet in the path of a princess, or arresting the kind glance of a queen. And yet these momentary chances we covet, and spend our years, and passions, and powers in pursuit of little more than these, while, meantime, there is a society continually open to us, of people who will talk to us as long as we like, whatever our rank or occupation, talk to us in the best words they can choose, and of the things nearest their hearts. And this society, because it is so numerous and so gentle, and can be kept waiting round us all day long, kings and statesmen lingering patiently, not to grant audience, but to gain it, in those plainly furnished and narrow anterooms, our bookcase shelves. We make no account of that company, perhaps never listen to a word they would say, all day long. 7. You may tell me, perhaps, or think within yourselves, that the apathy with which we regard this company of the noble, who are praying us to listen to them, and the passion with which we pursue the company, probably of the ignoble who despise us, or who have nothing to teach us, are grounded in this, that we can see the faces of the living men, and it is themselves, and not their sayings, with which we desire to become familiar. But it is not so. Suppose you never were to see their faces, suppose you could be put behind a screen in the statesman's cabinet, or the prince's chamber, would you not be glad to listen to their words, though you were forbidden to advance beyond the screen? And when the screen is only a little less, folded in 2 instead of 4, and you can be hidden behind the cover of the 2 boards that bind a book, and listen all day long, not to the casual talk, but to the studied, determined, chosen addresses of the wisest of men, this station of audience, and honorable privy council, you despise. 8. But perhaps you will say that it is because the living people talk of things that are passing, and are of immediate interest to you, that you desire to hear them. Nay, that cannot be so, for the living people will themselves tell you about passing matters, much better in their writings than in their careless talk. But I admit that this motive does influence you, so far as you prefer those rapid and ephemeral writings to slow and enduring writings, books, properly so called. For all books are divisible into 2 classes, the books of the hour, and the books of all time. Mark this distinction, it is not one of quality only. It is not merely the bad book that does not last, and the good one that does. It is a distinction of species. There are good books for the hour, and good ones for all time, bad books for the hour, and bad ones for all time. I must define the 2 kinds before I go farther. 9. The good book of the hour, then, I do not speak of the bad ones, is simply the useful or pleasant talk of some person whom you cannot otherwise converse with, printed for you. Very useful often, telling you what you need to know, very pleasant often, as a sensible friend's present talk would be. These bright accounts of travels, good-humored and witty discussions of question, lively or pathetic storytelling in the form of novel, firm fact-telling, by the real agents concerned in the events of passing history, all these books of the hour, multiplying among us as education becomes more general, are a peculiar possession of the present age. We ought to be entirely thankful for them, and entirely ashamed of ourselves if we make no good use of them. But we make the worst possible use if we allow them to usurp the place of true books, for strictly speaking, they are not books at all, but merely letters or newspapers in good print. Our friend's letter may be delightful, or necessary, today, whether worth keeping or not, is to be considered. The newspaper may be entirely proper at breakfast time, but assuredly it is not reading for all day. So, though bound up in a volume, the long letter which gives you so pleasant an account of the inns, and roads, and weather last year at such a place, or which tells you that amusing story, or gives you the real circumstances of such and such events, however valuable for occasional reference, may not be, in the real sense of the word, a book at all, nor in the real sense, to be read. A book is essentially not a talked thing, but a written thing, and written, not with the view of mere communication, but of permanence. The book of talk is printed only because its author cannot speak to thousands of people at once. If he could, he would. The volume is mere multiplication of his voice. You cannot talk to your friend in India. If you could, you would. You write instead. That is mere conveyance of voice. But a book is written, not to multiply the voice merely, not to carry it merely, but to perpetuate it. The author has something to say which he perceives to be true and useful, or helpfully beautiful. So far as he knows, no one has yet said it. So far as he knows, no one else can say it. He is bound to say it, clearly and melodiously if he may, clearly, at all events. In the sum of his life he finds this to be the thing, or group of things, manifest to him, this, the piece of true knowledge, or sight, which his share of sunshine and earth has permitted him to seize. He would fain set it down forever, engrave it on rock, if he could, saying, "This is the best of me, for the rest, I ate, and drank, and slept, loved, and hated, like another, my life was as the vapor and is not, but this I saw and knew, this if anything of mine, is worth your memory." That is his writing. It is, in his small human way and with whatever degree of true inspiration is in him, his inscription, or scripture. That is a book. 10 Perhaps you think no books were ever so written. But, again, I ask you, do you at all believe in honesty, or at all in kindness? Or do you think there is never any honesty or benevolence in wise people? None of us, I hope, are so unhappy as to think that. Well, whatever bit of a wise man's work is honestly and benevolently done, that bit is his book, or his piece of art. 2. It is mixed always with evil fragments, ill done, redundant, affected work. But if you read rightly, you will easily discover the true bits, and those are the book. 11 Now books of this kind have been written in all ages by their greatest men, by great readers, great statesmen, and great thinkers. These are all at your choice, and life is short. You have heard as much before, yet have you measured and mapped out this short life and its possibilities? Do you know, if you read this, that you cannot read that, that what you lose today you cannot gain tomorrow? Will you go and gossip with your housemaid, or your stable boy, when you may talk with queens and kings, or flatter yourselves that it is with any worthy consciousness of your own claims to respect that you jostle with the hungry and common crowd for entry here, and audience there, when all the while this eternal court is open to you, with its society, wide as the world, multitudinous as its days, the chosen, and the mighty, of every place and time? Into that you may enter always, in that you may take fellowship and rank according to your wish, from that, once entered into it, you can never be outcast but by your own fault, by your aristocracy of companionship there. Your own inherent aristocracy will be assuredly tested, and the motives with which you strive to take high place in the society of the living, measured, as to all the truth and sincerity that are in them, by the place you desire to take in this company of the dead. 12. The place you desire and the place you fit yourself for, I must also say, because, observe, this court of the past differs from all living aristocracy in this: it is open to labor and to merit, but to nothing else. No wealth will bribe, no name overawe, no artifice deceive, the guardian of those Elysian gates. In the deep sense, no vile or vulgar person ever enters there. At the portieres of that silent Faubourg Saint-Germain, there is but brief question: do you deserve to enter? Pass. Do you ask to be the companion of nobles? Make yourself noble, and you shall be. Do you long for the conversation of the wise? Learn to understand it, and you shall hear it. But on other terms, no. If you will not rise to us, we cannot stoop to you. The living lord may assume courtesy, the living philosopher explain his thought to you with considerate pain, but here we neither feign nor interpret. You must rise to the level of our thoughts if you would be gladdened by them, and share our feelings, if you would recognize our presence. 13. This, then, is what you have to do, and I admit that it is much. You must, in a word, love these people, if you are to be among them. No ambition is of any use. They scorn your ambition. You must love them, and show your love in these two following ways. First, by a true desire to be taught by them, and to enter into their thoughts. To enter into theirs, observe, not to find your own expressed by them. If the person who wrote the book is not wiser than you, you need not read it. If he be, he will think differently from you in many respects. Very ready we are to say of a book, how good this is, that's exactly what I think. But the right feeling is, how strange that is. I never thought of that before, and yet I see it is true, or if I do not now, I hope I shall, some day. But whether thus submissively or not, at least be sure that you go to the author to get at his meaning, not to find yours. Judge it afterwards, if you think yourself qualified to do so, but ascertain it first. And be sure also, if the author is worth anything, that you will not get at his meaning all at once, nay, that at his whole meaning you will not for a long time arrive in any wise. Not that he does not say what he means, and in strong words too, but he cannot say it all, and what is more strange, will not, but in a hidden way and in parables, in order that he may be sure you want it. I cannot quite see the reason of this, nor analyze that cruel reticence in the breasts of wise men which makes them always hide their deeper thought. They do not give it to you by way of help, but of reward, and will make themselves sure that you deserve it before they allow you to reach it. But it is the same with the physical type of wisdom, gold. There seems, to you and me, no reason why the electric forces of the earth should not carry whatever there is of gold within it at once to the mountain tops, so that kings and people might know that all the gold they could get was there, and without any trouble of digging, or anxiety, or chance, or waste of time, cut it away, and coin as much as they needed. But nature does not manage it so. She puts it in little fissures in the earth, nobody knows where. You may dig long and find none, you must dig painfully to find any. 14 And it is just the same with men's best wisdom. When you come to a good book, you must ask yourself, am I inclined to work as an Australian miner would? Are my pickaxes and shovels in good order, and am I in good trim myself, my sleeves well up to the elbow, and my breath good, and my temper? And, keeping the figure a little longer, even at the cost of tiresomeness, for it is a thoroughly useful one, the metal you are in search of being the author's mind or meaning, his words are as the rock which you have to crush and smelt in order to get at it. And your pickaxes are your own care, wit, and learning, your smelting furnace is your own thoughtful soul. Do not hope to get at any good author's meaning without those tools and that fire. Often you will need sharpest, finest chiseling, and patientest fusing, before you can gather one grain of the metal. 15 And therefore, first of all, I tell you, earnestly and authoritatively, I know I am right in this, you must get into the habit of looking intensely at words, and assuring yourself of their meaning, syllable by syllable, nay letter by letter. For though it is only by reason of the opposition of letters in the function of signs, to sounds in the function of signs, that the study of books is called literature and that a man versed in it is called, by the consent of nations, a man of letters instead of a man of books, or of words, you may yet connect with that accidental nomenclature this real fact, that you might read all the books in the British Museum, if you could live long enough, and remain an utterly illiterate uneducated person, but that if you read 10 pages of a good book, letter by letter, that is to say, with real accuracy, you are forevermore in some measure an educated person. The entire difference between education and non-education, as regards the merely intellectual part of it, consists in this accuracy. A well-educated gentleman may not know many languages, may not be able to speak any but his own, may have read very few books. But whatever language he knows precisely, whatever word he pronounces rightly, above all, he is learned in the peerage of words, knows the words of true descent and ancient blood at a glance, from words of modern cannel, remembers all their ancestry, their intermarriages, distant relationships, and the extent to which they were admitted, and offices they held, among the national noblesse of words at any time, and in any country. But an uneducated person may know, by memory, many languages, and talk them all, and yet truly know not a word of any, not a word even of his own. An ordinarily clever and sensible seaman will be able to make his way ashore at most ports, yet he has only to speak a sentence of any language to be known for an illiterate person, so also the accent, or turn of expression of a single sentence, will at once mark a scholar. And this is so strongly felt, so conclusively admitted by educated persons, that a false accent or a mistaken syllable is enough, in the parliament of any civilized nation, to assign to a man a certain degree of inferior standing forever. 16. And this is right, but it is a pity that the accuracy insisted on is not greater, and required to a serious purpose. It is right that a false Latin quantity should excite a smile in the House of Commons, but it is wrong that a false English meaning should not excite a frown there. Let the accent of words be watched, and closely, let their meaning be watched more closely still, and fewer will do the work. A few words well chosen and distinguished, will do work that 1,000 cannot, when every one is acting, equivocally, in the function of another. Yes, and words, if they are not watched, will do deadly work sometimes. There are masked words droning and skulking about us in Europe just now. There never were so many, owing to the spread of a shallow, blotching, blundering, infectious information or rather deformation, everywhere, and to the teaching of catechisms and phrases at schools instead of human meanings. There are masked words abroad, I say, which nobody understands, but which everybody uses, and most people will also fight for, live for, or even die for, fancying they mean this or that, or the other, of things dear to them, for such words wear chameleon cloaks, groundlian cloaks, of the color of the ground of any man's fancy. On that ground they lie in wait, and rend him with a spring from it. There never were creatures of prey so mischievous, never diplomatists so cunning, never poisoners so deadly, as these masked words. They are the unjust stewards of all men's ideas. Whatever fancy or favorite instinct a man most cherishes, he gives to his favorite masked word to take care of for him. The word at last comes to have an infinite power over him. You cannot get at him but by its ministry. 17. And in languages so mongrel in breed as the English, there is a fatal power of equivocation put into men's hands, almost whether they will or no, in being able to use Greek or Latin words for an idea when they want it to be awful, and Saxon or otherwise common words when they want it to be vulgar. What a singular and salutary effect, for instance, would be produced on the minds of people who are in the habit of taking the form of the word they live by, for the power of which that word tells them, if we always either retained, or refused, the Greek form biblos or biblion as the right expression for book, instead of employing it only in the one instance in which we wish to give dignity to the idea, and translating it into English everywhere else. How wholesome it would be for many simple persons, if, in such places, for instance, as Acts 19:19, we retained the Greek expression, instead of translating it, and they had to read, many of them also which used curious arts, brought their Bibles together, and burnt them before all men, and they counted the price of them, and found it 50,000 pieces of silver. Or, if, on the other hand, we translated where we retain it, and always spoke of the Holy Book instead of Holy Bible, it might come into more heads than it does at present, that the Word of God, by which the heavens were, of old, and by which they are now kept in store, 3. Cannot be made a present of to anybody in Morocco binding, nor sewn on any wayside by help either of steam plough or steam press, but is nevertheless being offered to us daily, and by us with contumely refused, and sown in us daily, and by us, as instantly as may be, joked. 18. So, again, consider what effect has been produced on the English vulgar mind by the use of the sonorous Latin form damo in translating the Greek katakrino, when people charitably wish to make it forcible, and the substitution of the temperate condemn for it, when they choose to keep it gentle, and what notable sermons have been preached by illiterate clergymen on "He that believeth not shall be damned," though they would shrink with horror from translating Heb. 11:7, the saving of his house, by which he damned the world, or John 8. 10, 11, Woman, hath no man damned thee? She saith, No man, Lord. Jesus answered her, Neither do I damn thee, go and sin no more. And divisions in the mind of Europe, which have cost seas of blood and in the defense of which the noblest souls of men have been cast away in frantic desolation, countless as forest leaves, though, in the heart of them, founded on deeper causes, have nevertheless been rendered practicably possible, namely, by the European adoption of the Greek word for a public meeting, ecclesia, to give peculiar respectability to such meetings, when held for religious purposes, and other collateral equivocations, such as the vulgar English one of using the word priest as a contraction for presbyter. 19. Now, in order to deal with words rightly, this is the habit you must form. Nearly every word in your language has been first a word of some other language, of Saxon, German, French, Latin, or Greek, not to speak of Eastern and primitive dialects. And many words have been all these, that is to say, have been Greek first, Latin next, French and German next, and English last, undergoing a certain change of sense and use on the lips of each nation, but retaining a deep vital meaning, which all good scholars feel in employing them, even at this day. If you do not know the Greek alphabet, learn it, young or old, girl or boy, whoever you may be. If you think of reading seriously, which, of course, implies that you have some leisure at command, learn your Greek alphabet, then get good dictionaries of all these languages, and whenever you are in doubt about a word, hunt it down patiently. Read Max Muller's lectures thoroughly, to begin with, and, after that, never let a word escape you that looks suspicious. It is severe work, but you will find it, even at first, interesting, and at last, endlessly amusing. And the general gain to your character, in power and precision, will be quite incalculable. Mind, this does not imply knowing, or trying to know, Greek or Latin, or French. It takes a whole life to learn any language perfectly. But you can easily ascertain the meanings through which the English word has passed, and those which in a good writer's work it must still bear. 20. And now, merely for example's sake, I will, with your permission, read a few lines of a true book with you, carefully, and see what will come out of them. I will take a book perfectly known to you all. No English words are more familiar to us, yet few perhaps have been read with less sincerity. I will take these few following lines of Lycidas: Last came, and last did go, the pilot of the Galilean lake. 2 massy keys he bore of metals twain, the golden ops, the iron shuts amain. He shook his mitred locks, and stern bespake, How well could I have sparred for thee, young swain, enow of such as for their bellies Sake creep, and intrude, and climb into the fold. Of other care they little reckoning make, than how to scramble at the shearer's feast, and shove away the worthy bidden guest, blind mouths, that scarce themselves know how to hold a sheep hook, or have learned aught else, the least that to the faithful herdsman's art belongs. What recks it them? What need they? They are sped, and when they list, their lean and flashy songs grate on their scrannel pipes of wretched straw. The hungry sheep look up, and are not fed, but, swole with wind, and the rank mist they draw, rot inwardly, and foul contagion spread, besides what the grim wolf with privy paw daily devours apace, and nothing said. Let us think over this passage, and examine its words. First, is it not singular to find Milton assigning to Saint Peter, not only his full episcopal function, but the very types of it which Protestants usually refuse most passionately? His mitred locks. Milton was no bishop lover. How comes Saint Peter to be mitred? 2 massy keys he bore. Is this, then, the power of the keys claimed by the bishops of Rome, and is it acknowledged here by Milton only in a poetical license, for the sake of its picturesqueness, that he may get the gleam of the golden keys to help his effect? Do not think it. Great men do not play stage tricks with doctrines of life and death, only little men do that. Milton means what he says, and means it with his might too, is going to put the whole strength of his spirit presently into the saying of it. For though not a lover of false bishops, he was a lover of true ones, and the Lake Pilot is here, in his thoughts, the type and head of true episcopal power. For Milton reads that text, I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, quite honestly. Puritan though he be, he would not blot it out of the book because there have been bad bishops. Nay, in order to understand him, we must understand that verse first. It will not do to eye it askance, or whisper it under our breath, as if it were a weapon of an adverse sect. It is a solemn, universal assertion, deeply to be kept in mind by all sects. But perhaps we shall be better able to reason on it if we go on a little farther, and come back to it. For clearly this marked insistence on the power of the true episcopate is to make us feel more weightily what is to be charged against the false claimants of episcopate, or generally, against false claimants of power and rank in the body of the clergy, they who, for their bellies sake, creep, and intrude, and climb into the fold. 21. Never think Milton uses those 3 words to fill up his verse, as a loose writer would. He needs all the 3, specially those 3, and no more than those. Creep and intrude and climb, no other words would or could serve the turn, and no more could be added. For they exhaustively comprehend the 3 classes, correspondent to the 3 characters, of men who dishonestly seek ecclesiastical power. First, those who creep into the fold, who do not care for office, nor name, but for secret influence, and do all things occultly and cunningly, consenting to any servility of office or conduct, so only that they may intimately discern, and unawares direct, the minds of men. Then those who intrude, thrust, that is, themselves into the fold, who by natural insolence of heart, and stout eloquence of tongue, and fearlessly perseverant self-assertion, obtain hearing and authority with the common crowd. Lastly, those who climb, who by labor and learning, both stout and sound, but selfishly exerted in the cause of their own ambition, gain high dignities and authorities, and become lords over the heritage, though not ensamples to the flock. 22 Now go on, of other care they little reckoning make, than how to scramble at the shearer's feast. Blind mouths. I pause again, for this is a strange expression, a broken metaphor, one might think, careless and unscholarly. Not so, its very audacity and pithiness are intended to make us look close at the phrase and remember it. Those two monosyllables express the precisely accurate contraries of right character, in the two great offices of the Church, those of bishop and pastor. A bishop means a person who sees. A pastor means a person who feeds. The most unbishoply character a man can have is therefore to be blind. The most unpastoral is, instead of feeding, to want to be fed, to be a mouth. Take the two reverses together, and you have blind mouths. We may advisably follow out this idea a little. Nearly all the evils in the Church have arisen from bishops desiring power more than light. They want authority, not outlook. Whereas their real office is not to rule, though it may be vigorously to exhort and rebuke, it is the king's office to rule, the bishop's office is to oversee the flock, to number it, sheep by sheep, to be ready always to give full account of it. Now it is clear he cannot give account of the souls, if he has not so much as numbered the bodies of his flock. The first thing, therefore, that a bishop has to do is at least to put himself in a position in which, at any moment, he can obtain the history, from childhood, of every living soul in his diocese, and of its present state. Down in that back street, Bill and Nancy, knocking each other's teeth out, does the bishop know all about it? Has he his eye upon them? Has he had his eye upon them? Can he circumstantially explain to us how Bill got into the habit of beating Nancy about the head? If he cannot, he is no bishop. Though he had a mitre as high as Salisbury steeple, he is no bishop. He has sought to be at the helm instead of the masthead. He has no sight of things. Nay, you say, it is not his duty to look after Bill in the back street. What? The fat sheep that have full fleeces, you think it is only those he should look after, while, go back to your Milton, the hungry sheep look up, and are not fed, besides what the grim wolf with privy paw, bishops knowing nothing about it, daily devours apace, and nothing said. But that's not our idea of a bishop. For, perhaps not, but it was St. Paul's, and it was Milton's. They may be right, or we may be, but we must not think we are reading either one or the other by putting our meaning into their words. 23 I go on. But, swollen with wind, and the rank mist they draw. This is to meet the vulgar answer that if the poor are not looked after in their bodies, they are in their souls, they have spiritual food. And Milton says, they have no such thing as spiritual food, they are only swollen with wind. At first you may think that is a coarse type, and an obscure one. But again, it is a quite literally accurate one. Take up your Latin and Greek dictionaries, and find out the meaning of spirit. It is only a contraction of the Latin word breath and an indistinct translation of the Greek word for wind. The same word is used in writing, the wind bloweth where it listeth, and in writing, so is every one that is born of the Spirit, born of the breath, that is, for it means the breath of God, in soul and body. We have the true sense of it in our words inspiration and expire. Now, there are two kinds of breath with which the flock may be filled, God's breath, and man's. The breath of God is health, and life, and peace to them, as the air of heaven is to the flocks on the hills, but man's breath, the word which he calls spiritual, is disease and contagion to them, as the fog of the fen. They rot inwardly with it, they are puffed up by it, as a dead body by the vapors of its own decomposition. This is literally true of all false religious teaching. The first and last, and fatalist sign of it is that puffing up. Your converted children, who teach their parents, your converted convicts, who teach honest men, your converted dunces, who, having lived in cretinous stupefaction half their lives, suddenly awakening to the fact of there being a God, fancy themselves therefore his peculiar people and messengers, your sectarians of every species, small and great, Catholic or Protestant, of high church or low, in so far as they think themselves exclusively in the right and others wrong, and preeminently, in every sect, those who hold that men can be saved by thinking rightly instead of doing rightly, by word instead of act, and wish instead of work, these are the true fog children, clouds, these, without water, bodies, these, of putrescent vapor and skin, without blood or flesh, blown bagpipes for the fiends to pipe with, corrupt, and corrupting, swollen with wind, and the rank mist they draw. 24. Lastly, let us return to the lines respecting the power of the keys, for now we can understand them. Note the difference between Milton and Dante in their interpretation of this power. For once, the latter is weaker in thought. He supposes both the keys to be of the gate of heaven, one is of gold, the other of silver. They are given by Saint Peter to the sentinel angel, and it is not easy to determine the meaning either of the substances of the 3 steps of the gate, or of the 2 keys. But Milton makes one, of gold, the key of heaven, the other, of iron, the key of the prison in which the wicked teachers are to be bound who have taken away the key of knowledge, yet entered not in themselves. We have seen that the duties of bishop and pastor are to see and feed, and, of all who do so it is said, he that watereth, shall be watered also himself. But the reverse is truth also. He that watereth not, shall be withered himself, and he that seeth not, shall himself be shut out of sight, shut into the perpetual prison house. And that prison opens here, as well as hereafter. He who is to be bound in heaven must first be bound on earth. That command to the strong angels, of which the rock apostle is the image, take him, and bind him hand and foot, and cast him out issues, in its measure, against the teacher, for every help withheld, and for every truth refused, and for every falsehood enforced, so that he is more strictly fettered the more he fetters, and farther outcast, as he more and more misleads, till at last the bars of the iron cage close upon him, and as the golden ops, the iron shuts amain. 25 We have got something out of the lines, I think, and much more is yet to be found in them, but we have done enough by way of example of the kind of word-by-word examination of your author which is rightly called reading, watching every accent and expression, and putting ourselves always in the author's place, annihilating our own personality, and seeking to enter into his, so as to be able assuredly to say, "Thus Milton thought, not thus I thought," in misreading Milton. And by this process you will gradually come to attach less weight to your own "thus I thought" at other times. You will begin to perceive that what you thought was a matter of no serious importance, that your thoughts on any subject are not perhaps the clearest and wisest that could be arrived at thereupon, in fact, that unless you are a very singular person, you cannot be said to have any thoughts at all, that you have no materials for them, in any serious matters. Winking sad smiley 5, no right to think but only to try to learn more of the facts. Nay, most probably all your life, unless, as I said, you are a singular person, you will have no legitimate right to an opinion on any business, except that instantly under your hand. What must of necessity be done, you can always find out, beyond question, how to do. Have you a house to keep in order, a commodity to sell, a field to plow, a ditch to cleanse? There need be no two opinions about these proceedings. It is at your peril if you have not much more than an opinion on the way to manage such matters. And also, outside of your own business, there are one or two subjects on which you are bound to have but one opinion. That roguery and lying are objectionable, and are instantly to be flogged out of the way whenever discovered, that covetousness and love of quarreling are dangerous dispositions even in children, and deadly dispositions in men and nations, that in the end, the God of heaven and earth loves active, modest, and kind people, and hates idle, proud, greedy, and cruel ones. On these general facts you are bound to have but one, and that a very strong, opinion. For the rest, respecting religions, governments, sciences, arts, you will find that, on the whole, you can know nothing, judge nothing, that the best you can do, even though you may be a well-educated person, is to be silent, and strive to be wiser every day, and to understand a little more of the thoughts of others, which so soon as you try to do honestly, you will discover that the thoughts even of the wisest are very little more than pertinent questions. To put the difficulty into a clear shape, and exhibit to you the grounds for indecision, that is all they can generally do for you, and well for them and for us, if indeed they are able to mix the music with our thoughts, and sadden us with heavenly doubts. This writer, from whom I have been reading to you, is not among the first or wisest. He sees shrewdly as far as he sees, and therefore it is easy to find out his full meaning, but with the greater men, you cannot fathom their meaning. They do not even wholly measure it themselves, it is so wide. Suppose I had asked you, for instance, to seek for Shakespeare's opinion, instead of Milton's, on this matter of church authority, or for Dante's. Have any of you, at this instant, the least idea what either thought about it? Have you ever balanced the scene with the bishops in Richard III against the character of Cranmer? The description of Saint Francis and Saint Dominic against that of him who made Virgil wonder to gaze upon him, distaso, tanto vilmente, nell'eterno esilio, or of him whom Dante stood beside, cum elfratque confessa lo perfido assassin. 6. Shakespeare and Eliri knew men better than most of us, I presume. They were both in the midst of the main struggle between the temporal and spiritual powers. They had an opinion, we may guess. But where is it? Bring it into court. Put Shakespeare's or Dante's creed into articles, and send it up for trial by the ecclesiastical courts. 26. You will not be able, I tell you again, for many and many a day, to come at the real purposes and teaching of these great men, but a very little honest study of them will enable you to perceive that what you took for your own judgment was mere chance prejudice, and drifted, helpless, entangled weed of castaway thought. Nay, you will see that most men's minds are indeed little better than rough heath wilderness, neglected and stubborn, partly barren, partly overgrown with pestilent brakes and venomous, wind-sown herbage of evil surmise, that the first thing you have to do for them, and yourself, is eagerly and scornfully to set fire to this, burn all the jungle into wholesome ash heaps, and then plough and sow all the true literary work before you, for life must begin with obedience to that order. Break up your fallow ground, and sow not among thorns. 27. 2.7 Having then faithfully listened to the great teachers, that you may enter into their thoughts, you have yet this higher advance to make, you have to enter into their hearts. As you go to them first for clear sight, so you must stay with them, that you may share at last their just and mighty passion. Passion, or sensation. I am not afraid of the word, still less of the thing. You have heard many outcries against sensation lately, but, I can tell you, it is not less sensation we want, but more. The ennobling difference between one man and another, between one animal and another, is precisely in this, that one feels more than another. If we were sponges, perhaps sensation might not be easily got for us. If we were earthworms, liable at every instant to be cut in two by the spade, perhaps too much sensation might not be good for us. But, being human creatures, it is good for us. Nay, we are only human in so far as we are sensitive, and our honor is precisely in proportion to our passion. 28. You know I said of that great and pure society of the dead, that it would allow no vain or vulgar person to enter there. What do you think I meant by a vulgar person? What do you yourselves mean by vulgarity? You will find it a fruitful subject of thought, but, briefly, the essence of all vulgarity lies in want of sensation. Simple and innocent vulgarity is merely an untrained and undeveloped bluntness of body and mind, but in true inbred vulgarity, there is a deathful callousness, which, in extremity, becomes capable of every sort of bestial habit and crime, without fear, without pleasure, without horror, and without pity. It is in the blunt hand and the dead heart, in the diseased habit, in the hardened conscience, that men become vulgar. They are forever vulgar, precisely in proportion as they are incapable of sympathy, of quick understanding, of all that, in deep insistence on the common, but most accurate term, may be called the tact or touch faculty of body and soul, that tact which the mimosa has in trees, which the pure woman has above all creatures, fineness and fullness of sensation beyond reason. The guide and sanctifier of reason itself. Reason can but determine what is true. It is the God-given passion of humanity which alone can recognize what God has made good. 29. We come then to the great concourse of the dead, not merely to know from them what is true, but chiefly to feel with them what is just. Now, to feel with them, we must be like them, and none of us can become that without pains. As the true knowledge is disciplined and tested knowledge, not the first thought that comes, so the true passion is disciplined and tested passion, not the first passion that comes. The first that come are the vain, the false, the treacherous. If you yield to them they will lead you wildly and far in vain pursuit, in hollow enthusiasm, till you have no true purpose and no true passion left. Not that any feeling possible to humanity is in itself wrong, but only wrong when undisciplined. Its nobility is in its force and justice. It is wrong when it is weak, and felt for paltry cause. There is a mean wonder, as of a child who sees a juggler tossing golden balls, and this is base, if you will. But do you think that the wonder is ignoble, or the sensation less, with which every human soul is called to watch the golden balls of heaven tossed through the night by the hand that made them? There is a mean curiosity, as of a child opening a forbidden door, or a servant prying into her master's business, and a noble curiosity, questioning, in the front of danger, the source of the great river beyond the sand, the place of the great continents beyond the sea, a nobler curiosity still, which questions of the source of the river of life, and of the space of the continent of heaven, things which the angels desire to look into. So the anxiety is ignoble, with which you linger over the course and catastrophe of an idle tale. But do you think the anxiety is less, or greater, with which you watch, or ought to watch, the dealings of fate and destiny with the life of an agonized nation? Alas! It is the narrowness, selfishness, minuteness, of your sensation that you have to deplore in England at this day, sensation which spends itself in bouquets and speeches, in revellings and junketings, in sham fights and gay puppet shows, while you can look on and see noble nations murdered, man by man, without an effort or a tear. 30. I said minuteness and selfishness of sensation, but in a word, I ought to have said injustice or unrighteousness of sensation. For as in nothing is a gentleman better to be discerned from a vulgar person, so in nothing is a gentle nation, such nations have been, better to be discerned from a mob, than in this, that their feelings are constant and just, results of due contemplation, and of equal thought. You can talk a mob into anything, its feelings may be, usually are, on the whole, generous and right, but it has no foundation for them, no hold of them. You may tease or tickle it into any, at your pleasure. It thinks by infection, for the most part, catching an opinion like a cold, and there is nothing so little that it will not roar itself wild about, when the fit is on, nothing so great but it will forget in an hour, when the fit is past. But a gentleman's or a gentle nation's passions are just, measured and continuous. A great nation, for instance, does not spend its entire national wits for a couple of months in weighing evidence of a single ruffian's having done a single murder, and for a couple of years see its own children murder each other by their thousands or tens of thousands a day, considering only what the effect is likely to be on the price of cotton, and caring nowise to determine which side of battle is in the wrong. Neither does a great nation send its poor little boys to jail for stealing 6 walnuts, and allow its bankrupts to steal their hundreds or thousands with a bow, and its bankers, rich with poor men's savings, to close their doors under circumstances over which they have no control with a by your leave, and large landed estates to be bought by men who have made their money by going with armed steamers up and down the China seas, selling opium at the cannon's mouth, and altering, for the benefit of the foreign nation, the common highwayman's demand of your money or your life into that of your money and your life. Neither does a great nation allow the lives of its innocent poor to be parched out of them by fog fever, and rotted out of them by dunghill plague, for the sake of 6pence a life extra per week to its landlord's winking sad smiley 8, and then debate, with drivelling tears, and diabolical sympathies, whether it ought not piously to save, and nursingly cherish, the lives of its murderers. Also, a great nation having made up its mind that hanging is quite the wholesomest process for its homicides in general, can yet with mercy distinguish between the degrees of guilt in homicides, and does not yelp like a pack of frost-pinched wolf cubs on the blood track of an unhappy crazed boy, or grey-haired clodpat Othello, perplexed I the extreme at the very moment that it is sending a minister of the crown to make polite speeches to a man who is bayoneting young girls in their father's sight, and killing noble youths in cool blood, faster than a country butcher kills lambs in spring. And, lastly, a great nation does not mock heaven and its powers, by pretending belief in a revelation which asserts the love of money to be the root of all evil, and declaring, at the same time, that it is actuated, and intends to be actuated, in all chief national deeds and measures, by no other love. 31 My friends, I do not know why any of us should talk about reading. We want some sharper discipline than that of reading, but, at all events, be assured, we cannot read. No reading is possible for a people with its mind in this state. No sentence of any great writer is intelligible to them. It is simply and sternly impossible for the English public, at this moment, to understand any thoughtful writing, so incapable of thought has it become in its insanity of avarice. Happily, our disease is, as yet, little worse than this incapacity of thought. It is not corruption of the inner nature. We ring true still, when anything strikes home to us, and though the idea that everything should pay has infected our every purpose so deeply, that even when we would play the Good Samaritan, we never take out our tuppence and give them to the host without saying, "When I come again, thou shalt give me fourpence." There is a capacity of noble passion left in our hearts. Core. We show it in our work, in our war, even in those unjust domestic affections which make us furious at a small private wrong. While we are polite to a boundless public one, we are still industrious to the last hour of the day. Though we add the gambler's fury to the laborer's patience, we are still brave to the death, though incapable of discerning true cause for battle, and are still true in affection to our own flesh, to the death, as the sea monsters are, and the rock eagles. And there is hope for a nation while this can be still said of it. As long as it holds its life in its hand, ready to give it for its honor, though a foolish honor, for its love, though a selfish love, and for its business, though a base business, there is hope for it. But hope only, for this instinctive, reckless virtue cannot last. No nation can last, which has made a mob of itself, however generous at heart. It must discipline its passions, and direct them, or they will discipline it, one day, with scorpion whips. Above all, a nation cannot last as a money-making mob, it cannot with impunity, it cannot with existence, go on despising literature, despising science, despising art, despising nature, despising compassion, and concentrating its soul on pence. Do you think these are harsh or wild words? Have patience with me but a little longer. I will prove their truth to you, clause by clause. 32. I say first, we have despised literature. What do we, as a nation, care about books? How much do you think we spend altogether on our libraries, public or private, as compared with what we spend on our horses? If a man spends lavishly on his library, you call him mad, a bibliomaniac. But you never call anyone a horse maniac, though men ruin themselves every day by their horses, and you do not hear of people ruining themselves by their books. Or, to go lower still, how much do you think the contents of the bookshelves of the United Kingdom, public and private, would fetch, as compared with the contents of its wine cellars? What position would its expenditure on literature take, as compared with its expenditure on luxurious eating? We talk of food for the mind, as of food for the body. Now a good book contains such food inexhaustibly. It is a provision for life, and for the best part of us. Yet how long most people would look at the best book before they would give the price of a large turbot for it. Though there have been men who have pinched their stomachs and bared their backs, to buy a book, whose libraries were cheaper to them, I think, in the end, than most men's dinners are. We are few of us put to such trial, and more the pity, for, indeed, a precious thing is all the more precious to us if it has been won by work or economy, and if public libraries were half as costly as public dinners, or books cost the 10th part of what bracelets do, even foolish men and women might sometimes suspect there was good in reading, as well as in munching and sparkling. Whereas the very cheapness of literature is making even wise people forget that if a book is worth reading, it is worth buying. No book is worth anything which is not worth much, nor is it serviceable, until it has been read, and reread, and loved again, and marked, so that you can refer to the passages you want in it as a soldier can seize the weapon he needs in an armory, or a housewife bring the spice she needs from her store. Bread of flour is good, but there is bread, sweet as honey, if we would eat it, in a good book, and the family must be poor indeed which, once in their lives, cannot, for such multipliable barley loaves, pay their baker's bill. We call ourselves a rich nation, and we are filthy and foolish enough to thumb each other's books out of circulating libraries. 33:2. I say we have despised science. What, you exclaim, are we not foremost in all discovery? 9. And is not the whole world giddy by reason, or unreason, of our inventions? Yes, but do you suppose that is national work? That work is all done in spite of the nation, by private people's zeal and money. We are glad enough, indeed, to make our profit of science. We snap up anything in the way of a scientific bone that has meat on it, eagerly enough, but if the scientific man comes for a bone or a crust to us, that is another story. What have we publicly done for science? We are obliged to know what o'clock it is, for the safety of our ships, and therefore we pay for an observatory, and we allow ourselves, in the person of our Parliament, to be annually tormented into doing something, in a slovenly way, for the British Museum, sullenly apprehending that to be a place for keeping stuffed birds in, to amuse our children. If anybody will pay for his own telescope, and resolve another nebula, we cackle over the discernment as if it were our own. If 1 in 10,000 of our hunting squires suddenly perceives that the earth was indeed made to be something else than a portion for foxes, and burrows in it himself, and tells us where the gold is, and where the coals, we understand that there is some use in that, and very properly knight him. But is the accident of his having found out how to employ himself usefully any credit to us? The negation of such discovery among his brother squires may perhaps be some discredit to us, if we would consider of it. But if you doubt these generalities, here is one fact for us all to meditate upon, illustrative of our love of science. 2 years ago there was a collection of the fossils of Solnhofen to be sold in Bavaria, the best in existence, containing many specimens unique for perfectness, and one, unique as an example of a species, a whole kingdom of unknown living creatures being announced by that fossil. This collection, of which the mere market worth, among private buyers, would probably have been some £1,000 or £1,200, was offered to the English nation for 700, but we would not give 700, and the whole series would have been in the Munich Museum at this moment, if Professor Owen, 10, had not, with loss of his own time, and patient tormenting of the British public in person of its representatives, got leave to give £400 at once, and himself become answerable for the other 3, which the said public will doubtless pay him eventually, but sulkily, and caring nothing about the matter all the while, only always ready to cackle if any credit comes of it. Consider, I beg of you, arithmetically, what this fact means. Your annual expenditure for public purposes, a third of it for military apparatus, is at least 50 millions. Now 700L is to 50,000,000L. Roughly, as 7 pence to £2,000. Suppose then, a gentleman of unknown income, but whose wealth was to be conjectured from the fact that he spent 2,000 a year on his park walls and footmen only, professes himself fond of science, and that one of his servants comes eagerly to tell him that an unique collection of fossils, giving clue to a new era of creation, is to be had for the sum of 7 pence sterling, and that the gentleman, who is fond of science, and spends 2,000 a year on his park, answers, after keeping his servant waiting several months, "Well, I'll give you 4 pence for them, if you will be answerable for the extra 3 pence yourself, till next year." 34. I say you have despised art. What, you again answer, have we not art exhibitions, miles long? And do we not pay thousands of pounds for single pictures? And have we not art schools and institutions, more than ever nation had before? Yes, truly, but all that is for the sake of the shop. You would fain sell canvas as well as coals, and crockery as well as iron. You would take every other nation's bread out of its mouth if you could. Winking sad smiley 11, not being able to do that. Your ideal of life is to stand in the thoroughfares of the world, like Ludgate apprentices, screaming to every passer-by, "What do ye lack?" You know nothing of your own faculties or circumstances. You fancy that, among your damp, flat fields of clay, you can have as quick art fancy as the Frenchman among his bronzed vines, or the Italian under his volcanic cliffs, that art may be learned as bookkeeping is, and when learned, will give you more books to keep. You care for pictures, absolutely, no more than you do for the bills pasted on your dead walls. There is always room on the walls for the bills to be read, never for the pictures to be seen. You do not know what pictures you have, by repute, in the country, nor whether they are false or true, nor whether they are taken care of or not. In foreign countries, you calmly see the noblest existing pictures in the world rotting in abandoned wreck. In Venice you saw the Austrian guns deliberately pointed at the palaces containing them. And if you heard that all the fine pictures in Europe were made into sandbags tomorrow on the Austrian forts, it would not trouble you so much as the chance of a brace or two of game less in your own bags, in a day's shooting. That is your national love of art. 35. You have despised nature, that is to say, all the deep and sacred sensations of natural scenery. The French revolutionists made stables of the cathedrals of France. You have made race courses of the cathedrals of the earth. Your one conception of pleasure is to drive in railroad carriages round their aisles, and eat off their altars. 12. You have put a railroad bridge over the fall of Schaffhausen. You have tunneled the cliffs of Lucerne by Tell's Chapel. You have destroyed the Clarence shore of the Lake of Geneva. There is not a quiet valley in England that you have not filled with bellowing fire. There is no particle left of English land which you have not trampled coal ashes into. 13. nor any foreign city in which the spread of your presence is not marked among its fair old streets and happy gardens by a consuming white leprosy of new hotels and perfumers' shops, the Alps themselves, which your own poets used to love so reverently, you look upon as soaped poles in a bare garden, which you set yourselves to climb, and slide down again with shrieks of delight. When you are past shrieking, having no human articulate voice to say you are glad with, you fill the quietude of their valleys with gunpowder blasts, and rush home, red with cutaneous eruption of conceit, and voluble with convulsive hiccough of self-satisfaction. I think nearly the two sorrowfulest spectacles I have ever seen in humanity, taking the deep inner significance of them, are the English mobs in the valley of Chamouni, amusing themselves with firing rusty howitzers, and the Swiss vintagers of Zurich expressing their Christian thanks for the gift of the vine, by assembling in knots in the towers of the vineyards and slowly loading and firing horse pistols from morning till evening. It is pitiful to have dim conceptions of duty, more pitiful, it seems to me, to have conceptions like these, of mirth. 36. Lastly, you despise compassion. There is no need of words of mine for proof of this. I will merely print one of the newspaper paragraphs which I am in the habit of cutting out and throwing into my store drawer. Here is one from a Daily Telegraph of an early date this year, 1867, date which, though by me carelessly left unmarked, is easily discoverable, for on the back of the slip, there is the announcement that yesterday the 7th of the special services of this year was performed by the Bishop of Ripon in St. Paul's. It relates only one of such facts as happen now daily. This, by chance, having taken a form in which it came before the coroner. I will print the paragraph in red. Be sure, the facts themselves are written in that color in a book which we shall all of us, literate or illiterate, have to read our page of, some day. An inquiry was held on Friday by Mr. Richards, Deputy Coroner, at the White Horse Tavern, Christ Church, Spitalfields, respecting the death of Michael Collins, aged 58 years. Mary Collins, a miserable-looking woman, said that she lived with the deceased and his son in a room at 2, Cobb's Court, Christ Church. Deceased was a translator of boots. Witness went out and bought old boots. Deceased and his son made them into good ones, and then witness sold them for what she could get at the shops, which was very little indeed. Deceased and his son used to work night and day to try and get a little bread and tea, and pay for the room, 2s a week, so as to keep the home together. On Friday night week, deceased got up from his bench and began to shiver. He threw down the boots, saying, "Somebody else must finish them when I am gone, for I can do no more." There was no fire, and he said, "I would be better if I was warm." Witness therefore took 2 pairs of translated boots, 14, to sell at the shop, but she could only get 14d. For the 2 pairs, for the people at the shop said, "We must have our profit." Witness got 14 lbs. of coal and a little tea and bread. Her son sat up the whole night to make the translations to get money, but deceased died on Saturday morning. The family never had enough to eat. Coroner, it seems to me deplorable that you did not go into the workhouse. Witness, we wanted the comforts of our little home. A juror asked what the comforts were, for he only saw a little straw in the corner of the room, the windows of which were broken. The witness began to cry, and said that they had a quilt and other little things. The deceased said he never would go into the workhouse. In summer, when the season was good, they sometimes made as much as 10s. profit in a week. They then always saved towards the next week, which was generally a bad one. In winter they made not half so much. For 3 years they had been getting from bad to worse. Cornelius Collins said that he had assisted his father since 1847. They used to work so far into the night that both nearly lost their eyesight. Witness now had a film over his eyes. 5 years ago deceased applied to the parish for aid. The relieving officer gave him a £4 loaf, and told him if he came again he should get the stones. 15. That disgusted deceased, and he would have nothing to do with them since. They got worse and worse until last Friday week, when they had not even a halfpenny to buy a candle. Deceased then lay down on the straw, and said he could not live till morning. A juror, you are dying of starvation yourself, and you ought to go into the house until the summer. Witness, if we went in we should die. When we come out in the summer we should be like people dropped from the sky. No one would know us, and we would not have even a room. I could work now if I had food, for my sight would get better. Dr. G. P. Walker said deceased died from syncope, from exhaustion, from want of food. The deceased had had no bedclothes. For 4 months he had had nothing but bread to eat. There was not a particle of fat in the body. There was no disease, but if there had been medical attendance, he might have survived the syncope or fainting. The coroner having remarked upon the painful nature of the case, the jury returned the following verdict: that deceased died from exhaustion, from want of food and the common necessaries of life, also through want of medical aid. 37. Why would witness not go into the workhouse, you ask? Well, the poor seem to have a prejudice against the workhouse which the rich have not, for, of course, everyone who takes a pension from government goes into the workhouse on a grand scale. Winking sad smiley. 16. Only the workhouses for the rich do not involve the idea of work, and should be called playhouses. But the poor like to die independently, it appears. Perhaps if we made the playhouses for them pretty and pleasant enough, or gave them their pensions at home, and allowed them a little introductory peculation with the public money, their minds might be reconciled to the conditions. Meantime, here are the facts: we make our relief either so insulting to them, or so painful, that they rather die than take it at our hands, or, for third alternative, we leave them so untaught and foolish that they starve like brute creatures, wild and dumb, not knowing what to do, or what to ask. I say, you despise compassion. If you did not, Such a newspaper paragraph would be as impossible in a Christian country as a deliberate assassination permitted in its public streets. 17. Christian, did I say? Alas, if we were but wholesomely Christian, it would be impossible. It is our imaginary Christianity that helps us to commit these crimes, for we revel and luxuriate in our faith, for the lewd sensation of it, dressing it up, like everything else, in fiction. The dramatic Christianity of the organ and aisle, of dawn service and twilight revival, the Christianity which we do not fear to mix the mockery of, pictorially, with our play about the devil, in our Satan Ellis, Roberts, Fausts, chanting hymns through tracerid windows for background effect, and artistically modulating the dio through variation on variation of mimicked prayer, while we distribute tracts, next day, for the benefit of uncultivated swearers, upon what we suppose to be the signification of the third commandment. This gas-lighted, and gas-inspired, Christianity, we are triumphant in, and draw back the hem of our robes from the touch of the heretics who dispute it. But to do a piece of common Christian righteousness in a plain English word or deed, to make Christian law any rule of life, and found one national act or hope thereon, we know too well what our faith comes to for that. You might sooner get lightning out of incense smoke than true action or passion out of your modern English religion. You had better get rid of the smoke, and the organ pipes, both, leave them, and the Gothic windows, and the painted glass, to the property man. Give up your carburetted hydrogen ghost in one healthy expiration, and look after Lazarus at the doorstep. For there is a true church wherever one hand meets another helpfully, and that is the only holy or mother church which ever was, or ever shall be. 38. All these pleasures, then, and all these virtues, I repeat, you nationally despise. You have, indeed, men among you who do not, by whose work, by whose strength, by whose life, by whose death, you live, and never thank them. Your wealth, your amusement, your pride, would all be alike impossible, but for those whom you scorn or forget. The policeman, who is walking up and down the Black Lane all night to watch the guilt you have created there, and may have his brains beaten out, and be maimed for life, at any moment, and never be thanked, the sailor wrestling with the sea's rage, the quiet student poring over his book or his viol, the common worker, without praise, and nearly without bread, fulfilling his task as your horses drag your carts, hopeless, and spurned of all. These are the men by whom England lives, but they are not the nation, they are only the body and nervous force of it, acting still from old habit in a convulsive perseverance, while the mind is gone. Our national wish and purpose are to be amused. Our national religion is the performance of church ceremonies, and preaching of soporific truths, or untruths, to keep the mob quietly at work, while we amuse ourselves, and the necessity for this amusement is fastening on us as a feverish disease of parched throat and wandering eyes, senseless, dissolute, merciless. How literally that word disease, the negation and impossibility of ease, expresses the entire moral state of our English industry and its amusements. 39. When men are rightly occupied, Their amusement grows out of their work, as the color petals out of a fruitful flower. When they are faithfully helpful and compassionate, all their emotions become steady, deep, perpetual, and vivifying to the soul as the natural pulse of the body. But now, having no true business, we pour our whole masculine energy into the false business of money-making, and having no true emotion, we must have false emotions dressed up for us to play with, not innocently, as children with dolls, but guiltily and darkly, as the idolatrous Jews with their pictures on cavern walls, which men had to dig to detect. The justice we do not execute, we mimic in the novel and on the stage. For the beauty we destroy in nature, we substitute the metamorphosis of the pantomime, and the human nature of us imperatively requiring awe and sorrow of some kind, for the noble grief we should have borne with our fellows, and the pure tears we should have wept with them. We gloat over the pathos of the police court, and gather the night dew of the grave. 40. It is difficult to estimate the true significance of these things. The facts are frightful enough. The measure of national fault involved in them is, perhaps, not as great as it would at first seem. We permit, or cause, thousands of deaths daily. But we mean no harm. We set fire to houses, and ravage peasants' fields, yet we should be sorry to find we had injured anybody. We are still kind at heart, still capable of virtue, but only as children are. Chalmers, at the end of his long life, having had much power with the public, being plagued in some serious matter by reference to public opinion, uttered the impatient exclamation, "The public is just a great baby." And the reason that I have allowed all these graver subjects of thought to mix themselves up with an inquiry into methods of reading, is that, the more I see of our national faults and miseries, the more they resolve themselves into conditions of childish illiterateness, and want of education in the most ordinary habits of thought. It is, I repeat, not vice, not selfishness, not dullness of brain, which we have to lament, but an unreachable schoolboy's recklessness, only differing from the true schoolboy's in its incapacity of being helped, because it acknowledges no master. 41. There is a curious type of us given in one of the lovely, neglected works of the last of our great painters. It is a drawing of Kirkby Lonsdale churchyard, and of its brook, and valley, and hills, and folded morning sky beyond. And unmindful alike of these, and of the dead who have left these for other valleys and for other skies, a group of schoolboys have piled their little books upon a grave, to strike them off with stones. So, also, we play with the words of the dead that would teach us, and strike them far from us with our bitter, reckless will, little thinking that those leaves which the wind scatters had been piled, not only upon a gravestone, but upon the seal of an enchanted vault, nay, the gate of a great city of sleeping kings, who would awake for us, and walk with us, if we knew but how to call them by their names. How often, even if we lift the marble entrance gate, do we but wander among those old kings in their repose, and finger the robes they lie in, and stir the crowns on their foreheads, and still they are silent to us, and seem but a dusty imagery, because we know not the incantation of the heart that would wake them, which, if they once heard, they would start up to meet us in their power of long ago, narrowly to look upon us, and consider us, and, as the fallen kings of Hades meet the newly fallen, saying, Art thou also become weak as we? Art thou also become one of us? So would these kings, with their undimmed, unshaken diadems, meet us, saying, Art thou also become pure and mighty of heart as we? Art thou also become one of us? 42 Mighty of heart, mighty of mind, magnanimous. To be this, is, indeed, to be great in life. To become this increasingly, is, indeed, to advance in life itself, not in the trappings of it. My friends, do you remember that old Scythian custom, when the head of a house died? How he was dressed in his finest dress, and set in his chariot, and carried about to his friends' houses, and each of them placed him at his table's head, and all feasted in his presence. Suppose it were offered to you, in plain words, as it is offered to you in dire facts, that you should gain this Scythian honor, gradually, while you yet thought yourself alive. Suppose the offer were this: you shall die slowly, your blood shall daily grow cold, your flesh petrify, your heart beat at last only as a rusted group of iron valves. Your life shall fade from you, and sink through the earth into the ice of Cana, but, day by day, your body shall be dressed more gaily, and set in higher chariots, and have more orders on its breast, crowns on its head, if you will. Men shall bow before it, stare and shout round it, crowd after it up and down the streets, build palaces for it, feast with it at their tables' heads all the night long. Your soul shall stay enough within it to know what they do, and feel the weight of the golden dress on its shoulders, and the furrow of the crown edge on the skull, no more. Would you take the offer, verbally made by the death angel? Would the meanest among us take it, think you? Yet practically and verily we grasp at it, every one of us, in a measure. Many of us grasp at it in its fullness of horror. Every man accepts it, who desires to advance in life without knowing what life is, who means only that he is to get more horses, and more footmen, and more fortune, and more public honor, and, not more personal soul. He only is advancing in life, whose heart is getting softer, whose blood warmer, whose brain quicker, whose spirit is entering into living peace. And the men who have this life in them are the true lords or kings of the earth, they, and they only. All other kingships, so far as they are true, are only the practical issue and expression of theirs. If less than this, they are either dramatic royalties, costly shows, set off, indeed, with real jewels instead of tinsel, but still only the toys of nations, or else, they are no royalties at all, but tyrannies, or the mere active and practical issue of national folly, for which reason I have said of them elsewhere, visible governments are the toys of some nations, the diseases of others, the harness of some, the burdens of more. 43 But I have no words for the wonder with which I hear kinghood still spoken of, even among thoughtful men, as if governed nations were a personal property, and might be bought and sold, or otherwise acquired, as sheep, of whose flesh their king was to feed, and whose fleece he was to gather, as if Achilles' indignant epithet of base kings, people-eating were the constant and proper title of all monarchs, and enlargement of a king's dominion meant the same thing as the increase of a private man's estate. Kings who think so, however powerful, can no more be the true kings of the nation than gadflies are the kings of a horse. They suck it, and may drive it wild, but do not guide it. They, and their courts, and their armies are, if one could see clearly, only a large species of marsh mosquito, with bayonet proboscis and melodious, band-mastered, trumpeting in the summer air, the twilight being, perhaps, sometimes fairer, but hardly more wholesome, for its glittering mists of midge companies. The true kings, meanwhile, rule quietly, if at all, and hate ruling. Too many of them make il gran rifiuto, 18, and if they do not, the mob, as soon as they are likely to become useful to it, is pretty sure to make its gran rifiuto of them. 44 Yet the visible king may also be a true one, some day, if ever day comes when he will estimate his dominion by the force of it, not the geographical boundaries. It matters very little whether Trent cuts you a cantle out here, or Rhine rounds you a castle less there. But it does matter to you, King of men, whether you can verily say to this man, Go and he goeth, and to another, Come and he cometh. Whether you can turn your people, as you can Trent, and where it is that you bid them come, and where go. It matters to you, King of men, whether your people hate you, and die by you, or love you, and live by you. You may measure your dominion by multitudes better than by miles, and count degrees of love latitude, not from, but to a wonderfully warm and indefinite equator. 45 Measure. Nay, you cannot measure. Who shall measure the difference between the power of those who do and teach and who are greatest in the kingdoms of earth, as of heaven, and the power of those who undo, and consume, whose power, at the fullest, is only the power of the moth and the rust? Strange to think how the moth kings lay up treasures for the moth, and the rust kings, who are to their people's strength as rust to armor, lay up treasures for the rust, and the robber kings, treasures for the robber. But how few kings have ever laid up treasures that needed no guarding, treasures of which, the more thieves there were, the better. Broidered robe, only to be rent, helm and sword, only to be dimmed, jewel and gold, only to be scattered. There have been 3 kinds of kings who have gathered these. Suppose there ever should arise a 4th order of kings, who had read, in some obscure writing of long ago, that there was a 4th kind of treasure, which the jewel and gold could not equal, neither should it be valued with pure gold. A web made fair in the weaving, by Athena's shuttle, an armor, forged in divine fire by Vulcanian force, a gold to be mined in the sun's red heart, where he sets over the Delphian cliffs, deep pictured tissue, impenetrable armor, potable gold, the 3 great angels of conduct, toil, and thought, still calling to us, and waiting at the posts of our doors, to lead us, with their winged power, and guide us, with their unerring eyes, by the path which no fowl knoweth, and which the vulture's eye has not seen. Suppose kings should ever arise, who heard and believed this word, and at last gathered and brought forth treasures of wisdom for their people. 46. Think what an amazing business that would be. How inconceivable, in the state of our present national wisdom, that we should bring up our peasants to a book exercise instead of a bayonet exercise, organize, drill, maintain with pay, and good generalship, armies of thinkers, instead of armies of stabbers, find national amusement in reading rooms as well as rifle grounds, give prizes for a fair shot at a fact, as well as for a leaden splash on a target. What an absurd idea it seems, put fairly in words, that the wealth of the capitalists of civilized nations should ever come to support literature instead of war. 47. Have yet patience with me, while I read you a single sentence out of the only book, properly to be called a book, that I have yet written myself, the one that will stand, if anything stand, surest and longest of all work of mine. It is one very awful form of the operation of wealth in Europe that it is entirely capitalists' wealth that supports unjust wars. Just wars do not need so much money to support them, for most of the men who wage such, wage them gratis, but for an unjust war, men's bodies and souls have both to be bought, and the best tools of war for them besides, which makes such war costly to the maximum, not to speak of the cost of base fear, and angry suspicion, between nations which have not grace nor honesty enough in all their multitudes to buy an hour's peace of mind with, as, at present, France and England, purchasing of each other 10 millions sterling worth of consternation, annually, a remarkably light crop, half thorns and half aspen leaves, sown, reaped, and granaried by the science of the modern political economist, teaching covetousness instead of truth. And, all unjust war being supportable, if not by pillage of the enemy, only by loans from capitalists, these loans are repaid by subsequent taxation of the people, who appear to have no will in the matter, the capitalists' will being the primary root of the war, but its real root is the covetousness of the whole nation, rendering it incapable of faith, frankness, or justice, and bringing about, therefore, in due time, his own separate loss and punishment to each person. 48. France and England literally, observe, by panic of each other, they pay, each of them, for 10,000 pounds worth of terror, a year. Now suppose, instead of buying these 10 millions worth of panic annually, they made up their minds to be at peace with each other, and buy 10 millions worth of knowledge annually, and that each nation spent its 10,000 pounds a year in founding royal libraries, royal art galleries, royal museums, royal gardens, and places of rest. Might it not be better somewhat for both French and English? 49. It will be long, yet, before that comes to pass. Nevertheless, I hope it will not be long before royal or national libraries will be founded in every considerable city, with a royal series of books in them, the same series in every one of them, chosen books, the best in every kind, prepared for that national series in the most perfect way possible, their text printed all on leaves of equal size, broad of margin, and divided into pleasant volumes, light in the hand, beautiful, and strong, and thorough as examples of binders' work, and that These great libraries will be accessible to all clean and orderly persons at all times of the day and evening, strict law being enforced for this cleanliness and quietness. I could shape for you other plans for art galleries, and for natural history galleries, and for many precious, many, it seems to me, needful things. But this book plan is the easiest and needfulest, and would prove a considerable tonic to what we call our British Constitution, which has fallen dropsical of late, and has an evil thirst, and evil hunger, and wants healthier feeding. You have got its corn laws repealed for it. Try if you cannot get corn laws established for it, dealing in a better bread made of that old enchanted Arabian grain, the sesame, which opens doors not of robbers, but of kings' treasuries. 50 Note to paragraph 30. Respecting the increase of rent by the deaths of the poor, for evidence of which, see the preface to the Medical Officer's Report to the Privy Council, just published. There are suggestions in its preface which will make some stir among us, I fancy, respecting which let me note these points following. There are two theories on the subject of land now abroad, and in contention, both false. The first is that, by heavenly law, there have always existed, and must continue to exist, a certain number of hereditarily sacred persons to whom the earth, air, and water of the world belong, as personal property, of which earth, air, and water, these persons may, at their pleasure, permit, or forbid, the rest of the human race to eat, breathe, or to drink. This theory is not for many years longer tenable. The adverse theory is that a division of the land of the world among the mob of the world would immediately elevate the said mob into sacred personages, that houses would then build themselves, and corn grow of itself, and that everybody would be able to live, without doing any work for his living. This theory would also be found highly untenable in practice. It will, however, require some rough experiments, and rougher catastrophes, before the generality of persons will be convinced that no law concerning anything, least of all concerning land, for either holding or dividing it, or renting it high, or renting it low, would be of the smallest ultimate use to the people, so long as the general contest for life, and for the means of life, remains one of mere brutal competition. That contest, in an unprincipled nation, will take one deadly form or another, whatever laws you make against it. For instance, it would be an entirely wholesome law for England, if it could be carried, that maximum limits should be assigned to incomes according to classes, and that every nobleman's income should be paid to him as a fixed salary or pension by the nation, and not squeezed by him in variable sums, at discretion, out of the tenants of his land. But if you could get such a law passed tomorrow, and if, which would be farther necessary, you could fix the value of the assigned incomes by making a given weight of pure bread for a given sum, a 12-month would not pass before another currency would have been tacitly established, and the power of accumulative wealth would have reasserted itself in some other article, or some other imaginary sign. There is only one cure for public distress, and that is public education, directed to make men thoughtful, merciful, and just. There are, indeed, many laws conceivable which would gradually better and strengthen the national temper, but, for the most part, they are such as the national temper must be much bettered before it would bear. A nation in its youth may be helped by laws, as a weak child by backboards, but when it is old it cannot that way straighten its crooked spine. And besides, the problem of land, at its worst, is a by one. Distribute the earth as you will, the principal question remains inexorable: who is to dig it? Which of us, in brief words, is to do the hard and dirty work for the rest, and for what pay? Who is to do the pleasant and clean work, and for what pay? Who is to do no work, and for what pay? And there are curious moral and religious questions connected with these. How far is it lawful to suck a portion of the soul out of a great many persons, in order to put the abstracted psychical quantities together and make one very beautiful or ideal soul? If we had to deal with mere blood, instead of spirit, and the thing might literally be done, as it has been done with infants before now, so that it were possible by taking a certain quantity of blood from the arms of a given number of the mob, and putting it all into one person, to make a more azure-blooded gentleman of him, the thing would of course be managed, but secretly, I should conceive. But now, because it is brain and soul that we abstract, not visible blood, it can be done quite openly, and we live, we gentlemen, on delicatest prey, after the manner of weasels. That is to say, we keep a certain number of clowns digging and ditching, and generally stupefied, in order that we, being fed gratis, may have all the thinking and feeling to ourselves. Yet there is a great deal to be said for this. A highly bred and trained English, French, Austrian, or Italian gentleman, much more a lady, is a great production, a better production than most statues, being beautifully colored as well as shaped, and plus all the brains, a glorious thing to look at, a wonderful thing to talk to, and you cannot have it, any more than a pyramid or a church, but by sacrifice of much contributed life. And it is, perhaps, better to build a beautiful human creature than a beautiful dome or steeple, and more delightful to look up reverently to a creature far above us, than to a wall. Only the beautiful human creature will have some duties to do in return, duties of living belfry and rampart, of which presently. 1. This lecture was given the 6th of December, 1864, at Rusholme Town Hall, Manchester, in aid of a library fund for the Rusholme Institute. 2. Note this sentence carefully, and compare the Queen of the Air section 106. 3. 2 Peter, 3. 5-7, 4. Compare the 13th letter in Time and Tide. 5. Modern education for the most part signifies giving people the faculty of thinking wrong on every conceivable subject of importance to them. 6. Inferno 23. 125, 126, 19. 49, 50. 7. Compare section 13 above. 8. See note at end of lecture. I have put it in large type, because the course of matters since it was written has made it perhaps better worth attention. 9. Since this was written, the answer has become definitely, No, we have surrendered the field of Arctic discovery to the continental nations, as being ourselves too poor to pay for ships. 10. I state this fact without Professor Owen's permission, which of course he could not with propriety have granted, had I asked it, but I consider it so important that the public should be aware of the fact that I do what seems to be right though rude. 11. That was our real idea of free trade, all the trade to myself. You find now that by competition other people can manage to sell something as well as you, and now we call for protection again. Wretches. 12. I meant that the beautiful places of the world, Switzerland, Italy, South Germany, and so on, are, indeed, the truest cathedrals, places to be reverent in, and to worship in, and that we only care to drive through them, and to eat and drink at their most sacred places. 13. I was singularly struck, some years ago, by finding all the river shore at Richmond, in Yorkshire, black in its earth, from the mere drift of soot-laden air from places many miles away. 14. One of the things which we must very resolutely enforce, for the good of all classes, in our future arrangements, must be that they wear no translated articles of dress. 15. This abbreviation of the penalty of useless labor is curiously coincident in verbal form with a certain passage which some of us may remember. It may, perhaps, be well to preserve beside this paragraph another cutting out of my store drawer, from the Morning Post of about a parallel date, Friday, the 10th of March, 1865. The salons of MMEC, who did the honors with clever imitative grace and elegance, were crowded with princes, dukes, marquises, and counts, in fact, with the same male company as one meets at the parties of the Princess Metternich and Madame Druindle who is. Some English peers and members of Parliament were present, and appeared to enjoy the animated and dazzlingly improper scene. On the second floor the supper tables were loaded with every delicacy of the season. That your readers may form some idea of the dainty fare of the Parisian demi-monde, I copy the menu of the supper, which was served to all the guests, about 200, seated at 4 o'clock. Choice YQUEM, Johannisberg, Lafite, Tokaj, and champagne of the finest vintages were served most lavishly throughout the morning. After supper dancing was resumed with increased animation, and the ball terminated with a chain diabolique and a cancan d'enfer at 7 in the morning. Morning service, ere the fresh lawns appeared under the opening eyelids of the morn. Here is the menu: consomme de volaille la bagration, 16 hors d'oeuvre varies. Bouche c'est la tolérande. Saumons freuds, sauce ravigote. Fillets de boeuf en Bellevue, timbales milanaise chaude freud de gibia. Dins truffes. Pates de foie gras, bisson d'écrevisses, salades vénitiennes, jellies blanches auxiliary fruits, gâteaux mancini, parisiens et parisiennes. Fromages glaces, ananas. Dessert. 16. Please observe this statement, and think of it, and consider how it happens that a poor old woman will be ashamed to take a shilling a week from the country, but no one is ashamed to take a pension of 1,000 a year. 17. I am heartily glad to see such a paper as the Pall Mall Gazette established, for the power of the press in the hands of highly educated men, in independent position, and of honest purpose, may, indeed, become all that it has been hitherto vainly vaunted to be. Its editor will, therefore, I doubt not, pardon me, in that, by very reason of my respect for the journal, I do not let pass unnoticed an article in its third number, page 5, which was wrong in every word of it, with the intense wrongness which only an honest man can achieve who has taken a false turn of thought in the outset, and is following it, regardless of consequences. It contained at the end this notable passage: the bread of affliction, and the water of affliction, aye, and the bedsteads and blankets of affliction, are the very utmost that the law ought to give to outcasts merely as outcasts. I merely put beside this expression of the gentlemanly mind of England in 1865, a part of the message which Isaiah was ordered to lift up his voice like a trumpet in declaring to the gentlemen of his day, "Ye fast for strife, and to smite with the fist of wickedness. Is not this the fast that I have chosen, to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out, margin afflicted, to thy house?" The falsehood on which the writer had mentally founded himself, as previously stated by him, was this: to confound the functions of the dispensers of the poor rates with those of the dispensers of a charitable institution is a great and pernicious error. This sentence is so accurately and exquisitely wrong, that its substance must be thus reversed in our minds before we can deal with any existing problem of national distress. To understand that the dispensers of the poor rates are the almoners of the nation, and should distribute its alms with a gentleness and freedom of hand as much greater and franker than that possible to individual charity, as the collective national wisdom and power may be supposed greater than those of any single person, is the foundation of all law respecting pauperism. Since this was written, the Pall Mall Gazette has become a mere party paper, like the rest, but it writes well, and does more good than mischief on the whole. 18. The Great Renunciation. Sesame and Lilies Lecture, 2, Lilies, 1, of Queen's Gardens. Be thou glad, O thirsting desert, let the desert be made cheerful, and bloom as the lily, and the barren places of Jordan shall run wild with wood. Isaiah XXXV, I, Septuagint. It will, perhaps, be well, as this lecture is the sequel of one previously given, that I should shortly state to you my general intention in both. The questions specially proposed to you in the first, namely, how and what to read, rose out of a far deeper one, which it was my endeavor to make you propose earnestly to yourselves, namely, why to read. I want you to feel, with me, that whatever advantages we possess in the present day in the diffusion of education and of literature, can only be rightly used by any of us when we have apprehended clearly what education is to lead to, and literature to teach. I wish you to see that both well-directed moral training and well-chosen reading lead to the possession of a power over the ill-guided and illiterate, which is, according to the measure of it, in the truest sense, kingly, conferring indeed the purest kingship that can exist among men. Too many other kingships, however distinguished by visible insignia or material power, being either spectral, or tyrannous, spectral, that is to say, aspects and shows only of royalty, hollow as death, and which only the likeness of a kingly crown have on, or else tyrannous, that is to say, substituting their own will for the law of justice and love by which all true kings rule. 52. There is, then, I repeat, and as I want to leave this idea with you, I begin with it, and shall end with it, only one pure kind of kingship, an inevitable and external kind, crowned or not, the kingship, namely, which consists in a stronger moral state, and a truer thoughtful state, than that of others, enabling you, therefore, to guide, or to raise them. Observe that word state, we have got into a loose way of using it. It means literally the standing and stability of a thing, and you have the full force of it in the derived word statue, the immovable thing. A king's majesty or state then, and the right of his kingdom to be called a state, depends on the movelessness of both, without tremor, without quiver of balance, established and enthroned upon a foundation of eternal law which nothing can alter, nor overthrow. 53. Believing that all literature and all education are only useful so far as they tend to confirm this calm, beneficent, and therefore kingly, power, first, over ourselves, and, through ourselves, over all around us, I am now going to ask you to consider with me farther, what special portion or kind of this royal authority, arising out of noble education, may rightly be possessed by women, and how far they also are called to a true queenly power. Not in their households merely, but over all within their sphere. And in what sense, if they rightly understood and exercised this royal or gracious influence, the order and beauty induced by such benignant power would justify us in speaking of the territories over which each of them reigned, as queen's gardens. 54. And here, in the very outset, we are met by a far deeper question, which, strange though this may seem, remains among many of us yet quite undecided, in spite of its infinite importance. We cannot determine what the queenly power of women should be, until we are agreed what their ordinary power should be. We cannot consider how education may fit them for any widely extending duty, until we are agreed what is their true constant duty. And there never was a time when wilder words were spoken, or more vain imagination permitted, respecting this question, quite vital to all social happiness. The relations of the womanly to the manly nature, their different capacities of intellect or of virtue, seem never to have been yet estimated with entire consent. We hear of the mission and of the rights of women, as if these could ever be separate from the mission and the rights of man, as if she and her Lord were creatures of independent kind, and of irreconcilable claim. This, at least, is wrong. And not less wrong, perhaps even more foolishly wrong, for I will anticipate thus far what I hope to prove, is the idea that woman is only the shadow and attendant image of her Lord, owing him a thoughtless and servile obedience, and supported altogether in her weakness, by the preeminence of his fortitude. This, I say, is the most foolish of all errors respecting her who was made to be the helpmate of man. as if he could be helped effectively by a shadow, or worthily by a slave. 55. Let us try, then, whether we cannot get at some clear and harmonious idea, it must be harmonious if it is true, of what womanly mind and virtue are in power and office, with respect to man's, and how their relations rightly accepted, aid, and increase, the vigor, and honor, and authority of both. And now I must repeat one thing I said in the last lecture, namely, that the first use of education was to enable us to consult with the wisest and the greatest men on all points of earnest difficulty. That to use books rightly, was to go to them for help, to appeal to them, when our own knowledge and power of thought failed, to be led by them into wider sight, purer conception, than our own, and receive from them the united sentence of the judges and councils of all time, against our solitary and unstable opinion. Let us do this now. Let us see whether the greatest, the wisest, the purest-hearted of all ages are agreed in any wise on this point. Let us hear the testimony they have left respecting what they held to be the true dignity of woman, and her mode of help to man. 56. And first let us take Shakespeare. Note broadly in the outset, Shakespeare has no heroes, he has only heroines. There is not one entirely heroic figure in all his plays, except the slight sketch of Henry V, exaggerated for the purposes of the stage, and the still slighter Valentine in The Two Gentlemen of Verona. In his lay-bought and perfect plays you have no hero. Othello would have been one, if his simplicity had not been so great as to leave him the prey of every base practice round him. But he is the only example even approximating to the heroic type. Coriolanus, Caesar, Antony, stand in flawed strength, and fall by their vanities. Hamlet is indolent, and drowsily speculative, Romeo an impatient boy, the Merchant of Venice languidly submissive to adverse fortune, Kent, in King Lear, is entirely noble at heart, but too rough and unpolished to be of true use at the critical time, and he sinks into the office of a servant only. Orlando, no less noble, is yet the despairing toy of chance, followed, comforted, saved, by Rosalind. Whereas there is hardly a play that has not a perfect woman in it, steadfast in grave hope and errorless purpose, Cordelia, Desdemona, Isabella, Hermione, Imogen, Queen Catherine, Perdita, Sylvia, Viola, Rosalind, Helena, and last, and perhaps loveliest, Virgilia, are all faultless, conceived in the highest heroic type of humanity. 57. Then observe, secondly, the catastrophe of every play is caused always by the folly or fault of a man. The redemption, if there be any, is by the wisdom and virtue of a woman, and failing that, there is none. The catastrophe of King Lear is owing to his own want of judgment, his impatient vanity, his misunderstanding of his children. The virtue of his one true daughter would have saved him from all the injuries of the others, unless he had cast her away from him. As it is, she all but saves him. Of Othello I need not trace the tale, nor the one weakness of his so mighty love, nor the inferiority of his perceptive intellect to that even of the second woman character in the play, the Emilia who dies in wild testimony against his error, O murderous coxcomb! What should such a fool do with so good a wife? In Romeo and Juliet, the wise and brave stratagem of the wife is brought to ruinous issue by the reckless impatience of her husband. In Winter's Tale and in Cumberland, the happiness and existence of two princely households, lost through long years, and imperiled to the death by the folly and obstinacy of the husbands, are redeemed at last by the queenly patience and wisdom of the wives. In Measure for Measure, the foul injustice of the judge, and the foul cowardice of the brother, are opposed to the victorious truth and adamantine purity of a woman. In Coriolanus, the mother's counsel, acted upon in time, would have saved her son from all evil. His momentary forgetfulness of it is his ruin. Her prayer at last granted, saves him, not, indeed, from death, but from the curse of living as the destroyer of his country. And what shall I say of Julia, constant against the fickleness of a lover who is a mere wicked child, of Helena, against the petulance and insult of a careless youth, of the patience of Hero, the passion of Beatrice, and the calmly devoted wisdom of the unlessoned girl who appears among the helplessness, the blindness, and the vindictive passions of men, as a gentle angel, bringing courage and safety by her presence, and defeating the worst malignities of crime by what women are fancied most to fail in, precision and accuracy of thought. 58. Observe, further, among all the principal figures in Shakespeare's plays, there is only one weak woman, Ophelia, and it is because she fails Hamlet at the critical moment, and is not, and cannot in her nature be, a guide to him when he needs her most, that all the bitter catastrophe follows. Finally, though there are three wicked women among the principal figures, Lady Macbeth, Regan, and Goneril, they are felt at once to be frightful exceptions to the ordinary laws of life, fatal in their influence also in proportion to the power for good which they have abandoned. Such, in broad light, is Shakespeare's testimony to the position and character of women in human life. He represents them as infallibly faithful and wise counselors, incorruptibly just and pure examples, strong always to sanctify, even when they cannot save. 59. Not as in any wise comparable in knowledge of the nature of man, still less in his understanding of the causes and courses of fate, but only as the writer who has given us the broadest view of the conditions and modes of ordinary thought in modern society, I ask you next to receive the witness of Walter Scott. I put aside his merely romantic prose writings as of no value, and though the early romantic poetry is very beautiful, its testimony is of no weight, other than that of a boy's ideal. But his true works, studied from Scottish life, bear a true witness, and, in the whole range of these, there are but three men who reach the heroic type, two, Dandie Dinmont, Rob Roy, and Claverhouse. Of these, one is a border farmer, another a freebooter, the third a soldier in a bad cause. And these touch the ideal of heroism only in their courage and faith, together with a strong, but uncultivated, or mistakenly applied, intellectual power, while his younger men are the gentlemanly playthings of fantastic fortune, and only by aid, or accident, of that fortune, survive, not vanquish, the trials they involuntarily sustain. of any disciplined, or consistent character, earnest in a purpose wisely conceived, or dealing with forms of hostile evil, definitely challenged, and resolutely subdued, there is no trace in his conceptions of young men. Whereas in his imaginations of women, in the characters of Ellen Douglas, of Flora Mac Ivor, Rose Bradwardine, Catherine Seton, Diana Vernon, Lilias Regauntlet, Alice Bridgenorth, Alice Lee, and Jeannie Deans, with endless varieties of grace, tenderness, and intellectual power, we find in all a quite infallible and inevitable sense of dignity and justice, a fearless, instant, and untiring self-sacrifice to even the appearance of duty, much more to its real claims, and, finally, a patient wisdom of deeply restrained affection, which does infinitely more than protect its objects from a momentary error. It gradually forms, animates, and exalts the characters of the unworthy lovers, until, at the close of the tale, we are just able, and no more, to take patience in hearing of their unmerited success. So that in all cases, with Scott as with Shakespeare, it is the woman who watches over, teaches, and guides the youth. It is never, by any chance, the youth who watches over or educates his mistress. 60. Next, take, though more briefly, graver testimony, that of the great Italians and Greeks. You know well the plan of Dante's great poem, that it is a love poem to his dead lady, a song of praise for her watch over his soul. Stooping only to pity, never to love, she yet saves him from destruction, saves him from hell. He is going eternally astray in despair, she comes down from heaven to his help, and throughout the ascents of paradise is his teacher, interpreting for him the most difficult truths, divine and human, and leading him, with rebuke upon rebuke, from star to star. I do not insist upon Dante's conception. If I began I could not cease. Besides, you might think this a wild imagination of one poet's heart. So I will rather read to you a few verses of the deliberate writing of a knight of Pisa to his living lady, wholly characteristic of the feeling of all the noblest men of the 13th, or early 14th century, preserved among many other such records of knightly honor and love, which Dante Rossetti has gathered for us from among the early Italian poets. For lo, thy law is past that this my love should manifestly be to serve and honor thee, and so I do, and my delight is full, accepted for the servant of thy rule. Without almost, I am all rapturous, since thus my will was set to serve, thou flower of joy, thine excellence, nor ever seems it anything could rouse a pain or regret. But on thee dwells mine every thought and sense, considering that from thee all virtues spread as from a fountain head, that in thy gift is wisdom's best avail, and honor without fail, with whom each sovereign good dwells separate, fulfilling the perfection of thy state. Lady, since I conceived that pleasurable aspect in my heart, my life has been a part in shining brightness and the place of truth, which till that time, good sooth, groped among shadows in a darkened place, where many hours and days it hardly ever had remembered good. But now my servitude is thine, and I am full of joy and rest. A man from a wild beast thou madest me, since for thy love I lived. 61. You may think, Perhaps, a Greek knight would have had a lower estimate of women than this Christian lover. His spiritual subjection to them was, indeed, not so absolute, but as regards their own personal character, it was only because you could not have followed me so easily, that I did not take the Greek women instead of Shakespeare's, and instance, for chief ideal types of human beauty and faith, the simple mother's and wife's heart of Andromache, the divine, yet rejected wisdom of Cassandra, the playful kindness and simple princess life of happy Nausicaa, the housewifely calm of that of Penelope. With its watch upon the sea, the ever-patient, fearless, hopelessly devoted piety of the sister and daughter, in Antigone, the bowing down of Iphigenia, lamb-like and silent, and, finally, the expectation of the resurrection, made clear to the soul of the Greeks in the return from her grave of that Alcestis, who, to save her husband, had passed calmly through the bitterness of death. 62 Now, I could multiply witness upon witness of this kind upon you if I had time. I would take Chaucer, and show you why he wrote a legend of good women, but no legend of good men. I would take Spenser, and show you how all his fairy knights are sometimes deceived and sometimes vanquished, but the soul of Una is never darkened, and the spear of Britomart is never broken. Nay, I could go back into the mythical teaching of the most ancient times, and show you how the great people, by one of whose princesses it was appointed that the lawgiver of all the earth should be educated, rather than by his own kindred, how that great Egyptian people, wisest then of nations, gave to their spirit of wisdom the form of a woman, and into her hand, for a symbol, the weaver's shuttle, and how the name and the form of that spirit, adopted, believed, and obeyed by the Greeks, became that Athena of the olive helm, and cloudy shield, to faith in whom you owe, down to this date, whatever you hold most precious in art, in literature, or in types of national virtue. 63 But I will not wander into this distant and mythical element, I will only ask you to give its legitimate value to the testimony of these great poets and men of the world, consistent, as you see it is, on this head. I will ask you whether it can be supposed that these men, in the main work of their lives, are amusing themselves with a fictitious and idle view of the relations between man and woman, nay, worse than fictitious or idle, for a thing may be imaginary, yet desirable, if it were possible, but this, their ideal of woman, is, according to our common idea of the marriage relation, wholly undesirable. The woman, we say, is not to guide, nor even to think for herself. The man is always to be the wiser, he is to be the thinker, the ruler, the superior in knowledge and discretion, as in power. 64 Is it not somewhat important to make up our minds on this matter? Are all these great men mistaken, or are we? Are Shakespeare and Aeschylus, Dante and Homer, merely dressing dolls for us, or, worse than dolls, unnatural visions, the realization of which, were it possible, would bring anarchy into all households and ruin into all affections? Nay, if you could suppose this, take lastly the evidence of facts, given by the human heart itself. In all Christian ages which have been remarkable for their purity or progress, there has been absolute yielding of obedient devotion, by the lover, to his mistress. I say obedient, not merely enthusiastic and worshipping in imagination, but entirely subject, receiving from the beloved woman, however young, not only the encouragement, the praise, and the reward of all toil, but so far as any choice is open, or any question difficult of decision, the direction of all toil. That chivalry, to the abuse and dishonor of which are attributable primarily whatever is cruel in war, unjust in peace, or corrupt and ignoble in domestic relations, and to the original purity and power of which we owe the defense alike of faith, of law, and of love, that chivalry, I say, in its very first conception of honorable life, assumes the subjection of the young knight to the command, should it even be the command in caprice, of his lady. It assumes this, because its masters knew that the first and necessary impulse of every truly taught and knightly heart is this of blind service to its lady, that where that true faith and captivity are not, all wayward and wicked passions must be, and that in this rapturous obedience to the single love of his youth, is the sanctification of all man's strength, and the continuance of all his purposes. And this, not because such obedience would be safe, or honorable, were it ever rendered to the unworthy, but because it ought to be impossible for every noble youth, it is impossible for every one rightly trained, to love any one whose gentle counsel he cannot trust, or whose prayerful command he can hesitate to obey. 65 I do not insist by any farther argument on this, for I think it should commend itself at once to your knowledge of what has been and to your feelings of what should be. You cannot think that the buckling on of the knight's armor by his lady's hand was a mere caprice of romantic fashion. It is the type of an eternal truth, that the soul's armor is never well set to the heart unless a woman's hand has braced it, and it is only when she braces it loosely that the honor of manhood fails. Know you not those lovely lines? I would they were learned by all youthful ladies of England. Ah, wasteful woman, she who may on her sweet self set her own price, knowing he cannot choose but pay, how has she cheapened paradise? How given for naught her priceless gift, how spoiled the bread and spilled the wine, which, spent with due, respective thrift, had made brutes men, and men divine. 366. Thus much, then, respecting the relations of lovers I believe you will accept. But what we too often doubt is the fitness of the continuance of such a relation throughout the whole of human life. We think it right in the lover and mistress, not in the husband and wife. That is to say, we think that a reverent and tender duty is due to one whose affection we still doubt, and whose character we as yet do but partially and distantly discern, and that this reverence and duty are to be withdrawn, when the affection has become wholly and limitlessly our own, and the character has been so sifted and tried that we fear not to entrust it with the happiness of our lives. Do you not see how ignoble this is, as well as how unreasonable? Do you not feel that marriage, when it is marriage at all, is only the seal which marks the vowed transition of temporary into untiring service, and of fitful into eternal love? 67 But how, you will ask, is the idea of this guiding function of the woman reconcilable with a true wifely subjection? Simply in that it is a guiding, not a determining, function. Let me try to show you briefly how these powers seem to be rightly distinguishable. We are foolish, and without excuse foolish, in speaking of the superiority of one sex to the other, as if they could be compared in similar things. Each has what the other has not, each completes the other, and is completed by the other. They are in nothing alike, and the happiness and perfection of both depends on each asking and receiving from the other what the other only can give. 68 Now their separate characters are briefly these. The man's power is active, progressive, defensive. He is eminently the doer, the creator, the discoverer, the defender. His intellect is for speculation and invention, his energy for adventure, for war, and for conquest, wherever war is just, wherever conquest necessary. But the woman's power is for rule, not for battle, and her intellect is not for invention or creation, but for sweet ordering, arrangement, and decision. She sees the qualities of things, their claims, and their places. Her great function is praise. She enters into no contest, but infallibly judges the crown of contest. By her office and place, she is protected from all danger and temptation. The man, in his rough work in open world, must encounter all peril and trial. To him, therefore, must be the failure, the offense, the inevitable error. Often he must be wounded, or subdued, often misled, and always hardened. But he guards the woman from all this, within his house, as ruled by her, unless she herself has sought it, need enter no danger, no temptation, no cause of error or offense. This is the true nature of home. It is the place of peace, the shelter, not only from all injury, but from all terror, doubt, and division. In so far as it is not this, it is not home. So far as the anxieties of the outer life penetrate into it, and the inconsistently minded, unknown, unloved, or hostile society of the outer world is allowed by either husband or wife to cross the threshold, it ceases to be home. It is then only a part of that outer world which you have roofed over, and lighted fire in. But so far as it is a sacred place, a vestal temple, a temple of the hearth watched over by household gods, before whose faces none may come but those whom they can receive with love, so far as it is this, and roof and fire are types only of a nobler shade and light, shade as of the rock in a weary land, and light as of the pharos in the stormy sea, so far it vindicates the name, and fulfills the praise, of home. And wherever a true wife comes, this home is always round her. The stars only may be over her head, the glowworm in the night-cold grass may be the only fire at her foot, but home is yet wherever she is, and for a noble woman it stretches far round her, better than sealed with cedar, or painted with vermilion, shedding its quiet light far, for those who else were homeless. 69 This, then, I believe to be, will you not admit it to be, the woman's true place and power? But do not you see that to fulfill this, she must, as far as one can use such terms of a human creature, be incapable of error? So far as she rules, all must be right, or nothing is. She must be enduringly, incorruptibly good, instinctively, infallibly wise, not for self-development, but for self-renunciation, wise, not that she may set herself above her husband, but that she may never fail from his side, wise, not with the narrowness of insolent and loveless pride, but with the passionate gentleness of an infinitely variable, because infinitely applicable, modesty of service, the true changefulness of woman. In that great sense, la donna e mobile not quilpium al vento, no, nor yet variable as the shade, by the light quivering aspen made, but variable as the light, manifold in fair and serene division, that it may take the color of all that it falls upon, and exalt it. 72. I have been trying, thus far, to show you what should be the place, and what the power of woman. Now, secondly, we ask, what kind of education is to fit her for these? And if you indeed think this is a true conception of her office and dignity, it will not be difficult to trace the course of education which would fit her for the one, and raise her to the other. The first of our duties to her, no thoughtful persons now doubt this, is to secure for her such physical training and exercise as may confirm her health, and perfect her beauty, the highest refinement of that beauty being unattainable without splendor of activity and of delicate strength. To perfect her beauty, I say, and increase its power, it cannot be too powerful, nor shed its sacred light too far. Only remember that all physical freedom is vain to produce beauty without a corresponding freedom of heart. There are two passages of that poet who is distinguished, it seems to me, from all others, not by power, but by exquisite rightness, which point you to the source, and describe to you, in a few syllables, the completion of womanly beauty. I will read the introductory stanzas, but the last is the one I wish you specially to notice. 3 years she grew in sun and shower, then nature said, a lovelier flower on earth was never sown. This child I to myself will take, she shall be mine, and I will make a lady of my own. Myself will to my darling be both law and impulse, and with me the girl, in rock and plain, in earth and heaven, in glade and bower, shall feel an overseeing power to kindle, or restrain. The floating clouds their state shall lend to her, for her the willow bend, nor shall she fail to see even in the motions of the storm grace that shall mold the maiden's form by silent sympathy. And vital feelings of delight shall rear her form to stately height, her virgin bosom swell. Such thoughts to Lucy I will give, while she and I together live, here in this happy dell. For, vital feelings of delight observe. There are deadly feelings of delight, but the natural ones are vital, necessary to very life. And they must be feelings of delight, if they are to be vital. Do not think you can make a girl lovely, if you do not make her happy. There is not one restraint you put on a good girl's nature, there is not one check you give to her instincts of affection or of effort, which will not be indelibly written on her features, with a hardness which is all the more painful because it takes away the brightness from the eyes of innocence, and the charm from the brow of virtue. 71. This for the means, now note the end. Take from the same poet, in 2 lines, a perfect description of womanly beauty, a countenance in which did meet sweet records, promises as sweet. The perfect loveliness of a woman's countenance can only consist in that majestic peace, which is founded in the memory of happy and useful years, full of sweet records, and from the joining of this with that yet more majestic childishness, which is still full of change and promise, opening always, modest at once, and bright, with hope of better things to be won, and to be bestowed. There is no old age where there is still that promise. 72. Thus, then, you have first to mold her physical frame, and then, as the strength she gains will permit you, to fill and temper her mind with all knowledge and thoughts which tend to confirm its natural instincts of justice, and refine its natural tact of love. All such knowledge should be given her as may enable her to understand, and even to aid, the work of men, and yet it should be given, not as knowledge, not as if it were, or could be, for her an object to know, but only to feel, and to judge. It is of no moment, as a matter of pride or perfectness in herself, whether she knows many languages or one, but it is of the utmost, that she should be able to show kindness to a stranger, and to understand the sweetness of a stranger's tongue. It is of no moment to her own worth or dignity that she should be acquainted with this science or that, but it is of the highest that she should be trained in habits of accurate thought, that she should understand the meaning, the inevitableness, and the loveliness of natural laws, and follow at least some one path of scientific attainment, as far as to the threshold of that bitter valley of humiliation, into which only the wisest and bravest of men can descend, owning themselves forever children, gathering pebbles on a boundless shore. It is of little consequence how many positions of cities she knows, or how many dates of events, or names of celebrated persons. It is not the object of education to turn a woman into a dictionary, but it is deeply necessary that she should be taught to enter with her whole personality into the history she reads, to picture the passages of it vitally in her own bright imagination, to apprehend, with her fine instincts, the pathetic circumstances and dramatic relations, which the historian too often only eclipses by his reasoning, and disconnects by his arrangement. It is for her to trace the hidden equities of divine reward, and catch sight, through the darkness, of the fatal threads of woven fire that connect error with its retribution. But, chiefly of all, she is to be taught to extend the limits of her sympathy with respect to that history which is being for her determined as the moments pass in which she draws her peaceful breath, and to the contemporary calamity, which, were it but rightly mourned by her, would recur no more hereafter. She is to exercise herself in imagining what would be the effects upon her mind and conduct, if she were daily brought into the presence of the suffering which is not the less real because shut from her sight. She is to be taught somewhat to understand the nothingness of the proportion which that little world in which she lives and loves, bears to the world in which God lives and loves, and solemnly she is to be taught to strive that her thoughts of piety may not be feeble in proportion to the number they embrace, nor her prayer more languid than it is for the momentary relief from pain of her husband or her child, when it is uttered for the multitudes of those who have none to love them, and is, for all who are desolate and oppressed. 73. Thus far, I think, I have had your concurrence. Perhaps you will not be with me in what I believe is most needful for me to say. There is one dangerous science for women, one which they must indeed beware how they profanely touch, that of theology. Strange, and miserably strange, that while they are modest enough to doubt their powers, and pause at the threshold of sciences where every step is demonstrable and sure, they will plunge headlong, and without one thought of incompetency, into that science in which the greatest men have trembled, and the wisest erred. Strange, that they will complacently and pridefully bind up whatever vice or folly there is in them, whatever arrogance, petulance, or blind incomprehensiveness, into one bitter bundle of consecrated myrrh. Strange, in creatures born to be love visible, that where they can know least, they will condemn first, and think to recommend themselves to their master, by scrambling up the steps of his judgment throne, to divide it with him. Strangest of all, that they should think they were led by the Spirit of the Comforter into habits of mind which have become in them the unmixed elements of home discomfort, and that they dare to turn the household gods of Christianity into ugly idols of their own, spiritual dolls, for them to dress according to their caprice, and from which their husbands must turn away in grieved contempt, lest they should be shrieked at for breaking them. 74. I believe then, with this exception, that a girl's education should be nearly, in its course and material of study, the same as a boy's, but quite differently directed. A woman in any rank of life ought to know whatever her husband is likely to know, but to know it in a different way. His command of it should be foundational and progressive, hers, general and accomplished for daily and helpful use. Not but that it would often be wiser in men to learn things in a womanly sort of way, for present use, and to seek for the discipline and training of their mental powers in such branches of study as will be afterwards fittest for social service. But, speaking broadly, a man ought to know any language or science he learns, thoroughly, while a woman ought to know the same language, or science, only so far as may enable her to sympathize in her husband's pleasures, and in those of his best friends. 75. Yet, observe, with exquisite accuracy as far as she reaches, there is a wide difference between elementary knowledge and superficial knowledge, between a firm beginning, and an infirm attempt at compassing. A woman may always help her husband by what she knows, however little; by what she half knows, or misknows, she will only tease him. And indeed, if there were to be any difference between a girl's education and a boy's, I should say that of the two the girl should be earlier laid, as her intellect ripens faster, into deep and serious subjects, and that her range of literature should be, not more, but less frivolous, calculated to add the qualities of patience and seriousness to her natural poignancy of thought and quickness of wit, and also to keep her in a lofty and pure element of thought. I enter not now into any question of choice of books, only let us be sure that her books are not heaped up in her lap as they fall out of the package of the circulating library, wet with the last and lightest spray of the fountain of folly. 76. Or even of the fountain of wit, for with respect to that sore temptation of novel reading, It is not the badness of a novel that we should dread, so much as its overwrought interest. The weakest romance is not so stupefying as the lower forms of religious exciting literature, and the worst romance is not so corrupting as false history, false philosophy, or false political essays. But the best romance becomes dangerous, if, by its excitement it renders the ordinary course of life uninteresting, and increases the morbid thirst for useless acquaintance with scenes in which we shall never be called upon to act. 77 I speak therefore of good novels only, and our modern literature is particularly rich in types of such. Well read, indeed, these books have serious use, being nothing less than treatises on moral anatomy and chemistry, studies of human nature in the elements of it. But I attach little weight to this function. They are hardly ever read with earnestness enough to permit them to fulfill it. The utmost they usually do is to enlarge somewhat the charity of a kind reader, or the bitterness of a malicious one, for each will gather, from the novel, food for her own disposition. Those who are naturally proud and envious will learn from Thackeray to despise humanity, those who are naturally gentle, to pity it, those who are naturally shallow, to laugh at it. So also, there might be a serviceable power in novels to bring before us, in vividness, a human truth which we had before dimly conceived, but the temptation to picturesqueness of statement is so great, that often the best writers of fiction cannot resist it, and our views are rendered so violent and one-sided, that their vitality is rather a harm than good. 78 Without, however, venturing here on any attempt at decision of how much novel reading should be allowed, let me at least clearly assert this, that whether novels, or poetry, or history be read, they should be chosen, not for their freedom from evil, but for their possession of good. The chance and scattered evil that may here and there haunt, or hide itself in, a powerful book, never does any harm to a noble girl, but the emptiness of an author oppresses her, and his amiable folly degrades her. And if she can have access to a good library of old and classical books, there need be no choosing at all. Keep the modern magazine and novel out of your girl's way, turn her loose into the old library every wet day, and let her alone. She will find what is good for her. You cannot, for there is just this difference between the making of a girl's character and a boy's. You may chisel a boy into shape, as you would a rock, or hammer him into it, if he be of a better kind, as you would a piece of bronze. But you cannot hammer a girl into anything. She grows as a flower does, she will wither without sun, she will decay in her sheath, as the narcissus will, if you do not give her air enough. She may fall, and defile her head in dust, if you leave her without help at some moments of her life, but you cannot fetter her. She must take her own fair form and way, if she take any, and in mind as in body, must have always, her household motions light and free and steps of virgin liberty. Let her loose in the library, I say, as you do a fawn in a field. It knows the bad weeds 20 times better than you, and the good ones, too, and will eat some bitter and prickly ones, good for it, which you had not the slightest thought would have been so. 79 Then, in art, keep the finest models before her, and let her practice in all accomplishments to be accurate and thorough, so as to enable her to understand more than she accomplishes. I say the finest models, that is to say, the truest, simplest, usefulest. Note those epithets, they will range through all the arts. Try them in music, where you might think them the least applicable. I say the truest, that in which the notes most closely and faithfully express the meaning of the words, or the character of intended emotion. Again, the simplest, that in which the meaning and melody are attained with the fewest and most significant notes possible, and, finally, the usefulest, that music which makes the best words most beautiful, which enchants them in our memories each with its own glory of sound, and which applies them closest to the heart at the moment we need them. 80. And not only in the material and in the course, but yet more earnestly in the spirit of it, let a girl's education be as serious as a boy's. You bring up your girls as if they were meant for sideboard ornament, and then complain of their frivolity. Give them the same advantages that you give their brothers, appeal to the same grand instincts of virtue in them, teach them, also, that courage and truth are the pillars of their being. Do you think that they would not answer that appeal, brave and true as they are even now, when you know that there is hardly a girls' school in this Christian kingdom where the children's courage or sincerity would be thought of half so much importance as their way of coming in at a door, and when the whole system of society, as respects the mode of establishing them in life, is one rotten plague of cowardice and imposture, cowardice, in not daring to let them live, or love, except as their neighbors choose, and imposture, in bringing, for the purpose of our own pride, the full glow of the world's worst vanity upon a girl's eyes, at the very period when the whole happiness of her future existence depends upon her remaining undesled. 81. And give them, lastly, not only noble teachings but noble teachers. You consider somewhat, before you send your boy to school, what kind of a man the master is. Whatsoever kind of a man he is, you at least give him full authority over your son, and show some respect for him yourself. If he comes to dine with you, you do not put him at a side table. You know, also, that at his college, your child's immediate tutor will be under the direction of some still higher tutor, for whom you have absolute reverence. You do not treat the Dean of Christ Church or the Master of Trinity as your inferiors. But what teachers do you give your girls, and what reverence do you show to the teachers you have chosen? Is a girl likely to think her own conduct, or her own intellect, of much importance, when you trust the entire formation of her character, moral and intellectual, to a person whom you let your servants treat with less respect than they do your housekeeper, as if the soul of your child were a less charge than jams and groceries, and whom you yourself think you confer an honor upon by letting her sometimes sit in the drawing-room in the evening. 82. Thus, then, of literature as her help, and thus of art. There is one more help which we cannot do without, one which, alone, has sometimes done more than all other influences besides, the help of wild and fair nature. Hear this of the education of Joan of Arc. The education of this poor girl was mean according to the present standard, was ineffably grand, according to a purer philosophic standard, and only not good for our age, because for us it would be unattainable. Next after her spiritual advantages, she owed most to the advantages of her situation. The fountain of Domremy was on the brink of a boundless forest, and it was haunted to that degree by fairies, that the parish priest, cure, was obliged to read Mass there once a year, in order to keep them in any decent bounds. But the forest of Domremy, those were the glories of the land, for in them abode mysterious powers and ancient secrets that towered into tragic strength. Abbeys there were, and abbey windows, like Moorish temples of the Hindus that exercised even princely power both in Touraine and in the German Diets. These had their sweet bells that pierced the forests for many a league at matins or vespers, and each its own dreamy legend. Few enough, and scattered enough, were these abbeys, so as in no degree to disturb the deep solitude of the region, yet many enough to spread a network or awning of Christian sanctity over what else might have seemed a heathen wilderness. 5. Now you cannot, indeed, have here in England, woods 18 miles deep to the centre, but you can, perhaps, keep a fairy or two for your children yet, if you wish to keep them. But do you wish it? Suppose you had each, at the back of your houses, a garden large enough for your children to play in, with just as much lawn as would give them room to run, no more, and that you could not change your abode, but that, if you choose, you could double your income, or quadruple it, by digging a coal shaft in the middle of the lawn, and turning the flower beds into heaps of coke. Would you do it? I hope not. I can tell you, you would be wrong if you did, though it gave you income 60-fold instead of 4-fold. 83 Yet this is what you are doing with all England. The whole country is but a little garden, not more than enough for your children to run on the lawns of, if you would let them all run there. And this little garden you will turn into furnace ground, and fill with heaps of cinders, if you can, and those children of yours, not you, will suffer for it. For the fairies will not be all banished. There are fairies of the furnace as of the wood, and their first gifts seem to be sharp arrows of the mighty, but their last gifts are coals of juniper. 84 And yet I cannot, though there is no part of my subject that I feel more, press this upon you, for we made so little use of the power of nature while we had it, that we shall hardly feel what we have lost. Just on the other side of the Mersey you have your Snowdon, and your Menai Straits, and that mighty granite rock beyond the moors of Anglesea, splendid in its heatherly crest, and foot planted in the deep sea, once thought of as sacred, a divine promontory, looking westward, the holy head or headland, still not without awe when its red light glares first through storm. These are the hills, and these the bays and blue inlets, which, among the Greeks, would have been always loved, always fateful in influence on the national mind. That Snowdon is your Parnassus, but where are its muses? That Holyhead mountain is your island of Aegina, but where is its temple to Minerva? 85 Shall I read you what the Christian Minerva had achieved under the shadow of our Parnassus, up to the year 1848? Here is a little account of a Welsh school, from page 261 of the Report on Wales, published by the Committee of Council on Education. This is a school close to a town containing 5,000 persons. I then called up a larger class, most of whom had recently come to the school. 3 girls repeatedly declared that they had never heard of Christ, and 2 that they had never heard of God. 2 out of 6 thought Christ was on earth now. They might have had a worse thought, perhaps. 3 knew nothing about the crucifixion. 4 out of 7 did not know the names of the months, nor the number of days in a year. They had no notion of addition beyond 2 and 2, or 3 and 3, their minds were perfect blanks. Oh, ye women of England! From the Princess of that Wales to the simplest of you, do not think your own children can be brought into their true fold of rest while these are scattered on the hills, as sheep having no shepherd. And do not think your daughters can be trained to the truth of their own human beauty, while the pleasant places, which God made at once for their schoolroom and their playground, lie desolate and defiled. You cannot baptize them rightly in those inch-deep fonts of yours, unless you baptize them also in the sweet waters which the great lawgiver strikes forth forever from the rocks of your native land, waters which a pagan would have worshipped in their purity, and you only worship with pollution. You cannot lead your children faithfully to those narrow axe-hewn church altars of yours, while the dark azure altars in heaven, the mountains that sustain your island throne, mountains on which a pagan would have seen the powers of heaven rest in every wreathed cloud, remain for you without inscription, altars built, not to, but by, an unknown God. 86.3. Thus far, then, of the nature, thus far of the teaching, of women, and thus of her household office, and queenliness. We come now to our last, our widest question: what is her queenly office with respect to the state? Generally we are under an impression that a man's duties are public, and a woman's private. But this is not altogether so. A man has a personal work or duty, relating to his own home, and a public work or duty, which is the expansion of the other, relating to the state. So a woman has a personal work and duty, relating to her own home, and a public work and duty, which is also the expansion of that. Now the man's work for his own home is, as has been said, to secure its maintenance, progress, and defense, the woman's to secure its order, comfort, and loveliness. Expand both these functions. The man's duty, as a member of a commonwealth, is to assist in the maintenance, in the advance, in the defense of the state. The woman's duty, as a member of the commonwealth, is to assist in the ordering, in the comforting, and in the beautiful adornment of the state. What the man is at his own gate, defending it, if need be, against insult and spoil, that also, not in a less, but in a more devoted measure, he is to be at the gate of his country, leaving his home, if need be, even to the spoiler, to do his more incumbent work there. And, in like manner, what the woman is to be within her gates, as the center of order, the balm of distress, and the mirror of beauty, that she is also to be without her gates, where order is more difficult, distress more imminent, loveliness more rare. And as within the human heart there is always set an instinct for all its real duties, an instinct which you cannot quench, but only warp and corrupt if you withdraw it from its true purpose, as there is the intense instinct of love, which, rightly disciplined, maintains all the sanctities of life, and, misdirected, undermines them, and must do either the one or the other. So there is in the human heart an inextinguishable instinct, the love of power, which, rightly directed, maintains all the majesty of law and life, and, misdirected, wrecks them. 87 Deep-rooted in the innermost life of the heart of man, and of the heart of woman, God set it there, and God keeps it there. Vainly, as falsely, you blame or rebuke the desire of power, for heaven's sake, and for man's sake, desire it all you can. But what power? That is all the question. Power to destroy the lion's limb, and the dragon's breath. Not so. Power to heal, to redeem, to guide, and to guard. Power of the scepter and shield, the power of the royal hand that heals in touching, that binds the fiend and looses the captive, the throne that is founded on the rock of justice, and descended from only by steps of mercy. Will you not covet such power as this, and seek such throne as this, and be no more housewives, but queens? 88 It is now long since the women of England arrogated, universally, a title which once belonged to nobility only, and, having once been in the habit of accepting the simple title of gentlewoman, as correspondent to that of gentleman, insisted on the privilege of assuming the title of lady, 6, which properly corresponds only to the title of lord. I do not blame them for this, but only for their narrow motive in this. I would have them desire and claim the title of lady, provided they claim, not merely the title, but the office and duty signified by it. Lady means bread giver or loaf giver, and lord means maintainer of laws, and both titles have reference, not to the law which is maintained in the house, nor to the bread which is given to the household, but to law maintained for the multitude, and to bread broken among the multitude. So that a lord has legal claim only to his title in so far as he is the maintainer of the justice of the Lord of Lords, and a lady has legal claim to her title only so far as she communicates that help to the poor representatives of her master, which women once, ministering to him of their substance, were permitted to extend to that master himself, and when she is known, as he himself once was, in breaking of bread. 89 And this beneficent and legal dominion, this power of the dominus, or house lord, and of the domina, or house lady, is great and venerable, not in the number of those through whom it has lineally descended, but in the number of those whom it grasps within its sway. It is always regarded with reverent worship wherever its dynasty is founded on its duty, and its ambition correlative with its beneficence. Your fancy is pleased with the thought of being noble ladies, with a train of vassals. Be it so, you cannot be too noble, and your train cannot be too great. But see to it that your train is of vassals whom you serve and feed, not merely of slaves who serve and feed you, and that the multitude which obeys you is of those whom you have comforted, not oppressed, whom you have redeemed, not led into captivity. 90 And this, which is true of the lower or household dominion, is equally true of the queenly dominion. that highest dignity is open to you, if you will also accept that highest duty. Rexit regina, roiet reina, right doors. They differ but from the lady and lord, in that their power is supreme over the mind as over the person, that they not only feed and clothe, but direct and teach. And whether consciously or not, you must be, in many a heart, enthroned. There is no putting by that crown. Queens you must always be, queens to your lovers, queens to your husbands and your sons, queens of higher mystery to the world beyond, which bows itself, and will forever bow, before the myrtle crown, and the stainless scepter, of womanhood. But, alas! You are too often idle and careless queens, grasping at majesty in the least things, while you abdicate it in the greatest, and leaving misrule and violence to work their will among men, in defiance of the power, which, holding straight in gift from the Prince of all peace, the wicked among you betray, and the good forget. 91 Prince of Peace. Note that name. When kings rule in that name, and nobles, and the judges of the earth, they also, in their narrow place, and mortal measure, receive the power of it. There are no other rulers than they, other rule than theirs is but misrule. They who govern verily, dear Gracia, are all princes, yes, or princesses, of peace. There is not a war in the world, no, nor an injustice, but you women are answerable for it, not in that you have provoked, but in that you have not hindered. Men, by their nature, are prone to fight. They will fight for any cause, or for none. It is for you to choose their cause for them, and to forbid them when there is no cause. There is no suffering, no injustice, no misery in the earth, but the guilt of it lies with you. Men can bear the sight of it, but you should not be able to bear it. Men may tread it down without sympathy in their own struggle, but men are feeble in sympathy, and contracted in hope. It is you only who can feel the depths of pain, and conceive the way of its healing. Instead of trying to do this, you turn away from it, you shut yourselves within your park walls and garden gates, and you are content to know that there is beyond them a whole world in wilderness, a world of secrets which you dare not penetrate, and of suffering which you dare not conceive. 92 I tell you that this is to me quite the most amazing among the phenomena of humanity. I am surprised at no depths to which, when once warped from its honor, that humanity can be degraded. I do not wonder at the miser's death, with his hands, as they relax, dropping gold. I do not wonder at the sensualist's life, with the shroud wrapped about his feet. I do not wonder at the single-handed murder of a single victim, done by the assassin in the darkness of the railway, or reed shadow of the marsh. I do not even wonder at the myriad-handed murder of multitudes, done boastfully in the daylight, by the frenzy of nations, and the immeasurable, unimaginable guilt, heaped up from hell to heaven, of their priests and kings. But this is wonderful to me, oh, how wonderful, to see the tender and delicate woman among you, with her child at her breast, and a power, if she would wield it, over it, and over its father, purer than the air of heaven, and stronger than the seas of earth. Nay, a magnitude of blessing which her husband would not part with for all that earth itself, though it were made of one entire and perfect chrysolite, to see her abdicate this majesty to play at precedence with her next-door neighbor. This is wonderful, oh, wonderful, to see her, with every innocent feeling fresh within her, go out in the morning into her garden to play with the fringes of its guarded flowers, and lift their heads when they are drooping, with her happy smile upon her face, and no cloud upon her brow, because there is a little wall around her place of peace, and yet she knows, in her heart, if she would only look for its knowledge, that, outside of that little rose-covered wall, the wild grass, to the horizon, is torn up by the agony of men, and beat level by the drift of their life-blood. 93. Have you ever considered what a deep under-meaning there lies, or at least may be read, if we choose, in our custom of strewing flowers before those whom we think most happy? Do you suppose it is merely to deceive them into the hope that happiness is always to fall thus in showers at their feet, that wherever they pass they will tread on the herbs of sweet scent, and that the rough ground will be made smooth for them by depth of roses? So surely as they believe that, they will have, instead, to walk on bitter herbs and thorns, and the only softness to their feet will be of snow. But it is not thus intended they should believe. There is a better meaning in that old custom. The path of a good woman is indeed strewn with flowers, but they rise behind her steps, not before them. Her feet have touched the meadows, and left the daisies rosy. 94. You think that only a lover's fancy, false and vain. How if it could be true? You think this also, perhaps, only a poet's fancy. Even the light harebell raised its head elastic from her airy tread. But it is little to say of a woman, that she only does not destroy where she passes. She should revive, the harebells should bloom, not stoop, as she passes. You think I am rushing into wild hyperbole. Pardon me, not a whit. I mean what I say in calm English, spoken in resolute truth. You have heard it said, and I believe there is more than fancy even in that saying, but let it pass for a fanciful one, that flowers only flourish rightly in the garden of someone who loves them. I know you would like that to be true. You would think it a pleasant magic if you could flush your flowers into brighter bloom by a kind look upon them, nay, more, if your look had the power, not only to cheer but to guard them, if you could bid the black blight turn away and the knotted caterpillar spare, if you could bid the dew fall upon them in the drought, and say to the south wind, in frost, come, thou south, and breathe upon my garden, that the spices of it may flow out. This you would think a great thing. And do you think it not a greater thing, that all this, and how much more than this, you can do for fairer flowers than these, flowers that could bless you for having blessed them, and will love you for having loved them, flowers that have thoughts like yours, and lives like yours, which, once saved, you save forever? Is this only a little power? Far among the moorlands and the rocks, far in the darkness of the terrible streets, these feeble flores are lying, with all their fresh leaves torn, and their stems broken. Will you never go down to them, nor set them in order in their little fragrant beds, nor fence them in their trembling from the fierce wind? Shall morning follow morning, for you, but not for them, and the dawn rise to watch, far away, those frantic dances of death. 7. But no dawn rise to breathe upon these living banks of wild violet, and woodbine, and rose, nor call to you, through your casement, call, not giving you the name of the English poet's lady, but the name of Dante's great Matilda, who on the edge of happy Lethe, stood wreathing flowers with flowers, saying, "Come into the garden, Maud, for the black bat, night, has flown, and the woodbine spices are wafted abroad and the musk of the roses blown. Will you not go down among them, among those sweet living things, whose new courage, sprung from the earth with the deep color of heaven upon it, is starting up in strength of goodly spire, and whose purity, washed from the dust, is opening, bud by bud, into the flower of promise, and still they turn to you and for you. The larkspur listens, I hear, I hear. And the lily whispers, I wait. 95. Did you notice that I missed 2 lines when I read you that first stanza, and think that I had forgotten them? Hear them now. Come into the garden, Maud, for the black bat, night, has flown. Come into the garden, Maud, I am here at the gate, alone. Who is it, think you, who stands at the gate of this sweeter garden, alone, waiting for you? Did you ever hear, not of a Maud but a Madeleine who went down to her garden in the dawn and found one waiting at the gate, whom she supposed to be the gardener? Have you not sought him often, sought him in vain, all through the night, sought him in vain at the gate of that old garden where the fiery sword is set? He is never there, but at the gate of this garden he is waiting always, waiting to take your hand, ready to go down to see the fruits of the valley, to see whether the vine has flourished, and the pomegranate bud. There you shall see with him the little tendrils of the vines that his hand is guiding. There you shall see the pomegranate springing where his hand cast the sanguine seed. More, you shall see the troops of the angel keepers, that, with their wings, wave away the hungry birds from the path sides where he has sown, and call to each other between the vineyard rows, take us the foxes, the little foxes, that spoil the vines, for our vines have tender grapes. Oh, you queens, among the hills and happy greenwood of this land of yours, shall the foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, and in your cities, shall the stones cry out against you, that they are the only pillows where the Son of Man can lay his head. 1. This lecture was given the 14th of December, 1864, at the Town Hall, Manchester, in aid of the St. Andrew's Schools. 2. I ought, in order to make this assertion fully understood, to have noted the various weaknesses which lower the ideal of other great characters of men in the Waverley novels, the selfishness and narrowness of thought in Redgauntlet, the weak religious enthusiasm in Edward Glendinning, and the like. And I ought to have noticed that there are several quite perfect characters sketched sometimes in the backgrounds. 3. Let us accept joyously this courtesy to England and her soldiers, our English officers, Colonel Gardner, Colonel Talbot, and Colonel Mannering. 3. Coventry Patmore. You cannot read him too often or too carefully. As far as I know, he is the only living poet who always strengthens and purifies. The others sometimes darken, and nearly always depress and discourage the imagination they deeply seize. For, observe, it is nature who is speaking throughout, and who says, while she and I together live. 5. Joan of Arc, in reference to M. Michelet's History of France. De Quincey's Works, Volume 3, page 217. 6. I wish there were a true order of chivalry instituted for our English youth of certain ranks, in which both boy and girl should receive, at a given age, their knighthood and ladyhood by true title, attainable only by certain probation and trial both of character and accomplishment, and to be forfeited, on conviction, by their peers, of any dishonorable act. Such an institution would be entirely, and with all noble results, possible, in a nation which loved honor. That it would not be possible among us is not to the discredit of the scheme. 7. See note, p. 124. Transcriber's note refers to one of footnote 12 or 13 in Ruskin's Sesame article. John Milton by Walter Bagehot. Introductory note. Walter Bagehot, economist, journalist, and critic, was born at Langport, Somersetshire, the 3rd of February 1826. He was the son of a banker, and after graduating at University College, London, and being called to the bar, he joined his father in business. In 1851 he went to Paris, and was there during the coup d'état of Louis Napoleon, of which he gave a vivacious account in letters to an English journal. Soon after his return he began to contribute ID's first series of biographical studies to the Prospective Review and the National Review, of which latter he was for some time joint editor. From 1860 to 1877 he was editor of The Economist, and during this period he published his notable work on the English Constitution, his Physics and Politics, and his Lombard Street, a description of the money market. He died the 24th of March, 1877. It is chiefly as one of the most brilliant and original of recent writers on political philosophy that Bagehot is known, but he holds also a distinct place as a critic of literature. He did not write criticism like a professional man of letters, and his production in this field is at times less fine in workmanship than that of some men of much less ability. But, in compensation, he was free from the tendency to the use of a technical literary dialect and to the excessive self-consciousness in style which mars so much modern work in this department. He wrote as a man of affairs with a vigorous mind and a gift of picturesque speech, a robust taste and a genuine love of letters. He always had something definite to say, and no one can read his discussion of such a man as Milton without feeling braced and stimulated by contact with an intellect of uncommon strength and incisiveness. John Milton, 1, 1859, copyright, 1891, by the Travellers Insurance Company, copyright, 1899, by the Travellers Insurance Company. The Life of Milton by Professor Masson is a difficulty for the critics. It is very laborious, very learned, and in the main, we believe, very accurate. It is exceedingly long. There are 780 pages in this volume, and there are to be 2 volumes more. It touches on very many subjects, and each of these has been investigated to the very best of the author's ability. No one can wish to speak with censure of a book on which so much genuine labor has been expended, and yet we are bound, as true critics, to say that we think it has been composed upon a principle that is utterly erroneous. In justice to ourselves we must explain our meaning. There are two methods on which biography may consistently be written. The first of these is what we may call the exhaustive method. Every fact which is known about the hero may be told us, everything which he did, everything which he would not do, everything which other people did to him, everything which other people would not do to him, may be narrated at full length. We may have a complete picture of all the events of his life, of all which he underwent, and all which he achieved. We may, as Mr. Carlyle expresses it, have a complete account of his effect upon the universe, and of the effect of the universe upon him. 2. We admit that biographies of this species would be very long, and generally very tedious. We know that the world could not contain very many of them, but nevertheless, the principle on which they may be written is intelligible. The second method on which the life of a man may be written is the selective. Instead of telling everything, we may choose what we will tell. We may select out of the numberless events, from among the innumerable actions of his life, those events and those actions which exemplify his true character, which prove to us what were the true limits of his talents, what was the degree of his deficiencies, which were his defects, which his vices. In a word, we may select the traits and the particulars which seem to give us the best idea of the man as he lived and as he was. On this side the flood, as Sidney Smith would have said, we should have fancied that this was the only practicable principle on which biographies can be written about persons of whom many details are recorded. For ancient heroes the exhaustive method is possible. All that can be known of them is contained in a few short passages of Greek and Latin, and it is quite possible to say whatever can be said about every one of these. The result would not be unreasonably bulky, though it might be dull. But in the case of men who have lived in the thick of the crowded modern world, no such course is admissible. Overmuch may be said, and we must choose what we will say. Biographers, however, are rarely bold enough to adopt the selective method consistently. They have, we suspect, the fear of the critics before their eyes. They do not like that it should be said that the work of the learned gentleman contains serious omissions. The events of 1562 are not mentioned, those of October 1579 are narrated but very cursorily, and we fear that in any case such remarks will be made. Very learned people are pleased to show that they know what is not in the book. Sometimes they may hint that perhaps the author did not know it, or surely he would have mentioned it. But a biographer who wishes to write what most people of cultivation will be pleased to read must be courageous enough to face the pain of such censures. He must choose, as we have explained, the characteristic parts of his subject, and all that he has to take care of besides is, so to narrate them that their characteristic elements shall be shown, to give such an account of the general career as may make it clear what these chosen events really were, to show their respective bearings to one another, to delineate what is expressive in such a manner as to make it expressive. This plan of biography is, however, by no means that of Mr. Masson. He has no dread of overgrown bulk and overwhelming copiousness. He finds indeed what we have called the exhaustive method insufficient. He not only wishes to narrate in full the life of Milton, but to add those of his contemporaries likewise. He seems to wish to tell us not only what Milton did, but also what everyone else did in Great Britain during his lifetime. He intends his book to be not merely a biography of Milton, but also in some sort a continuous history of his time. The suggestions of Milton's life have indeed determined the tracks of these historical researches and expositions, sometimes through the literature of the period, sometimes through its civil and ecclesiastical politics, but the extent to which I have pursued them, and the space which I have assigned to them, have been determined by my desire to present, by their combination, something like a connected historical view of British thought and British society in general prior to the Great Revolution. We need not do more than observe that this union of heterogeneous aims must always end, as it has in this case, in the production of a work at once overgrown and incomplete. A great deal which has only a slight bearing on the character of Milton is inserted, much that is necessary to a true history of British thought and British society is of necessity left out. The period of Milton's life which is included in the published volume makes the absurdity especially apparent. In middle life Milton was a great controversialist on contemporary topics, and though it would not be proper for a biographer to load his pages with a full account of all such controversies, yet some notice of the most characteristic of them would be expected from him. In this part of Milton's life some reference to public events would be necessary, and we should not severely censure a biographer if the great interest of those events induced him to stray a little from his topic. But the first 30 years of Milton's life require a very different treatment. He passed those years in the ordinary musings of a studious and meditative youth. It was the period of Lycidas and Comus. He then dreamed the sights which youthful poets dream on summer eve by haunted stream. 3. We do not wish to have this part of his life disturbed, to a greater extent than may be necessary, with the harshness of public affairs. Nor is it necessary that it should be so disturbed. A life of poetic retirement requires but little reference to anything except itself. In a biography of Mr. Tennyson we should not expect to hear of the Reform Bill or the Corn Laws. Mr. Masson is, however, of a different opinion. He thinks it necessary to tell us, not only all which Milton did, but everything also that he might have heard of. The biography of Mr. Keatley is on a very different scale. He tells the story of Milton's career in about half a small volume. Probably this is a little too concise, and the narrative is somewhat dry and bare. It is often, however, acute, and is always clear, and even were its defects greater than they are, we should think it unseemly to criticize the last work of one who has performed so many useful services to literature with extreme severity. The bare outline of Milton's life is very well known. We have all heard that he was born in the latter years of King James, just when Puritanism was collecting its strength for the approaching struggle, that his father and mother were quiet good people, inclined, but not immoderately, to that persuasion, that he went up to Cambridge early, and had some kind of dissension with the authorities there, that the course of his youth was in a singular degree pure and staid, that in boyhood he was a devourer of books, and that he early became, and always remained, a severely studious man, that he married and had difficulties of a peculiar character with his first wife, that he wrote on divorce, that after the death of his first wife, he married a second time a lady who died very soon, and a third time a person who survived him more than 50 years, that he wrote early poems of singular beauty, which we still read, that he traveled in Italy, and exhibited his learning in the academies there, that he plunged deep in the theological and political controversies of his time, that he kept a school, or rather, in our more modern phrase, took pupils, that he was a republican of a peculiar kind, and of no church, which Dr. Johnson thought dangerous, winking sad smiley for, that he was Secretary for Foreign Languages under the Long Parliament, and retained that office after the coup d'état of Cromwell, that he defended the death of Charles I, and became blind from writing a book in haste upon that subject, that after the Restoration he was naturally in a position of some danger and much difficulty, that in the midst of that difficulty he wrote Paradise Lost, that he did not fail in heart or hope. 5. But lived for 14 years after the destruction of all for which he had labored, in serene retirement, though fallen on evil days, though fallen on evil times. 6. All this we have heard from our boyhood. How much is wanting to complete the picture, how many traits both noble and painful might be recovered from the past, we shall never know, till some biographer skilled in interpreting the details of human nature shall select this subject for his art. All that we can hope to do in an essay like this is, to throw together some miscellaneous remarks on the character of the Puritan poet, and on the peculiarities of his works, and if in any part of them we may seem to make unusual criticisms, and to be over-ready with depreciation or objection, our excuse must be, that we wish to paint a likeness and that the harsher features of the subject should have a prominence even in an outline. There are two kinds of goodness conspicuous in the world, and often made the subject of contrast there, for which, however, we seem to want exact words, and which we are obliged to describe rather vaguely and incompletely. These characters may in one aspect be called the sensuous and the ascetic. The character of the first is that which is almost personified in the poet King of Israel, whose actions and whose history have been improved so often by various writers that it now seems trite even to allude to them. Nevertheless, the particular virtues and the particular career of David seem to embody the idea of what may be called sensuous goodness far more completely than a living being in general comes near to an abstract idea. There may have been shades in the actual man which would have modified the resemblance, but in the portrait which has been handed down to us, the traits are perfect and the approximation exact. The principle of this character is its sensibility to outward stimulus, it is moved by all which occurs, stirred by all which happens, open to the influences of whatever it sees, hears or meets with. The certain consequence of this mental constitution is a peculiar liability to temptation. Men are, according to the divine, put upon their trial through the senses. It is through the constant suggestions of the outer world that our minds are stimulated, that our will has the chance of a choice, that moral life becomes possible. The sensibility to this external stimulus brings with it, when men have it to excess, an unusual access of moral difficulty. Everything acts on them, and everything has a chance of turning them aside. The most tempting things act upon them very deeply, and their influence, in consequence, is extreme. Naturally, therefore, the errors of such men are great. We need not point the moral, desert faith and guilt and woe, loftiest aims by earth defiled, gleams of wisdom sin beguiled, sated powers tyrannic mood, counsels shared with men of blood, sad success, parental tears, and a dreary gift of years. 7. But on the other hand, the excellence of such men has a charm, a kind of sensuous sweetness, that is its own. Being conscious of frailty, they are tender to the imperfect. Being sensitive to this world, they sympathize with the world. Being familiar with all the moral incidents of life, their goodness has a richness and a complication. They fascinate their own age, and in their deaths they are not divided from the love of others. Their peculiar sensibility gives a depth to their religion. It is at once deeper and more human than that of other men. As their sympathetic knowledge of those whom they have seen is great, so it is with their knowledge of him whom they have not seen, and as is their knowledge, so is their love. It is deep, from their nature, rich and intimate, from the variety of their experience, chastened by the ever-present sense of their weakness and of its consequences. In extreme opposition to this is the ascetic species of goodness. This is not, as is sometimes believed, a self-produced ideal, a simply voluntary result of discipline and restraint. Some men have by nature what others have to elaborate by effort. Some men have a repulsion from the world. All of us have, in some degree, a protective instinct, an impulse, that is to say, to start back from what may trouble us, to shun what may fascinate us, to avoid what may tempt us. On the moral side of human nature, this preventive check is occasionally imperious. It holds the whole man under its control, makes him recoil from the world, be offended at its amusements, be repelled by its occupations, be scared by its sins. The consequences of this tendency, when it is thus in excess, upon the character are very great and very singular. It secludes a man in a sort of natural monastery. He lives in a kind of moral solitude, and the effects of his isolation, for good and for evil, on his disposition are very many. The best result is a singular capacity for meditative religion. Being aloof from what is earthly, such persons are shut up with what is spiritual. Being unstirred by the incidents of time, they are alone with the eternal. Rejecting this life, they are alone with what is beyond. According to the measure of their minds, men of this removed and secluded excellence become eminent for a settled and brooding piety, for a strong and predominant religion. In human life, too, in 1,000 ways, their isolated excellence is apparent. They walk through the whole of it with an abstinence from sense, a zeal of morality, a purity of ideal, which other men have not. Their religion has an imaginative grandeur, and their life something of an unusual impeccability, and these are obviously singular excellences. But the deficiencies to which the same character tends are equally singular. In the first place, their isolation gives them a certain pride in themselves and an inevitable ignorance of others. They are secluded by their constitutional daemon from life. They are repelled from the pursuits which others care for. They are alarmed at the amusements which others enjoy. In consequence, they trust in their own thoughts. They come to magnify both them and themselves, for being able to think and to retain them. The greater the nature of the man, the greater is this temptation. His thoughts are greater, and in consequence the greater is his tendency to prize them, the more extreme is his tendency to overrate them. This pride, too, goes side by side with a want of sympathy. Being aloof from others, such a mind is unlike others, and it feels, and sometimes it feels bitterly, its own unlikeness. Generally, however, it is too wrapped up in its own exalted thoughts to be sensible of the pain of moral isolation. It stands apart from others, unknowing and unknown. It is deprived of moral experience in two ways: it is not tempted itself, and it does not comprehend the temptations of others. And this defect of moral experience is almost certain to produce two effects, one practical and the other speculative. When such a man is wrong, he will be apt to believe that he is right. If his own judgment err, he will not have the habit of checking it by the judgment of others. He will be accustomed to think most men wrong. Differing from them would be no proof of error, agreeing with them would rather be a basis for suspicion. He may, too, be very wrong, for the conscience of no man is perfect on all sides. The strangeness of secluded excellence will be sometimes deeply shaded by very strange errors. To be commonly above others, still more to think yourself above others, is to be below them every now and then, and sometimes much below. Again, on the speculative side, this defect of moral experience penetrates into the distinguishing excellence of the character, its brooding and meditative religion. Those who see life under only one aspect can see religion under only one likewise. This world is needful to interpret what is beyond, the seen must explain the unseen. It is from a tried and a varied and a troubled moral life that the deepest and truest idea of God arises. The ascetic character wants these, therefore in its religion there will be a harshness of outline, a bareness, so to say, as well as a grandeur. In life we may look for a singular purity, but also, and with equal probability, for singular self-confidence, a certain unsympathizing straightness, and perhaps a few singular errors. The character of the ascetic or austere species of goodness is almost exactly embodied in Milton. Men, indeed, are formed on no ideal type. Human nature has tendencies too various, and circumstances too complex. All men's characters have sides and aspects not to be comprehended in a single definition. but in this case, the extent to which the character of the man as we find it delineated approaches to the moral abstraction which we sketch from theory is remarkable. The whole being of Milton may, in some sort, be summed up in the great commandment of the austere character, reverence thyself. We find it expressed in almost every one of his singular descriptions of himself, of those striking passages which are scattered through all his works, and which add to whatever interest may intrinsically belong to them one of the rarest of artistic charms, that of magnanimous autobiography. They have been quoted 1,000 times, but one of them may perhaps be quoted again. I had my time, readers, as others have, who have good learning bestowed upon them, to be sent to those places where, the opinion was, it might be soonest attained, and as the manner is, was not unstudied in those authors which are most commended, whereof some were grave orators and historians, whose matter methought I loved indeed, but as my age then was, so I understood them. Others were the smooth elegiac poets, whereof the schools are not scarce, whom both for the pleasing sound of their numerous writing, which in imitation I found most easy and most agreeable to nature's part in me, and for their matter, which what it is there be few who know not, I was so allured to read, that no recreation came to me better welcome. For that it was then those years with me which are excused, though they be least severe, I may be saved the labour to remember ye. Whence having observed them to account it the chief glory of their wit, in that they were ablest to judge, to praise, and by that could esteem themselves worthiest to love, those high perfections which under one or other name they took to celebrate, I thought with myself by every instinct and presage of nature, which is not wont to be false, that what emboldened them to this task might with such diligence as they used embolden me, and that what judgment, wit, or elegance was my share would herein best appear, and best value itself, by how much more wisely and with more love of virtue I should choose, let rude ears be absent, the object of not unlike praises. For albeit these thoughts to some will seem virtuous and commendable, to others only pardonable, to a third sort perhaps idle, yet the mentioning of them now will end in serious. Nor blame it, readers, in those years to propose to themselves such a reward, as the noblest dispositions above other things in this life have sometimes preferred, whereof not to be sensible when good and fair in one person meet, argues both a gross and shallow judgment, and withal an ungentle and swainish breast. For by the firm settling of these persuasions, I became, to my best memory, so much a proficient, that if I found those authors anywhere speaking unworthy things of themselves, or unchaste of those names which before they had extolled, this effect it wrought with me. From that time forward their art I still applauded, but the men I deplored, and above them all, preferred the two famous renowners of Beatrice and Laura, who never write but honor of them to whom they devote their verse, displaying sublime and pure thoughts without transgression. And long it was not after, when I was confirmed in this opinion, that he who would not be frustrate of his hope to write well hereafter in laudable things ought himself to be a true poem, that is, a composition and pattern of the best and honorablest things, not presuming to sing high praises of heroic men or famous cities, unless he have in himself the experience and the practice of all that which is praiseworthy. 8. It may be fanciful to add, and we may be laughed at, but we believe that the self-reverencing propensity was a little aided by his singular personal beauty. All the describers of his youth concur in telling us that this was very remarkable. Mr. Masson has the following account of it: when Milton left Cambridge in July 1632, he was 23 years and 8 months old. In stature, therefore, at least, he was already whatever he was to be. In stature he says himself at a later period, when driven to speak on the subject, "I confess I am not tall, but still of what is nearer to middle height than to little, and what if I were of little, of which stature have often been very great men both in peace and war, though why should that be called little which is great enough for virtue? Statura, fata non sum praesera, sed quam mediocri tamen quam parvi propiosit, sed quid si parva, quarit summi septum pace turn bello verifuor, quam parva cur dicita, quar ad virtutum satis magna est." This is precise enough, but we have Aubrey's words to the same effect. "He was scarce so tall as I am," says Aubrey, to which, to make it more intelligible, he appends this marginal note: question. "Feet I am high. Risp. Of middle stature," i.e., Milton was a little under middle height. "He had light brown hair," continues Aubrey, putting the word a brown, auburn, in the margin by way of synonym for light brown, "his complexion exceeding fair, oval face, his eye a dark grey." We are far from accusing Milton of personal vanity. His character was too enormous, if we may be allowed so to say, for a fault so petty. But a little tinge of excessive self-respect will cling to those who can admire themselves. Ugly men are and ought to be ashamed of their existence. Milton was not so. The peculiarities of the austere type of character stand out in Milton more remarkably than in other men who partake of it, because of the extreme strength of his nature. In reading him, this is the first thing that strikes us. We seem to have left the little world of ordinary writers. The words of some authors are said to have hands and feet. They seem, that is, to have a vigor and animation which only belong to things which live and move. Milton's words have not this animal life. There is no rude energy about them, but on the other hand, they have or seem to have a soul, a spirit which other words have not. He was early aware that what he wrote, by certain vital signs it had, was such as the world would not willingly let die. 9. After 2 centuries we feel the same. There is a solemn and firm music in the lines, a brooding sublimity haunts them, the spirit of the great writer moves over the face of the page. In life there seems to have been the same peculiar strength that his works suggest to us. His moral tenacity is amazing. He took his own course, and he kept his own course, and we may trace in his defects the same characteristics. Energy and ill temper, some say, are the same thing, and though this is a strong exaggeration, yet there is a basis of truth in it. People who labor much will be cross if they do not obtain that for which they labor, those who desire vehemently will be vexed if they do not obtain that which they desire. As is the strength of the impelling tendency, so, other things being equal, is the pain which it will experience if it be baffled. Those, too, who are set on what is high will be proportionately offended by the intrusion of what is low. Accordingly, Milton is described by those who knew him as a harsh and choleric man. He had, we are told, a gravity in his temper, not melancholy, or not till the latter part of his life, not sour, not morose or ill-natured, but a certain severity of mind, a mind not condescending to little things. 10. And this although his daughter remembered that he was delightful company, the life of conversation, and that he was so on account of a flow of subject, and an unaffected cheerfulness and civility. Doubtless this may have been so when he was at ease, and at home, but there are unmistakable traces of the harsher tendency in almost all his works. Some of the peculiarities of the ascetic character were likewise augmented by his studious disposition. This began very early in life, and continued till the end. My father, he says, destined me to the study of polite literature, which I embraced with such avidity, that from the 12th year of my age I hardly ever retired to rest from my studies till midnight, which was the first source of injury to my eyes, to the natural weakness of which were added frequent headaches, all of which not retarding my eagerness after knowledge, he took care to have me instructed, etc. 11. Every page of his works shows the result of this education. In spite of the occupations of manhood, and the blindness and melancholy of old age, he still continued to have his principal pleasure in that studious and select reading, which, though often curiously transmuted, is perpetually involved in the very texture of his works. We need not stay to observe how a habit in itself so austere conduces to the development of an austere character. Deep study, especially deep study which haunts and rules the imagination, necessarily removes men from life, absorbs them in themselves, purifies their conduct, with some risk of isolating their sympathies, develops that loftiness of mood which is gifted with deep inspirations and indulged with great ideas, but which tends in its excess to engender a contempt for others, and a self-appreciation which is even more displeasing to them. These same tendencies were aggravated also by two defects which are exceedingly rare in great English authors, and which perhaps Milton alone amongst those of the highest class is in a remarkable degree chargeable with. We mean a deficiency in humor, and a deficiency in a knowledge of plain human nature. Probably when, after the lapse of ages, English literature is looked at in its larger features only, and in comparison with other literatures which have preceded or which may follow it, the critics will lay down that its most striking characteristic as a whole is its involution, so to say, in life, the degree to which its book life resembles real life, the extent to which the motives, dispositions, and actions of common busy persons are represented in a medium which would seem likely to give us peculiarly the ideas of secluded and the tendencies of meditative men. It is but an aspect of this fact, that English literature abounds, some critics will say abounds excessively, with humor. This is in some sense the imaginative element of ordinary life, the relieving charm, partaking at once of contrast and similitude, which gives a human and an intellectual interest to the world of clowns and cottages, of fields and farmers. The degree to which Milton is deficient in this element is conspicuous in every page of his writings where its occurrence could be looked for, and if we do not always look for it, this is because the subjects of his most remarkable works are on a removed elevation, where ordinary life, the world of cakes and ale, is never thought of and never expected. It is in his dramas, as we should expect, that Milton shows this deficiency the most. Citizens never talk in his pages, as they do in Shakespeare. We feel instinctively that Milton's eye had never rested with the same easy pleasure on the easy, ordinary, shopkeeping world. Perhaps, such is the complication of art, it is on the most tragic occasions that we feel this want the most. It may seem an odd theory, and yet we believe it to be a true principle, that catastrophes require a comic element. We appear to feel the same principle in life. We may read solemn descriptions of great events in history, say of Lord Stratford's trial, and of his marvelous speech, and his appeal to his saint in heaven, but we comprehend the whole transaction much better when we learn from Mr. Bailey, the eyewitness, that people ate nuts and apples, and talked, and laughed, and betted on the great question of acquittal and condemnation. Nor is it difficult to understand why this should be so. It seems to be a law of the imagination, at least in most men, that it will not bear concentration. It is essentially a glancing faculty. It goes and comes and goes, and we hardly know whence or why. But we most of us know that when we try to fix it, in a moment it passes away. Accordingly, the proper procedure of art is to let it go in such a manner as to ensure its coming back again. The force of artistic contrasts effects exactly this result. Skillfully disposed opposites suggest the notion of each other. We realize more perfectly and easily the great idea, the tragic conception, when we are familiarized with its effects on the minds of little people, with the petty consequences which it causes as well as with the enormous forces from which it comes. The catastrophe of Samson Agonists discloses Milton's imperfect mastery of this element of effect. If ever there was an occasion which admitted its perfect employment, it was this. The kind of catastrophe is exactly that which is sure to strike, and strike forcibly, the minds of common persons. If their observations on the occasion were really given to us, we could scarcely avoid something rather comic. The eccentricity, so to speak, of ordinary persons shows itself peculiarly at such times, and they say the queerest things. Shakespeare has exemplified this principle most skillfully on various occasions. It is the sort of art which is just in his way. His imagination always seems to be floating between the contrasts of things, and if his mind had a resting place that it liked, it was this ordinary view of extraordinary events. Milton was under the greatest obligation to use this relieving principle of art in the catastrophe of Samson because he has made every effort to heighten the strictly tragic element, which requires that relief. His art, always serious, was never more serious. His Samson is not the incarnation of physical strength which the popular fancy embodies in the character, nor is it the simple and romantic character of the Old Testament. On the contrary, Samson has become a Puritan. The observations he makes would have done much credit to a religious pikeman in Cromwell's army. In consequence, his death requires some lightening touches to make it a properly artistic event. The pomp of seriousness becomes too oppressive. At length for intermission sake they led him between the pillars, he his guide requested, for so from such as nearer stood we heard, as overtired, to let him lean a while with both his arms on those two massy pillars that to the arched roof gave main support. He unsuspicious led him, which when Samson felt in his arms, with head a while inclined, and eyes fast fixed, he stood, as one who prayed, or some great matter in his mind revolved, at last with head erect thus cried aloud, "Hitherto, Lords, what your commands imposed I have performed, as reason was, obeying, not without wonder or delight beheld. Now of my own accord such other trial I mean to show you of my strength, yet greater, as with amaze shall strike all who behold." This uttered, straining all his nerves he bowed, as with the force of winds and waters pent when mountains tremble, those two massy pillars with horrible convulsion to and fro. He tugged, he shook, till down they came, and drew the whole roof after them, with burst of thunder, upon the heads of all who sat beneath, lords, ladies, captains, councillors, or priests, their choice nobility and flower, not only of this, but each Philistine city round, met from all parts to solemnize this feast. Samson with these immixed, inevitably pulled down the same destruction on himself, the vulgar only scaped who stood without. Cheer! O dearly bought revenue, yet glorious! Living or dying thou hast fulfilled the work for which thou wast foretold to Israel, and now liest victorious among thy slain self-killed, not willingly, but tangled in the fold of dire necessity, whose law in death conjoined thee with thy slaughtered foes, in number more than all thy life bad slain before. This is grave and fine, but Shakespeare would have done it differently and better. We need not pause to observe how certainly this deficiency in humor and in the delineation of ordinary human feeling is connected with a recluse, a solitary, and to some extent an unsympathizing life. If we combine a certain natural aloofness from common men with literary habits and an incessantly studious musing, we shall at once see how powerful a force is brought to bear on an instinctively austere character, and how sure it will be to develop the peculiar tendencies of it, both good and evil. It was to no purpose that Milton seems to have practiced a sort of professional study of life. No man could rank more highly the importance to a poet of an intellectual insight into all important pursuits and seemly arts. But it is not by the mere intellect that we can take in the daily occupations of mankind, we must sympathize with them, and see them in their human relations. A chimney sweeper, qua chimney sweeper, is not very sentimental, it is in himself that he is so interesting. Milton's austere character is in some sort the more evident because he possessed in large measure a certain relieving element, in which those who are eminent in that character are very deficient. Generally such persons have but obtuse senses. We are prone to attribute the purity of their conduct to the dullness of their sensations. Milton had no such obtuseness. He had every opportunity for knowing the world of eye and ear. Winking Sad Smiley 12. You cannot open his works without seeing how much he did know of it. The austerity of his nature was not caused by the deficiency of his senses, but by an excess of the warning instinct. Even when he professed to delineate the world of sensuous delight, this instinct shows itself. Dr. Johnson thought he could discern melancholy in El Allegro. Winking Sad Smiley 13. If he had said solitariness it would have been correct. The peculiar nature of Milton's character is very conspicuous in the events of his domestic life, and in the views which he took of the great public revolutions of his age. We can spare only a very brief space for the examination of either of these, but we will endeavor to say a few words upon each of them. The circumstances of Milton's first marriage are as singular as any in the strange series of the loves of the poets. The scene opens with an affair of business. Milton's father, as is well known, was a scrivener, a kind of professional moneylender, then well known in London, and having been early connected with the vicinity of Oxford, continued afterwards to have pecuniary transactions of a certain nature with country gentlemen of that neighbourhood. In the course of these he advanced L500 to a certain Mr. Richard Powell, a squire of fair landed estate, residing at Forest Hill, which is about 4 miles from the city of Oxford. The money was lent on the 11th of June, 1627, and a few months afterwards Mr. Milton the elder gave L312 of it to his son the poet, who was then a youth at college, and made a formal memorandum of the same in the form then usual, which still exists. The debt was never wholly discharged, for in 1651 we find Milton asserting on oath that he had received only about L180, in part satisfaction of my said just and principal debt, with damages for the same, and my costs of suit. Mr. Keatley supposes him to have taken many a ride over to Forest Hill after he left Cambridge and was living at Horton, which is not very far distant, but of course this is only conjecture. We only know that about 1643 he took, as his nephew relates, a journey into the country, nobody about him certainly knowing the reason, or that it was any more than a journey of recreation. After a month's stay, home he returns a married man, that went out a bachelor, his wife being Mary, the eldest daughter of Mr. Richard Powell, then a justice of the peace for the county of Oxford. The suddenness of the event is rather striking, but Phillips was at the time one of Milton's pupils, and it is possible that some pains may have been taken to conceal the love affair from the young gentleman. Still, as Phillips was Milton's nephew, he was likely to hear such intelligence tolerably early, and as he does not seem to have done so, the denouement was probably rather prompt. At any rate, he was certainly married at that time, and took his bride home to his house in Aldersgate Street, and there was feasting and gaiety according to the usual custom of such events. A few weeks after, the lady went home to her friends, in which there was of course nothing remarkable, but it is singular that when the natural limit of her visit at home was come, she absolutely refused to return to her husband. The grounds of so strange a resolution are very difficult to ascertain. Political feeling ran very high. Old Mr. Powell adhered to the side of the king, and Milton to that of the Parliament, and this might be fancied to have caused an estrangement. But on the other hand, these circumstances must have been well known 3 months before. Nothing had happened in that quarter of a year to change very materially the position of the two parties in the state. Some other cause for Mrs. Milton's conduct must be looked for. She herself is said to have stated that she did not like her husband's spare diet and hard study. 14. No doubt, too, she found it dull in London. She had probably always lived in the country, and must have been quite unaccustomed to the not very pleasant scene in which she found herself. Still, many young ladies have married schoolmasters, and many young ladies have gone from Oxfordshire to London, and nevertheless, no such dissolution of matrimonial harmony is known to have occurred. The fact we believe to be, that the bride took a dislike to her husband. We cannot but have a suspicion that she did not like him before marriage, and that pecuniary reasons had their influence. If, however, Mr. Powell exerted his paternal influence, it may be admitted that he had unusual considerations to advance in favor of the alliance he proposed. It is not every father whose creditors are handsome young gentlemen with fair incomes. Perhaps it seemed no extreme tyranny to press the young lady a little to do that which some others might have done without pressing. Still, all this is but hypothesis. Our evidence as to the love affairs of the time of King Charles I is but meagre. But whatever the feelings of Miss Powell may have been, those of Mrs. Milton are exceedingly certain. She would not return to her husband, she did not answer his letters, and a messenger whom he sent to bring her back was handled rather roughly. Unquestionably she was deeply to blame, by far the most to blame of the two. Whatever may be alleged against him is as nothing compared with her offense in leaving him. To defend so startling a course, we must adopt views of divorce even more extreme than those which Milton was himself driven to inculcate, and whatever Mrs. Milton's practice may have been, it may be fairly conjectured that her principles were strictly orthodox. Yet if she could be examined by a commission to the ghosts, she would probably have some palliating circumstances to allege in mitigation of judgment. There were perhaps peculiarities in Milton's character which a young lady might not improperly dislike. The austere and ascetic character is of course far less agreeable to women than the sensuous and susceptible. The self-occupation, the pride, the abstraction of the former are to the female mind disagreeable. Studious habits and unusual self-denial seem to it purposeless. Lofty enthusiasm, public spirit, the solitary pursuit of an elevated ideal, are quite out of its way. They rest too little on the visible world to be intelligible. They are too little suggested by the daily occurrences of life to seem possible. The poet in search of an imaginary phantom has never been successful with women. there are innumerable proofs of that, and the ascetic moralist is even less interesting. A character combined out of the two, and this to some extent was Milton's, is singularly likely to meet with painful failure, with a failure the more painful, that it could never anticipate or explain it. Possibly he was absorbed in an austere self-conscious excellence. It may never have occurred to him that a lady might prefer the trivial detail of daily happiness. Milton's own view of the matter he has explained to us in his book on divorce, and it is a very odd one. His complaint was that his wife would not talk. What he wished in marriage was an intimate and speaking help. He encountered a mute and spiritless mate. One of his principal incitements to the pious necessity of divorcing was an unusual deficiency in household conversation. A certain loquacity in their wives has been the complaint of various eminent men, but his domestic affliction was a different one. The ready and reviving associate whom he had hoped to find, appeared to be a coin-biting mischief who was sullen, and perhaps seemed bored and tired. And at times he is disposed to cast the blame of his misfortune on the uninstructive nature of youthful virtue. The soberest and best governed men, he says, are least practiced in these affairs, are not very well aware that the bashful muteness of a young lady may ofttimes hide all the unliveliness and natural sloth which is really unfit for conversation, and are rather in too great haste to light the nuptial torch, whereas those who have lived most loosely, by reason of their bold accustoming, prove most successful in their matches, because their wild affections, unsettling at will, have been, as so many divorces, to teach them experience. And he rather wishes to infer that the virtuous man should, in case of mischance, have his resource of divorce likewise. In truth, Milton's book on divorce, though only containing principles which he continued to believe long after he had any personal reasons for wishing to do so, was clearly suggested at first by the unusual phenomena of his first marriage. His wife began by not speaking to him, and finished by running away from him. Accordingly, like most books which spring out of personal circumstances, his treatises on this subject have a frankness and a mastery of detail which others on the same topic sometimes want. He is remarkably free from one peculiarity of modern writers on such matters. Several considerate gentlemen are extremely anxious for the rights of women. They think that women will benefit by removing the bulwarks which the misguided experience of ages has erected for their protection. A migratory system of domestic existence might suit Madame Dudevant, and a few cases of singular exception, but we cannot fancy that it would be, after all, so much to the taste of most ladies as the present more permanent system. We have some reminiscence of the stories of the wolf and the lamb, when we hear amiable men addressing a female auditory, in books, of course, on the advantages of a freer development. We are perhaps wrong, but we cherish an indistinct suspicion that an indefinite extension of the power of selection would rather tend to the advantage of the sex which more usually chooses. But we have no occasion to avow such opinions now. Milton had no such modern views. He is frankly and honestly anxious for the rights of the man. of the doctrine that divorce is only permitted for the help of wives, he exclaims, palpably uxorious. Who can be ignorant that woman was created for man, and not man for woman? What an injury is it after wedlock not to be beloved? What to be slighted? What to be contended with in point of house rule who shall be the head, not for any parity of wisdom, for that were something reasonable, but out of female pride. I suffer not, saith Saint Paul, the woman to usurp authority over the man. If the apostle could not suffer it, he naturally remarks, into what mold is he mortified that can? He had a sincere desire to preserve men from the society of unsocial and unsympathizing women, and that was his principal idea. His theory, to a certain extent, partakes of the same notion. The following passage contains a perspicuous exposition of it. Moses, Deut. Xivai, established a grave and prudent law, full of moral equity, full of due consideration towards nature, that cannot be resisted, a law consenting with the wisest men and civilest nations, that when a man hath married a wife, if it come to pass that he cannot love her by reason of some displeasing natural quality or unfitness in her, let him write her a bill of divorce. The intent of which law undoubtedly was this, that if any good and peaceable man should discover some helpless disagreement or dislike, either of mind or body, whereby he could not cheerfully perform the duty of a husband without the perpetual dissembling of offense and disturbance to his spirit, rather than to live uncomfortably and unhappy both to himself and to his wife, rather than to continue undertaking a duty which he could not possibly discharge, he might dismiss her whom he could not tolerably, and so not conscionably, retain. And this law the Spirit of God by the mouth of Solomon, Prov. XXX 21:23, testifies to be a good and a necessary law, by granting it that a hated woman, for so the Hebrew word signifies, rather than odious though it come all to one, that a hated woman, when she is married, is a thing that the earth cannot bear. And he complains that the civil law of modern states interferes with the domestical prerogative of the husband. His notion would seem to have been that a husband was bound not to dismiss his wife, except for a reason really sufficient, such as a thoroughly incompatible temper, an incorrigible muteness and a desertion like that of Mrs. Milton. But he scarcely liked to admit that in the use of this power he should be subject to the correction of human tribunals. He thought that the circumstances of each case depended upon utterless facts, and that it was practically impossible for a civil court to decide on a subject so delicate in its essence, and so imperceptible in its data. But though amiable men doubtless suffer much from the deficiencies of their wives, we should hardly like to entrust them, in their own cases, with a jurisdiction so prompt and summary. We are far from being concerned, however, just now, with the doctrine of divorce on its intrinsic merits. We were only intending to give such an account of Milton's opinions upon it as might serve to illustrate his character. We think we have shown that it is possible there may have been in his domestic relations, a little overweening pride, a tendency to overrate the true extent of masculine rights, and to dwell on his wife's duty to be social towards him rather than on his duty to be social towards her, to be rather sullen whenever she was not quite cheerful. Still, we are not defending a lady for leaving her husband for defects of such inferior magnitude. Few households would be kept together if the right of transition were exercised on such trifling occasions. We are but suggesting that she may share the excuse which our great satirist has suggested for another unreliable lady. My mother was an angel, but angels are not always commodes a viva. This is not a pleasant part of our subject, and we must leave it. It is more agreeable to relate that on no occasion of his life was the substantial excellence of Milton's character more conclusively shown than in his conduct at the last stage of this curious transaction. After a very considerable interval, and after the publication of his book on divorce, Mrs. Milton showed a disposition to return to her husband, and in spite of his theories, he received her with open arms. With great Christian patience, he received her relations too. The parliamentary party was then victorious, and old Mr. Powell, who had suffered very much in the cause of the king, lived until his death untroubled, and wholly to his devotion, as we are informed, in the house of his son-in-law. Of the other occurrences of Milton's domestic life we have left ourselves no room to speak. We must turn to our second source of illustration for his character, his opinions on the great public events of his time. It may seem odd, but we believe that a man of austere character naturally tends both to an excessive party spirit and to an extreme isolation. Of course, the circumstances which develop the one must be different from those which are necessary to call out the other. Party spirit requires companionship; isolation, if we may be pardoned so original a remark, excludes it. But though, as we have shown, this species of character is prone to mental solitude, tends to an intellectual isolation where it is possible and as soon as it can, yet when invincible circumstances throw it into mental companionship, when it is driven into earnest association with earnest men on interesting topics, its zeal becomes excessive. Such a man's mind is at home only with its own enthusiasm, it is cooped up within the narrow limits of its own ideas, and it can make no allowance for those who differ from or oppose them. We may see something of this excessive party zeal in Burke. No one's reasons are more philosophical, yet no one who acted with a party went farther in aid of it or was more violent in support of it. He forgot what could be said for the tenets of the enemy, his imagination made that enemy an abstract incarnation of his tenets. A man, too, who knows that he formed his opinions originally by a genuine and intellectual process is but little aware of the undue energy those ideas may obtain from the concurrence of those around. Persons who first acquired their ideas at second hand are more open to a knowledge of their own weakness, and better acquainted with the strange force which there is in the sympathy of others. The isolated mind, when it acts with the popular feeling, is apt to exaggerate that feeling for the most part by an almost inevitable consequence of the feelings which render it isolated. Milton is an example of this remark. In the commencement of the struggle between Charles I and the Parliament, he sympathized strongly with the popular movement, and carried to what seems now a strange extreme his partisanship. No one could imagine that the first literary Englishman of his time could write the following passage on Charles I: "Who can with patience hear this filthy, rascally fool speak so irreverently of persons eminent both in greatness and piety? Dare you compare King David with King Charles, a most religious king and prophet with a superstitious prince, and who was but a novice in the Christian religion, a most prudent, wise prince with a weak one, a valiant prince with a cowardly one, finally, a most just prince with a most unjust one? Have you the impudence to commend his chastity and sobriety, who is known to have committed all manner of lewdness in company with his confidant the Duke of Buckingham? It were to no purpose to inquire into the private actions of his life, who publicly at plays would embrace and kiss the ladies." 15. Whatever may be the faults of that ill-fated monarch, and they assuredly were not small, no one would now think this absurd invective to be even an excusable exaggeration. It misses the true mark altogether, and is the expression of a strongly imaginative mind, which has seen something that it did not like, and is unable in consequence to see anything that has any relation to it distinctly or correctly. But with the supremacy of the Long Parliament Milton's attachment to their cause ceased. No one has drawn a more unfavourable picture of the rule which they established. Years after their supremacy had passed away, and the restoration of the monarchy had covered with a new and strange scene the old actors and the old world, he thrust into a most unlikely part of his History of England, Book 3. The following attack on them: "But when once the superficial zeal and popular fumes that acted their new magistracy were cooled and spent in them, straight every one betook himself, setting the Commonwealth behind, his private ends before, to do as his own profit or ambition led him. Then was justice delayed, and soon after denied, spite and favour determined all, hence faction, thence treachery, both at home and in the field, everywhere wrong and oppression, foul and horrid deeds committed daily, or maintained, in secret or in open. Some who had been called from shops and warehouses, without other merit, to sit in supreme councils and committees, as their breeding was, fell to huckster the Commonwealth. Others did thereafter as men could soothe and humour them best, so he who would give most, or under covert of hypocritical zeal insinuate basest, enjoyed unworthily the rewards of learning and fidelity, or escaped the punishment of his crimes and misdeeds. Their votes and ordinances, which men looked should have contained the repealing of bad laws, and the immediate constitution of better, resounded with nothing else but new impositions, taxes, excises, yearly, monthly, weekly, not to reckon the offices, gifts, and preferments bestowed and shared among themselves. His dislike of this system of committees, and of the generally dull and unemphatic administration of the Commonwealth, attached him to the Puritan army and to Cromwell, but in the continuation of the passage we have referred to, he expresses, with something, let it be said, of a schoolmaster's feeling, an unfavourable judgment on their career, for Britain, to speak a truth not often spoken, as it is a land fruitful enough of men stout and courageous in war, so it is naturally not over-fertile of men able to govern justly and prudently in peace, trusting only in their mother wit, who consider not justly that civility, prudence, love of the public good more than of money or vain honor, are to this soil in a manner outlandish, grow not here, but in minds well implanted with solid and elaborate breeding, too impolitic else and rude, if not headstrong and intractable to the industry and virtue either of executing or understanding true civil government. Valiant indeed, and prosperous to win a field, but to know the end and reason of winning, unjudicious and unwise, in good or bad success, alike unteachable. For the sun, which we want, ripens wits as well as fruits, and as wine and oil are imported to us from abroad, so must ripe understanding and many civil virtues be imported into our minds from foreign writings and examples of best ages. We shall else miscarry still, and come short in the attempts of any great enterprise. Hence did their victories prove as fruitless as their losses dangerous, and left them still, conquering, under the same grievances that men suffer conquered, which was indeed unlikely to go otherwise, unless men more than vulgar, bred up, as few of them were, in the knowledge of ancient and illustrious deeds, invincible against many and vain titles, impartial to friendships and relations, had conducted their affairs, but then, from the chapman to the retailer, many whose ignorance was more audacious than the rest were admitted with all their sordid rudiments to bear no mean sway among them, both in church and state. We need not speak of Milton's disapprobation of the Restoration. Between him and the world of Charles II, the opposition was inevitable and infinite. Therefore the general fact remains, that except in the early struggles, when he exaggerated the popular feeling, he remained solitary in opinion, and had very little sympathy with any of the prevailing parties of his time. Milton's own theory of government is to be learned from his works. He advocated a free commonwealth, without rule of a single person or House of Lords, but the form of his projected commonwealth was peculiar. He thought that a certain perpetual council, which should be elected by the nation once for all, and the number of which should be filled up as vacancies might occur, was the best possible machine of government. He did not confine his advocacy to abstract theory, but proposed the immediate establishment of such a council in this country. We need not go into an elaborate discussion to show the errors of this conclusion. Hardly anyone, then or since, has probably adopted it. The interest of the theoretical parts of Milton's political works is entirely historical. The tenets advocated are not of great value, and the arguments by which he supports them are perhaps of less, but their relation to the times in which they were written gives them a very singular interest. The time of the Commonwealth was the only period in English history in which the fundamental questions of government have been thrown open for popular discussion in this country. We read in French literature discussions on the advisability of establishing a monarchy, on the advisability of establishing a republic, on the advisability of establishing an empire. And before we proceed to examine the arguments, we cannot help being struck at the strange contrast which this multiplicity of open questions presents to our own uninquiring acquiescence in the hereditary polity which has descended to us. Kings, lords, and commons are, we think, ordinances of nature. Yet Milton's political writings embody the reflections of a period when, for a few years, the government of England was nearly as much a subject of fundamental discussion as that of France was in 1851. An invitation to thinkers, to borrow the phrase of Necker, was given by the circumstances of the time, and with the habitual facility of philosophical speculation, it was accepted, and used to the utmost. Such are not the kind of speculations in which we expect assistance from Milton. It is not in its transactions with others, in its dealings with the manifold world, that the isolated and austere mind shows itself to the most advantage. Its strength lies in itself. It has a calm and pleasing solitariness. It hears thoughts which others cannot hear. It enjoys the quiet and still air of delightful studies, and is ever conscious of such musing and poetry as is not to be obtained by the invocation of Dame Memory and her twin daughters, but by devout prayer to that eternal Spirit, who can enrich with all utterance and knowledge, and sends out his seraphim with the hallowed fire of his altar. Descend from heaven, Urania, by that name if rightly thou art called, whose voice divine following, above Olympian hill I saw. Above the flight of Pegae's on wing. The meaning, not the name, I call, for thou nor of the Muses nine, nor on the top of old Olympus dwellest, but heavenly born, before the hills appeared, or fountain flowed, thou with eternal wisdom didst converse, wisdom thy sister, and with her didst play in presence of Almighty Father, pleased with thy celestial song. Upled by thee, into the heaven of heavens I have presumed, an earthly guest, and drawn empire ere, thy tempering. With like safety guided down, return me to my native element, lest from this flying steed unreined, as once Bellerophon, though from a lower climb, dismounted, on Alaean field I fall, erroneous there to wander, and forlorn. Half yet remains unsung, but narrower bound within the visible diurnal sphere, standing on earth, not wrapped above the pole, more safe I sing with mortal voice, unchanged to hoarse or mute, though fallen on evil days though fallen, and evil tongues, in darkness, and with dangers compassed round, and solitude, yet not alone, while thou visitest my slumbers nightly, or when morn purples the east. Still govern thou my song, Urania, and fit audience find, though few, but drive far off the barbarous dissonance of Bacchus and his revellers, the race of that wild rout that tore the Thracian bard in Rhodope, where woods and rocks had ears to rapture, till the savage clamour drowned both harp and voice, nor could the muse defend her son. So fail not thou, who thee implores, for thou art heavenly, she an empty dream. 16. An ancient clergyman of Dorsetshire, Dr. Wright, found John Milton in a small chamber hung with rusty green, sitting in an elbow chair, and dressed neatly in black, pale, but not cadaverous. He used also to sit in a grey coarse cloth coat at the door of his house near Bunhill Fields, in warm sunny weather. 17. and the common people said he was inspired. If from the man we turn to his works, we are struck at once with two singular contrasts. The first of them is this: the distinction between ancient and modern art is sometimes said, and perhaps truly, to consist in the simple bareness of the imaginative conceptions which we find in ancient art, and the comparatively complex clothing in which all modern creations are embodied. If we adopt this distinction, Milton seems in some sort ancient, and in some sort modern. Nothing is so simple as the subject matter of his works. The two greatest of his creations, the character of Satan and the character of Eve, are two of the simplest, the latter probably the very simplest, in the whole field of literature. On this side Milton's art is classical. On the other hand, in no writer is the imagery more profuse, the illustrations more various, the dress altogether more splendid, and in this respect the style of his art seems romantic and modern. In real truth, however, it is only ancient art in a modern disguise. The dress is a mere dress, and can be stripped off when we will. We all of us do perhaps in memory strip it off for ourselves. Notwithstanding the lavish adornments with which her image is presented, the character of Eve is still the simplest sort of feminine essence, the pure embodiment of that inner nature which we believe and hope that women have. The character of Satan, though it is not so easily described, has nearly as few elements in it. The most purely modern conceptions will not bear to be unclothed in this manner, their romantic garment clings inseparably to them. Hamlet and Lear are not to be thought of except as complex characters, with very involved and complicated embodiments. They are as difficult to draw out in words as the common characters of life are. That of Hamlet, perhaps, is more so. If we make it, as perhaps we should, the characteristic of modern and romantic art that it presents us with creations which we cannot think of or delineate except as very varied and so to say circumstantial, we must not rank Milton among the masters of romantic art. And without involving the subject in the troubled sea of an old controversy, we may say that the most striking of the poetical peculiarities of Milton is the bare simplicity of his ideas and the rich abundance of his illustrations. Another of his peculiarities is equally striking. There seems to be such a thing as second-hand poetry. Some poets, musing on the poetry of other men, have unconsciously shaped it into something of their own. The new conception is like the original. It would never probably have existed had not the original existed previously. Still, it is sufficiently different from the original to be a new thing. Not a copy or a plagiarism, it is a creation, though so to say, a suggested creation. Gray is as good an example as can be found of a poet whose works abound in this species of semi-original conceptions. Industrious critics track his best lines back, and find others like them which doubtless lingered near his fancy while he was writing them. The same critics have been equally busy with the works of Milton, and equally successful. They find traces of his reading in half his works, not, which any reader could do, in overt similes and distinct illustrations, but also in the very texture of the thought and the expression. In many cases doubtless, they discover more than he himself knew. A mind like his, which has an immense store of imaginative recollections, can never know which of his own imaginations is exactly suggested by which recollection. Men awake with their best ideas, it is seldom worthwhile to investigate very curiously whence they came. Our proper business is to adapt and mold and act upon them. Of poets perhaps this is true even more remarkably than of other men. Their ideas are suggested in modes, and according to laws, which are even more impossible to specify than the ideas of the rest of the world. Second-hand poetry, so to say, often seems quite original to the poet himself. He frequently does not know that he derived it from an old memory. Years afterwards it may strike him as it does others. Still, in general, such inferior species of creation is not so likely to be found in minds of singular originality as in those of less. A brooding, placid, cultivated mind, like that of Gray, is the place where we should expect to meet with it. Great originality disturbs the adaptive process, removes the mind of the poet from the thoughts of other men, and occupies it with its own heated and flashing thoughts. Poetry of the second degree is like the secondary rocks of modern geology, a still, gentle, alluvial formation. The igneous glow of primary genius brings forth ideas like the primeval granite, simple, astounding, and alone. Milton's case is an exception to this rule. His mind has marked originality, probably as much of it as any in literature, but it has as much of molded recollection as any mind, too. His poetry in consequence is like an artificial park, green and soft and beautiful, yet with outlines bold, distinct, and firm, and the eternal rock ever jutting out, or better still, it is like our own lake scenery where nature has herself the same combination, where we have Rydal water side by side with the everlasting upheaved mountain. Milton has the same union of softened beauty with unimpaired grandeur, and it is his peculiarity. These are the two contrasts which puzzle us at first in Milton, and which distinguish him from other poets in our remembrance afterwards. We have a superficial complexity in illustration and imagery and metaphor, and in contrast with it we observe a latent simplicity of idea, an almost rude strength of conception. The underlying thoughts are few, though the flowers on the surface are so many. We have likewise the perpetual contrast of the soft poetry of the memory, and the firm, as it were, fused, and glowing poetry of the imagination. His words, we may half fancifully say, are like his character. There is the same austerity in the real essence, the same exquisiteness of sense, the same delicacy of form which we know that he had, the same music which we imagine there was in his voice. In both his character and his poetry there was an ascetic nature in a sheath of beauty. No book, perhaps, which has ever been written is more difficult to criticize than Paradise Lost. The only way to criticize a work of the imagination is to describe its effect upon the mind of the reader, at any rate, of the critic, and this can only be adequately delineated by strong illustrations, apt similes, and perhaps a little exaggeration. The task is in its very nature not an easy one. The poet paints a picture on the fancy of the critic, and the critic has in some sort to copy it on the paper. He must say what it is before he can make remarks upon it. But in the case of Paradise Lost we hardly like to use illustrations. The subject is one which the imagination rather shrinks from. At any rate, it requires courage and an effort to compel the mind to view such a subject as distinctly and vividly as it views other subjects. Another peculiarity of Paradise Lost makes the difficulty even greater. It does not profess to be a mere work of art, or rather, it claims to be by no means that and that only. It starts with a dogmatic aim. It avowedly intends to assert eternal providence, and justify the ways of God to men. In this point of view we have always had a sympathy with the Cambridge mathematician who has been so much abused. He said, after all, Paradise Lost proves nothing, and various persons of poetical tastes and temperament have been very severe on the prosaic observation. Yet, after all he was right. Milton professed to prove something. He was too profound a critic, rather, he had too profound an instinct of those eternal principles of art which criticism tries to state, not to know that on such a subject he must prove something. He professed to deal with the great problem of human destiny, to show why man was created, in what kind of universe he lives, whence he came and whither he goes. He dealt of necessity with the greatest of subjects, he had to sketch the greatest of objects. He was concerned with infinity and eternity even more than with time and sense. He undertook to delineate the ways and consequently the character of Providence, as well as the conduct and the tendencies of man. The essence of success in such an attempt is to satisfy the religious sense of man, to bring home to our hearts what we know to be true, to teach us what we have not seen, to awaken us to what we have forgotten, to remove the covering from all people, and the veil that is spread over all nations, to give us, in a word, such a conception of things divine and human as we can accept, believe, and trust. The true doctrine of criticism demands what Milton invites, an examination of the degree in which the great epic attains this aim. And if, in examining it, we find it necessary to use unusual illustrations, and plainer words than are customary, it must be our excuse that we do not think the subject can be made clear without them. The defect of Paradise Lost is that, after all, it is founded on a political transaction. The scene is in heaven very early in the history of the universe, before the creation of man or the fall of Satan. We have a description of a court, Book V. The angels, by imperial summons called appear, under their hierarchs in orders bright 10,000 ensigns high advanced, standards and gonfalons twixt van and rear stream in the air, and for distinction serve of hierarchies, or orders, and degrees. To this assemblage Th Omnipotent speaks, Hear, all ye angels, progeny of light, thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, hear my decree, which unrevoked shall stand. This day I have begot whom I declare my only Son, and on this holy hill him have anointed, whom ye now behold at my right hand. Your head I him appoint, and by myself have sworn, To him shall bow all knees in heaven, and shall confess him Lord, under his great vicegerent reign abide united as one individual soul. Forever happy. Him who disobeys, me disobeys, breaks union, and that day, cast out from God and blessed vision, falls into utter darkness, deep engulfed, his place ordained without redemption, without end. This act of patronage was not popular at court, and why should it have been? The religious sense is against it. The worship which sinful men owe to God is not transferable to lieutenants and vicegerents. The whole scene of the court jars upon a true feeling. We seem to be reading about some emperor of history, who admits his son to a share in the empire, who confers on him a considerable jurisdiction, and requires officials, with standards and gonfalons to bow before him. The orthodoxy of Milton is quite as questionable as his accuracy. The old Athanasian Creed was not made by persons who would allow such a picture as that of Milton to stand before their imaginations. The generation of the Son was to them a fact before all time, an eternal fact. There was no question in their minds of patronage or promotion. The Son was the Son before all time, just as the Father was the Father before all time. Milton had in such matters a bold but not very sensitive imagination. He accepted the inevitable materialism of biblical, and to some extent of all religious, language as distinct revelation. He certainly believed, in contradiction to the old creed, that God had both parts and passions. He imagined that earth is but the shadow of heaven, and things therein each to other like more than on earth is thought. 18. From some passages it would seem that he actually thought of God as having the members and form of a man. Naturally, therefore, he would have no toleration for the mysterious notions of time and eternity which are involved in the traditional doctrine. We are not, however, now concerned with Milton's belief, but with his representation of his creed, his picture, so to say, of it in Paradise Lost. Still, as we cannot but think, that picture is almost irreligious, and certainly different from that which has been generally accepted in Christendom. Such phrases as before all time, eternal generation are doubtless very vaguely interpreted by the mass of men. Nevertheless, no sensitively orthodox man could have drawn the picture of a generation, not to say an exaltation, in time. We shall see this more clearly by reading what follows in the poem. All seemed well pleased, all seemed, but were not all. One of the archangels, whose name can be guessed, decidedly disapproved, and calls a meeting, at which he explains that orders and degrees jar not with liberty, but well consist, but still, that the promotion of a new person, on grounds of relationship merely, above, even infinitely above, the old angels, with imperial titles, was a new law and rather tyrannical. Abdiel, than whom none with more zeal adored the deity, and divine commands obeyed, attempts a defense, grant it the unjust, that equal over equals monarch reign. Thyself, though great and glorious, dost thou count, or all angelic nature joined in one, equal to him begotten Son, by whom as by his word the mighty Father made all things, even thee, and all the spirits of heaven by him created in their bright degrees, crowned them with glory, and to their glory named thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, essential powers, nor by his reign obscured, but more illustrious made, since he the head one of our number thus reduced becomes, his laws our laws, all honor to him done returns our own. Cease then this impious rage, and tempt not these, but hasten to appease th incensed Father and th incensed Son, while pardon may be found, in time besought. Yet though Abdiel's intentions were undeniably good, his argument is rather specious. Acting as an instrument in the process of creation would scarcely give a valid claim to the obedience of the created being. Power may be shown in the act, no doubt, but mere power gives no true claim to the obedience of moral beings. It is a kind of principle of all manner of idolatries and false religions to believe that it does so. Satan, besides, takes issue on the fact that we were formed then, sayest thou, and the work of secondary hands, by task transferred from Father to his Son. Strange point and new doctrine which we would know whence learned. And we must say that the speech in which the new ruler is introduced to the thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers is hard to reconcile with Abdiel's exposition. This day he seems to have come into existence, and could hardly have assisted at the creation of the angels, who are not young, and who converse with one another like old acquaintances. We have gone into this part of the subject at length, because it is the source of the great error which pervades Paradise Lost. Satan is made interesting. This has been the charge of 1,000 orthodox and even heterodox writers against Milton. Shelley, on the other hand, has gloried in it, and fancied, if we remember rightly, that Milton intentionally ranged himself on the satanic side of the universe, just as Shelley himself would have done, and that he wished to show the falsity of the ordinary theology. But Milton was born an age too early for such aims, and was far too sincere to have advocated any doctrine in a form so indirect. He believed every word he said. He was not conscious of the effect his teaching would produce in an age like this, when skepticism is in the air, and when it is not possible to help looking coolly on his delineations. Probably in our boyhood we can recollect a period when any solemn description of celestial events would have commanded our respect. We should not have dared to read it intelligently, to canvass its details and see what it meant. It was a religious book, it sounded reverential, and that would have sufficed. Something like this was the state of mind of the 17th century. Even Milton probably shared in a vague reverence for religious language. He hardly felt the moral effect of the pictures he was drawing. His artistic instinct, too, often hurries him away. His Satan was to him, as to us, the hero of his poem, having commenced by making him resist on an occasion which in an earthly kingdom would have been excusable and proper. He probably a little sympathized with him, just as his readers do. The interest of Satan's character is at its height in the first two books. Coleridge justly compared it to that of Napoleon. There is the same pride, the same satanic ability, the same will, the same egotism. His character seems to grow with his position. He is far finer after his fall, in misery and suffering, with scarcely any resource except in himself, than he was originally in heaven, at least, if Raphael's description of him can be trusted. No portrait which imagination or history has drawn of a revolutionary anarch is nearly so perfect. There is all the grandeur of the greatest human mind, and a certain infinitude in his circumstances which humanity must ever want. Few Englishmen feel a profound reverence for Napoleon I. There was no French alliance in his time. We have most of us some tradition of antipathy to him. Yet hardly any Englishman can read the account of the campaign of 1814 without feeling his interest in the Emperor to be strong, and without perhaps being conscious of a latent wish that he may succeed. Our opinion is against him, our serious wish is of course for England. But the imagination has a sympathy of its own, and will not give place. We read about the great general, never greater than in that last emergency, showing resources of genius that seem almost infinite, and that assuredly have never been surpassed, yet vanquished, yielding to the power of circumstances, to the combined force of adversaries, each of whom singly he outmatches in strength, and all of whom together he surpasses in majesty and in mind. Something of the same sort of interest belongs to the Satan of the first two books of Paradise Lost. We know that he will be vanquished, his name is not a recommendation. Still, we do not imagine distinctly the minds by which he is to be vanquished, we do not take the same interest in them that we do in him, our sympathies, our fancy, are on his side. Perhaps much of this was inevitable, yet what a defect it is. Especially what a defect in Milton's own view, and looked at with the stern realism with which he regarded it. Suppose that the author of evil in the universe were the most attractive being in it, suppose that the source of all sin were the origin of all interest to us. We need not dwell upon this. As we have said, much of this was difficult to avoid, if indeed it could be avoided in dealing with such a theme. Even Milton shrank, in some measure, from delineating the divine character. His imagination evidently halts when it is required to perform that task. The more delicate imagination of our modern world would shrink still more. Any person who will consider what such an attempt must end in, will find his nerves quiver. But by a curiously fatal error, Milton has selected for delineation exactly that part of the divine nature which is most beyond the reach of the human faculties, and which is also, when we try to describe our fancy of it, the least effective to our minds. He has made God argue. Now, the procedure of the divine mind from truth to truth must ever be incomprehensible to us. The notion, indeed, of his proceeding at all is a contradiction. To some extent, at least, it is inevitable that we should use such language, but we know it is in reality inapplicable. A long train of reasoning in such a connection is so out of place as to be painful, and yet Milton has many. He relates a series of family prayers in heaven, with sermons afterwards, which are very tedious. Even Pope was shocked at the notion of Providence talking like a school divine. 19. And there is the still worse error, that if you once attribute reasoning to him, subsequent logicians may discover that he does not reason very well. Another way in which Milton has contrived to strengthen our interest in Satan is the number and insipidity of the good angels. There are old rules as to the necessity of a supernatural machinery for an epic poem, worth some fraction of the paper on which they are written, and derived from the practice of Homer, who believed his gods and goddesses to be real beings, and would have been rather harsh with a critic who called them machinery. These rules had probably an influence with Milton, and induced him to manipulate these serious angels more than he would have done otherwise. They appear to be excellent administrators with very little to do, a kind of grand chamberlains with wings, who fly down to earth and communicate information to Adam and Eve. They have no character, they are essentially messengers, merely conductors, so to say, of the providential will. No one fancies that they have an independent power of action, they seem scarcely to have minds of their own. No effect can be more unfortunate. If the struggle of Satan had been with deity directly, the natural instincts of religion would have been awakened, but when an angel possessed of mind is contrasted with angels possessed only of wings, we sympathize with the former. In the first two books, therefore, our sympathy with Milton's Satan is great, we had almost said unqualified. The speeches he delivers are of well-known excellence. Lord Brougham, no contemptible judge of emphatic oratory, has laid down that if a person had not an opportunity of access to the great Attic masterpieces, he had better choose these for a model. What is to be regretted about the orator is, that he scarcely acts up to his sentiments. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven is at any rate an audacious declaration, but he has no room for exhibiting similar audacity in action. His offensive career is limited. In the nature of the subject, there was scarcely any opportunity for the fallen archangel to display in the detail of his operations the surpassing intellect with which Milton has endowed him. He goes across chaos, gets into a few physical difficulties, but these are not much. His grand aim is the conquest of our first parents, and we are at once struck with the enormous inequality of the conflict. Two beings just created, without experience, without guile, without knowledge of good and evil, are expected to contend with a being on the delineation of whose powers every resource of art and imagination, every subtle suggestion, every emphatic simile has been lavished. The idea in every reader's mind is, and must be, not surprise that our first parents should yield, but wonder that Satan should not think it beneath him to attack them. It is as if an army should invest a cottage. We have spoken more of theology than we intended, and we need not say how much the monstrous inequalities attributed to the combatants affect our estimate of the results of the conflict. The state of man is what it is, because the defenseless Adam and Eve of Milton's imagination yielded to the nearly all-powerful Satan whom he has delineated. Milton has in some sense invented this difficulty, for in the book of Genesis there is no such inequality. The serpent may be subtler than any beast of the field, but he is not necessarily subtler or cleverer than man. So far from Milton having justified the ways of God to man, he has loaded the common theology with a new encumbrance. We may need refreshment after this discussion, and we cannot find it better than in reading a few remarks of Eve. That day I oft remember, when from sleep I first awaked, and found myself reposed under a shade on flowers, much wondering where and what I was, whence hither brought, and how. Not distant far from thence a murmuring sound of waters issued from a cave, and spread into a liquid plain, then stood unmoved pure as th expanse of heaven. I thither went with unexperienced thought, and laid me down on the green bank, to look into the clear smooth lake, that to me seemed another sky. As I bent down to look, just opposite a shape within the watery gleam appeared, bending to look on me. I started back, it started back, but pleased I soon returned, pleased it returned, as soon with answering looks of sympathy and love. There I had fixed mine eyes till now, and pined with vain desire, had not a voice thus warned me, what thou seest, what there thou seest, fair creature, is thyself, with thee it came and goes, but follow me, and I will bring thee where no shadow stays thy coming, and thy soft embraces. He whose image thou art, him thou shalt enjoy inseparably thine, to him shalt bear multitudes like thyself, and thence be called mother of human race. What could I do but follow straight, invisibly thus led? Till I espied thee, fair indeed and tall, under a platen, yet without less fair, less winning soft, less amiably mild, than that smooth watery image. Back I turned, thou following criedst aloud, return, fair Eve, whom fliest thou? 20. Eve's character, indeed, is one of the most wonderful efforts of the human imagination. She is a kind of abstract woman, essentially a typical being, an official mother of all living. Yet she is a real interesting woman, not only full of delicacy and sweetness, but with all the undefinable fascination, the charm of personality, which such typical characters hardly ever have. By what consummate miracle of wit this charm of individuality is preserved, without impairing the general idea which is ever present to us, we cannot explain, for we do not know. Adam is far less successful. He has good hair, hyacinthine locks that from his parted forelock manly hung, a fair large front and eye sublime, but he has little else that we care for. There is, in truth, no opportunity of displaying manly virtues, even if he possessed them. He has only to yield to his wife's solicitations, which he does. Nor are we sure that he does it well, he is very tedious. He indulges in sermons which are good, but most men cannot but fear that so delightful a being as Eve must have found him tiresome. She steps away, however, and goes to sleep at some of the worst points. Dr. Johnson remarked that after all, Paradise Lost was one of the books which no one wished longer. We fear, in this irreverent generation, some wish it shorter. Hardly any reader would be sorry if some portions of the latter books had been spared him. Coleridge, indeed, discovered profound mysteries in the last, but in what could not Coleridge find a mystery if he wished? Dryden more wisely remarked that Milton became tedious when he entered upon a track of Scripture. 21. Nor is it surprising that such is the case. The style of many parts of Scripture is such that it will not bear addition or subtraction. A word less or an idea more, and the effect upon the mind is the same no longer. Nothing can be more tiresome than a sermonic amplification of such passages. It is almost too much when, as from the pulpit, a paraphrastic commentary is prepared for our spiritual improvement. In deference to the intention, we bear it, but we bear it unwillingly, and we cannot endure it at all when, as in poems, the object is to awaken our fancy rather than to improve our conduct. The account of the creation in the book of Genesis is one of the compositions from which no sensitive imagination would subtract an iota, to which it could not bear to add a word. Milton's paraphrase is alike copious and ineffective. The universe is, in railway phrase, opened but not created. No green earth springs in a moment from the indefinite void. Instead, too, of the simple loneliness of the Old Testament, several angelic officials are in attendance, who help in nothing, but indicate that heaven must be plentifully supplied with tame creatures. There is no difficulty in writing such criticisms and indeed other unfavorable criticisms, on Paradise Lost. There is scarcely any book in the world which is open to a greater number, or which a reader who allows plain words to produce a due effect will be less satisfied with. Yet what book is really greater? In the best parts the words have a magic in them, even in the inferior passages you are hardly sensible of their inferiority till you translate them into your own language. Perhaps no style ever written by man expressed so adequately the conceptions of a mind so strong and so peculiar, a manly strength, a haunting atmosphere of enhancing suggestions, a firm continuous music, are only some of its excellences. To comprehend the whole of the others, you must take the volume down and read it. The best defense of Milton, as has been said most truly, against all objections. Probably no book shows the transition which our theology has made since the middle of the 17th century, at once so plainly and so fully. We do not now compose long narratives to justify the ways of God to men. The more orthodox we are, the more we shrink from it, the more we hesitate at such a task, the more we allege that we have no powers for it. Our most celebrated defenses of established tenets are in the style of Butler, not in that of Milton. They do not profess to show a satisfactory explanation of human destiny, on the contrary, they hint that probably we could not understand such an explanation if it were given us. At any rate, they allow that it is not given us. Their course is palliative. They suggest an analogy of difficulties. If our minds were greater, so they reason, we should comprehend these doctrines. Now we cannot explain analogous facts which we see and know. No style can be more opposite to the bold argument, the boastful exposition of Milton. The teaching of the 18th century is in the very atmosphere we breathe. We read it in the teachings of Oxford, we hear it from the missionaries of the Vatican. The air of the theology is clarified. We know our difficulties, at least, we are rather prone to exaggerate the weight of some than to deny the reality of any. We cannot continue a line of thought which would draw us on too far for the patience of our readers. We must, however, make one more remark, and we shall have finished our criticism on Paradise Lost. It is analogous to that which we have just made. The scheme of the poem is based on an offense against positive morality. The offense of Adam was not against nature or conscience, nor against anything of which we can see the reason or conceive the obligation, but against an unexplained injunction of the supreme will. The rebellion in heaven, as Milton describes it, was a rebellion not against known ethics or immutable spiritual laws, but against an arbitrary selection and an unexplained edict. We do not say that there is no such thing as positive morality. We do not think so. Even if we did, we should not insert a proposition so startling at the conclusion of a literary criticism. But we are sure that wherever a positive moral edict is promulgated, it is no subject, except perhaps under a very peculiar treatment, for literary art. By the very nature of it, it cannot satisfy the heart and conscience. It is a difficulty, we need not attempt to explain it away. There are mysteries enough which will never be explained away. But it is contrary to every principle of criticism to state the difficulty as if it were not one, to bring forward the puzzle, yet leave it to itself, to publish so strange a problem, and give only an untrue solution of it, and yet such, in its bare statement, is all that Milton has done. Of Milton's other writings we have left ourselves no room to speak, and though every one of them, or almost every one of them, would well repay a careful criticism, yet few of them seem to throw much additional light on his character, or add much to our essential notion of his genius, though they may exemplify and enhance it. Comus is the poem which does so the most. Literature has become so much lighter than it used to be, that we can scarcely realize the position it occupied in the light literature of our forefathers. We have now in our own language many poems that are pleasanter in their subject, more graceful in their execution, more flowing in their outline, more easy to read. Dr. Johnson, though perhaps no very excellent authority on the more intangible graces of literature, was disposed to deny to Milton the capacity of creating the lighter literature. Milton, madam, was a genius that could cut a colossus from a rock, but could not carve heads upon cherry stones. And it would not be surprising if this generation, which has access to the almost infinite quantity of lighter compositions which have been produced since Johnson's time, were to echo his sentence. In some degree, perhaps, the popular taste does so. Comus has no longer the peculiar exceptional popularity which it used to have. We can talk without general odium of its defects. Its characters are nothing, its sentiments are tedious, its story is not interesting. But it is only when we have realized the magnitude of its deficiencies that we comprehend the peculiarity of its greatness. Its power is in its style. A grave and firm music pervades it. It is soft, without a thought of weakness, harmonious and yet strong, impressive as few such poems are, yet covered with a bloom of beauty and a complexity of charm that few poems have either. We have perhaps liked literature in itself better, that we read oftener and more easily, that lingers more in our memories, but we have not any, we question if there ever will be any, which gives so true a conception of the capacity and the dignity of the mind by which it was produced. The breath of solemnity which hovers round the music attaches us to the writer. Every line, here as elsewhere, in Milton excites the idea of indefinite power. And so we must draw to a close. The subject is an infinite one, and if we pursued it, we should lose ourselves in miscellaneous commentary, and run on far beyond the patience of our readers. What we have said has at least a defined intention. We have wished to state the impression which the character of Milton and the greatest of Milton's works are likely to produce on readers of the present generation, a generation different from his own almost more than any other. 1. The Life of John Milton, narrated in connection with the political, ecclesiastical, and literary history of his time. By David Masson, M.A., Professor of English Literature in University College, London, Cambridge, Macmillan. An account of the life, opinions, and writings of John Milton. By Thomas Keatley, with an introduction to Paradise Lost. London, Chapman and Hall. The Poems of Milton, with notes by Thomas Keatley. London, Chapman and Hall. 2. Review of Lockhart's Scott. 3. El Allegro. 4. Life of Milton. 5. Sonnet 19. 6. Though fallen on evil days though fallen, and evil tongues. Paradise Lost Book 7. 7. John Henry Newman's Call of David. 8. Apology for Smectim Nuus. 9. Reason of Church Government Introduction to Book 3. 10. Phillips. 11. Translated by Keatley from Defensio Secunda. 12. Wordsworth, Tintern Abbey. 13. Life of Milton. 14. Phillips. 15. Defence of the People of England chap. 4. 16. Paradise Lost Book 7. 17. Richardson. 18. Book V. Raphael to Adam. 19. Imitation of Horace's Epistle to Augustus, Book 2, EP. I. 20, Book 4. 21. Essay on Satire. Science and Culture by Thomas Henry Huxley. Introductory note: Thomas Henry Huxley, 1825–95, was born at Bailing, near London, and having studied medicine went to sea as assistant surgeon in the Navy. After leaving the government service, he became Professor of Natural History at the Royal School of Mines and Fullerian Professor of Physiology at the Royal Institution, and later held many commissions and received many distinctions in the scientific world. His special field was morphology, and in it he produced a large number of monographs and several comprehensive manuals. It is not, however, by his original contributions to knowledge that Huxley's name is best known to readers outside of technical science, but rather by his labors in popularization and in polemics. He was one of the foremost and most effective champions of Darwinism, and no scientist has been more conspicuous in the battle between the doctrine of evolution and the older religious orthodoxy. Outside of this particular issue, he was a vigorous opponent of supernaturalism in all its forms, and a supporter of the agnosticism which demands that nothing shall be believed with greater assurance than the evidence warrants, the evidence intended being, of course, of the same kind as that admitted in natural science. Huxley's interests thus extended from pure science into many adjoining fields, such as those of theology, philosophy, where he wrote an admirable book on Hume, and education. Of his attitude toward this last, a clear idea may be gained from the following address on science and culture, a singularly forcible plea for the importance of natural science in general education. In all his writings, Huxley commands a style excellently adapted to his purpose, clear, forcible, free from mannerism, yet telling and often memorable in phrase. Whatever may be the exact magnitude of his services to pure science, he was a master in the writing of English for the purposes of exposition and controversy, and a powerful intellectual influence on almost all classes in his generation. Science and Culture. 1. 6 years ago, as some of my present hearers may remember, I had the privilege of addressing a large assemblage of the inhabitants of this city, who had gathered together to do honor to the memory of their famous townsman, Joseph Priestley, and, if any satisfaction attaches to posthumous glory, we may hope that the manes of the burnt-out philosopher were then finally appeased. No man, however, who is endowed with a fair share of common sense, and not more than a fair share of vanity, will identify either contemporary or posthumous fame with the highest good, and Priestley's life leaves no doubt that he, at any rate, set a much higher value upon the advancement of knowledge, and the promotion of that freedom of thought which is at once the cause and the consequence of intellectual progress. Hence I am disposed to think that, if Priestley could be amongst us today, the occasion of our meeting would afford him even greater pleasure than the proceedings which celebrated the centenary of his chief discovery. The kindly heart would be moved, the high sense of social duty would be satisfied, by the spectacle of well-earned wealth, neither squandered in tawdry luxury and vainglorious show, nor scattered with the careless charity which blesses neither him that gives nor him that takes, but expended in the execution of a well-considered plan for the aid of present and future generations of those who are willing to help themselves. We shall all be of one mind thus far. But it is needful to share Priestley's keen interest in physical science, and to have learned, as he had learned, the value of scientific training in fields of inquiry apparently far remote from physical science in order to appreciate, as he would have appreciated, the value of the noble gift which Sir Josiah Mason has bestowed upon the inhabitants of the Midland District. For us children of the 19th century, however, the establishment of a college under the conditions of Sir Josiah Mason's trust has a significance apart from any which it could have possessed 100 years ago. It appears to be an indication that we are reaching the crisis of the battle, or rather of the long series of battles, which have been fought over education in a campaign which began long before Priestley's time, and will probably not be finished just yet. In the last century, the combatants were the champions of ancient literature, on the one side, and those of modern literature on the other. But, some 30 years, too, ago, the contest became complicated by the appearance of a third army, ranged round the banner of physical science. I am not aware that anyone has authority to speak in the name of this new host. For it must be admitted to be somewhat of a guerrilla force, composed largely of irregulars, each of whom fights pretty much for his own hand. But the impressions of a full private, who has seen a good deal of service in the ranks, respecting the present position of affairs and the conditions of a permanent peace, may not be devoid of interest, and I do not know that I could make a better use of the present opportunity than by laying them before you. From the time that the first suggestion to introduce physical science into ordinary education was timidly whispered, until now, the advocates of scientific education have met with opposition of two kinds. On the one hand, they have been poo-poohed by the men of business who pride themselves on being the representatives of practicality, while, on the other hand, they have been excommunicated by the classical scholars, in their capacity of levites in charge of the ark of culture and monopolists of liberal education. The practical men believed that the idol whom they worship, rule of thumb, has been the source of the past prosperity, and will suffice for the future welfare of the arts and manufactures. They were of opinion that science is speculative rubbish, that theory and practice have nothing to do with one another, and that the scientific habit of mind is an impediment, rather than an aid, in the conduct of ordinary affairs. I have used the past tense in speaking of the practical men, for although they were very formidable 30 years ago, I am not sure that the pure species has not been extirpated. In fact, so far as mere argument goes, they have been subjected to such a few d'enfer that it is a miracle if any have escaped. But I have remarked that your typical practical man has an unexpected resemblance to one of Milton's angels. His spiritual wounds, such as are inflicted by logical weapons, may be as deep as a well and as wide as a church door, but beyond shedding a few drops of ichor, celestial or otherwise, he is no whit the worse. So, if any of these opponents be left, I will not waste time in vain repetition of the demonstrative evidence of the practical value of science, but knowing that a parable will sometimes penetrate where syllogisms fail to effect an entrance, I will offer a story for their consideration. Once upon a time, a boy, with nothing to depend upon but his own vigorous nature, was thrown into the thick of the struggle for existence in the midst of a great manufacturing population. He seems to have had a hard fight, inasmuch as, by the time he was 30 years of age, his total disposable funds amounted to £20. Nevertheless, middle life found him giving proof of his comprehension of the practical problems he had been roughly called upon to solve, by a career of remarkable prosperity. Finally, having reached old age with its well-earned surroundings of honor, troops of friends, the hero of my story bethought himself of those who were making a like start in life, and how he could stretch out a helping hand to them. After long and anxious reflection, this successful practical man of business could devise nothing better than to provide them with the means of obtaining sound, extensive, and practical scientific knowledge. And he devoted a large part of his wealth and 5 years of incessant work to this end. I need not point the moral of a tale which, as the solid and spacious fabric of the scientific college assures us, is no fable, nor can anything which I could say intensify the force of this practical answer to practical objections. We may take it for granted then, that, in the opinion of those best qualified to judge, the diffusion of thorough scientific education is an absolutely essential condition of industrial progress, and that the college which has been opened today will confer an inestimable boon upon those whose livelihood is to be gained by the practice of the arts and manufactures of the district. The only question worth discussion is, whether the conditions, under which the work of the college is to be carried out, are such as to give it the best possible chance of achieving permanent success. Sir Josiah Mason, without doubt most wisely, has left very large freedom of action to the trustees, to whom he proposes ultimately to commit the administration of the college, so that they may be able to adjust its arrangements in accordance with the changing conditions of the future. But, with respect to 3 points, he has laid most explicit injunctions upon both administrators and teachers. Party politics are forbidden to enter into the minds of either, so far as the work of the college is concerned. Theology is as sternly banished from its precincts, and finally, it is especially declared that the college shall make no provision for mere literary instruction and education. It does not concern me at present to dwell upon the first 2 injunctions any longer than may be needful to express my full conviction of their wisdom. But the 3rd prohibition brings us face to face with those other opponents of scientific education, who are by no means in the moribund condition of the practical man, but alive, alert, and formidable. It is not impossible that we shall hear this express exclusion of literary instruction and education from a college which, nevertheless, professes to give a high and efficient education, sharply criticized. Certainly the time was that the levites of culture would have sounded their trumpets against its walls as against an educational Jericho. How often have we not been told that the study of physical science is incompetent to confer culture, that it touches none of the higher problems of life, and, what is worse, that the continual devotion to scientific studies tends to generate a narrow and bigoted belief in the applicability of scientific methods to the search after truth of all kinds. How frequently one has reason to observe that no reply to a troublesome argument tells so well as calling its author a mere scientific specialist. And, as I am afraid it is not permissible to speak of this form of opposition to scientific education in the past tense, may we not expect to be told that this, not only omission, but prohibition, of mere literary instruction and education is a patent example of scientific narrow-mindedness? I am not acquainted with Sir Josiah Mason's reasons for the action which he has taken, but if, as I apprehend is the case, he refers to the ordinary classical course of our schools and universities by the name of mere literary instruction and education. I venture to offer sundry reasons of my own in support of that action. For I hold very strongly by two convictions. The first is, that neither the discipline nor the subject matter of classical education is of such direct value to the student of physical science as to justify the expenditure of valuable time upon either, and the second is, that for the purpose of attaining real culture, an exclusively scientific education is at least as effectual as an exclusively literary education. I need hardly point out to you that these opinions, especially the latter, are diametrically opposed to those of the great majority of educated Englishmen, influenced as they are by school and university traditions. In their belief, culture is obtainable only by a liberal education, and a liberal education is synonymous, not merely with education and instruction in literature, but in one particular form of literature, namely, that of Greek and Roman antiquity. They hold that the man who has learned Latin and Greek, however little, is educated, while he who is versed in other branches of knowledge, however deeply, is a more or less respectable specialist, not admissible into cultured caste. The stamp of the educated man, the university degree, is not for him. I am too well acquainted with the generous catholicity of spirit, the true sympathy with scientific thought, which pervades the writings of our chief apostle of culture to identify him with these opinions. And yet one may cull from one and another of those epistles to the Philistines, which so much delight all who do not answer to that name, sentences which lend them some support. Mr. Arnold tells us that the meaning of culture is to know the best that has been thought and said in the world. It is the criticism of life contained in literature. That criticism regards Europe as being, for intellectual and spiritual purposes, one great confederation, bound to a joint action and working to a common result, and whose members have, for their common outfit, a knowledge of Greek, Roman, and Eastern antiquity, and of one another. Special, local, and temporary advantages being put out of account, that modern nation will in the intellectual and spiritual sphere make most progress, which most thoroughly carries out this program. And what is that but saying that we too, all of us, as individuals, the more thoroughly we carry it out, shall make the more progress. We have here to deal with two distinct propositions. The first, that a criticism of life is the essence of culture. The second, that literature contains the materials which suffice for the construction of such a criticism. I think that we must all assent to the first proposition. For culture certainly means something quite different from learning or technical skill. It implies the possession of an ideal, and the habit of critically estimating the value of things by comparison with a theoretic standard. Perfect culture should apply a complete theory of life, based upon a clear knowledge alike of its possibilities and of its limitations. But we may agree to all this, and yet strongly dissent from the assumption that literature alone is competent to supply this knowledge. After having learnt all that Greek, Roman, and Eastern antiquity have thought and said, and all that modern literatures have to tell us, it is not self-evident that we have laid a sufficiently broad and deep foundation for that criticism of life which constitutes culture. Indeed, to anyone acquainted with the scope of physical science, it is not at all evident. Considering progress only in the intellectual and spiritual sphere, I find myself wholly unable to admit that either nations or individuals will really advance, if their common outfit draws nothing from the stores of physical science. I should say that an army, without weapons of precision, and with no particular base of operations, might more hopefully enter upon a campaign on the Rhine, than a man, devoid of a knowledge of what physical science has done in the last century, upon a criticism of life. When a biologist meets with an anomaly, he instinctively turns to the study of development to clear it up. The rationale of contradictory opinions may with equal confidence be sought in history. It is, happily, no new thing that Englishmen should employ their wealth in building and endowing institutions for educational purposes. But, 500 or 600 years ago, deeds of foundation expressed or implied conditions as nearly as possible contrary to those which have been thought expedient by Sir Josiah Mason. That is to say, physical science was practically ignored, while a certain literary training was enjoined as a means to the acquirement of knowledge which was essentially theological. The reason of this singular contradiction between the actions of men alike animated by a strong and disinterested desire to promote the welfare of their fellows, is easily discovered. At that time, in fact, if anyone desired knowledge beyond such as could be obtained by his own observation, or by common conversation, his first necessity was to learn the Latin language, inasmuch as all the higher knowledge of the Western world was contained in works written in that language. Hence, Latin grammar, with logic and rhetoric, studied through Latin, were the fundamentals of education. With respect to the substance of the knowledge imparted through this channel, the Jewish and Christian scriptures, as interpreted and supplemented by the Romish Church, were held to contain a complete and infallibly true body of information. Theological dicta were, to the thinkers of those days, that which the axioms and definitions of Euclid are to the geometers of these. The business of the philosophers of the Middle Ages was to deduce from the data furnished by the theologians, conclusions in accordance with ecclesiastical decrees. They were allowed the high privilege of showing, by logical process, how and why that which the Church said was true, must be true. And if their demonstrations fell short of or exceeded this limit, the Church was maternally ready to check their aberrations, if need be, by the help of the secular arm. Between the two, our ancestors were furnished with a compact and complete criticism of life. They were told how the world began, and how it would end. They learned that all material existence was but a base and insignificant blot upon the fair face of the spiritual world, and that nature was, to all intents and purposes, the playground of the devil. They learned that the earth is the center of the visible universe, and that man is the cynosure of things terrestrial. And more especially is it inculcated that the course of nature had no fixed order, but that it could be, and constantly was, altered by the agency of innumerable spiritual beings, good and bad, according as they were moved by the deeds and prayers of men. The sum and substance of the whole doctrine was to produce the conviction that the only thing really worth knowing in this world was how to secure that place in a better, which, under certain conditions, the Church promised. Our ancestors had a living belief in this theory of life, and acted upon it in their dealings with education, as in all other matters. Culture meant saintliness, after the fashion of the saints of those days. The education that led to it was, of necessity, theological, and the way to theology lay through Latin. That the study of nature, further than was requisite for the satisfaction of everyday wants, should have any bearing on human life was far from the thoughts of men thus trained. Indeed, as nature had been cursed for man's sake, it was an obvious conclusion that those who meddled with nature were likely to come into pretty close contact with Satan. And, if any born scientific investigator followed his instincts, he might safely reckon upon earning the reputation, and probably upon suffering the fate, of a sorcerer. Had the Western world been left to itself in Chinese isolation, there is no saying how long this state of things might have endured. But, happily, it was not left to itself. Even earlier than the 13th century, the development of Moorish civilization in Spain and the great movement of the Crusades had introduced the leaven which, from that day to this, has never ceased to work. At first, through the intermediation of Arabic translations, afterwards by the study of the originals, the Western nations of Europe became acquainted with the writings of the ancient philosophers and poets, and, in time, with the whole of the vast literature of antiquity. Whatever there was of high intellectual aspiration or dominant capacity in Italy, France, Germany, and England, spent itself for centuries in taking possession of the rich inheritance left by the dead civilization of Greece and Rome. Marvelously aided by the invention of printing, classical learning spread and flourished. Those who possessed it prided themselves on having attained the highest culture then within the reach of mankind. And justly. For, saving Dante on his solitary pinnacle, there was no figure in modern literature at the time of the Renaissance to compare with the men of antiquity, there was no art to compete with their sculpture. There was no physical science but that which Greece had created. Above all, there was no other example of perfect intellectual freedom, of the unhesitating acceptance of reason as the sole guide to truth and the supreme arbiter of conduct. The new learning necessarily soon exerted a profound influence upon education. The language of the monks and schoolmen seemed little better than gibberish to scholars fresh from Virgil and Cicero, and the study of Latin was placed upon a new foundation. Moreover, Latin itself ceased to afford the sole key to knowledge. The student who sought the highest thought of antiquity found only a second-hand reflection of it in Roman literature, and turned his face to the full light of the Greeks. And after a battle, not altogether dissimilar to that which is at present being fought over the teaching of physical science, the study of Greek was recognized as an essential element of all higher education. Thus the humanists, as they were called, won the day, and the great reform which they effected was of incalculable service to mankind. But the nemesis of all reformers is finality, and the reformers of education, like those of religion, fell into the profound, however common, error of mistaking the beginning for the end of the work of reformation. The representatives of the humanists in the 19th century take their stand upon classical education as the sole avenue to culture, as firmly as if we were still in the age of Renaissance. Yet, surely, the present intellectual relations of the modern and the ancient worlds are profoundly different from those which obtained 3 centuries ago. Leaving aside the existence of a great and characteristically modern literature, of modern painting, and, especially, of modern music, there is one feature of the present state of the civilized world which separates it more widely from the Renaissance than the Renaissance was separated from the Middle Ages. This distinctive character of our own times lies in the vast and constantly increasing part which is played by natural knowledge. Not only is our daily life shaped by it, not only does the prosperity of millions of men depend upon it, but our whole theory of life has long been influenced, consciously or unconsciously, by the general conceptions of the universe, which have been forced upon us by physical science. In fact, the most elementary acquaintance with the results of scientific investigation shows us that they offer a broad and striking contradiction to the opinions so implicitly credited and taught in the Middle Ages. The notions of the beginning and the end of the world entertained by our forefathers are no longer credible. It is very certain that the earth is not the chief body in the material universe, and that the world is not subordinated to man's use. It is even more certain that nature is the expression of a definite order with which nothing interferes, and that the chief business of mankind is to learn that order and govern themselves accordingly. Moreover, this scientific criticism of life presents itself to us with different credentials from any other. It appeals not to authority, nor to what anybody may have thought or said, but to nature. It admits that all our interpretations of natural fact are more or less imperfect and symbolic, and bids the learner seek for truth not among words but among things. It warns us that the assertion which outstrips evidence is not only a blunder but a crime. The purely classical education advocated by the representatives of the humanists in our day gives no inkling of all this. A man may be a better scholar than Erasmus, and know no more of the chief causes of the present intellectual fermentation than Erasmus did. Scholarly and pious persons, worthy of all respect, favor us with allocutions upon the sadness of the antagonism of science to their medieval way of thinking, which betray an ignorance of the first principles of scientific investigation, an incapacity for understanding what a man of science means by veracity, and an unconsciousness of the weight of established scientific truths, which is almost comical. There is no great force in the two-quoque argument, or else the advocates of scientific education might fairly enough retort upon the modern humanists that they may be learned specialists, but that they possess no such sound foundation for a criticism of life as deserves the name of culture. And, indeed, if we were disposed to be cruel, we might urge that the humanists have brought this reproach upon themselves, not because they are too full of the spirit of the ancient Greek, but because they lack it. The period of the Renaissance is commonly called that of the revival of letters, as if the influences then brought to bear upon the mind of Western Europe had been wholly exhausted in the field of literature. I think it is very commonly forgotten that the revival of science, effected by the same agency, although less conspicuous, was not less momentous. In fact, the few and scattered students of nature of that day picked up the clue to her secrets exactly as it fell from the hands of the Greeks 1,000 years before. The foundations of mathematics were so well laid by them that our children learn their geometry from a book written for the schools of Alexandria 2,000 years ago. Modern astronomy is the natural continuation and development of the work of Hipparchus and of Ptolemy, modern physics of that of Democritus and of Archimedes. It was long before modern biological science outgrew the knowledge bequeathed to us by Aristotle, by Theophrastus, and by Galen. We cannot know all the best thoughts and sayings of the Greeks unless we know what they thought about natural phenomena. We cannot fully apprehend their criticism of life unless we understand the extent to which that criticism was affected by scientific conceptions. We falsely pretend to be the inheritors of their culture, unless we are penetrated, as the best minds among them were, with an unhesitating faith that the free employment of reason, in accordance with scientific method, is the sole method of reaching truth. Thus I venture to think that the pretensions of our modern humanists to the possession of the monopoly of culture and to the exclusive inheritance of the spirit of antiquity must be abated, if not abandoned. But I should be very sorry that anything I have said should be taken to imply a desire on my part to depreciate the value of classical education, as it might be and as it sometimes is. The native capacities of mankind vary no less than their opportunities, and while culture is one, the road by which one man may best reach it is widely different from that which is most advantageous to another. Again, while scientific education is yet inchoate and tentative, classical education is thoroughly well organized upon the practical experience of generations of teachers. So that, given ample time for learning and destination for ordinary life, or for a literary career, I do not think that a young Englishman in search of culture can do better than follow the course usually marked out for him, supplementing its deficiencies by his own efforts. But for those who mean to make science their serious occupation, or who intend to follow the profession of medicine, or who have to enter early upon the business of life, for all these, in my opinion, classical education is a mistake, and it is for this reason that I am glad to see mere literary education and instruction shut out from the curriculum of Sir Josiah Mason's college, seeing that its inclusion would probably lead to the introduction of the ordinary smattering of Latin and Greek. Nevertheless, I am the last person to question the importance of genuine literary education, or to suppose that intellectual culture can be complete without it. An exclusively scientific training will bring about a mental twist as surely as an exclusive literary training. The value of the cargo does not compensate for a ship's being out of trim, and I should be very sorry to think that the scientific college would turn out none but lopsided men. There is no need, however, that such a catastrophe should happen. Instruction in English, French, and German is provided, and thus the three greatest literatures of the modern world are made accessible to the student. French and German, and especially the latter language, are absolutely indispensable to those who desire full knowledge in any department of science. But even supposing that the knowledge of these languages acquired is not more than sufficient for purely scientific purposes, every Englishman has, in his native tongue, an almost perfect instrument of literary expression, and, in his own literature, models of every kind of literary excellence. If an Englishman cannot get literary culture out of his Bible, his Shakespeare, his Milton, neither, in my belief, will the profoundest study of Homer and Sophocles, Virgil and Horace, give it to him. Thus, since the constitution of the college makes sufficient provision for literary as well as for scientific education, and since artistic instruction is also contemplated, it seems to me that a fairly complete culture is offered to all who are willing to take advantage of it. But I am not sure that at this point the practical man, scotched but not slain, may ask what all this talk about culture has to do with an institution, the object of which is defined to be to promote the prosperity of the manufactures and the industry of the country. He may suggest that what is wanted for this end is not culture, nor even a purely scientific discipline, but simply a knowledge of applied science. I often wish that this phrase, applied science, had never been invented. For it suggests that there is a sort of scientific knowledge of direct practical use, which can be studied apart from another sort of scientific knowledge, which is of no practical utility, and which is termed pure science. But there is no more complete fallacy than this. What people call applied science is nothing but the application of pure science to particular classes of problems. It consists of deductions from those general principles, established by reasoning and observation, which constitute pure science. No one can safely make these deductions until he has a firm grasp of the principles, and he can obtain that grasp only by personal experience of the operations of observation and of reasoning on which they are founded. Almost all the processes employed in the arts and manufactures fall within the range either of physics or of chemistry. In order to improve them, one must thoroughly understand them, and no one has a chance of really understanding them, unless he has obtained that mastery of principles and that habit of dealing with facts which is given by long-continued and well-directed purely scientific training in the physical and chemical laboratory. So that there really is no question as to the necessity of purely scientific discipline, even if the work of the college were limited by the narrowest interpretation of its stated aims. And, as to the desirableness of a wider culture than that yielded by science alone, it is to be recollected that the improvement of manufacturing processes is only one of the conditions which contribute to the prosperity of industry. Industry is a means and not an end, and mankind work only to get something which they want. What that something is depends partly on their innate, and partly on their acquired, desires. If the wealth resulting from prosperous industry is to be spent upon the gratification of unworthy desires, if the increasing perfection of manufacturing processes is to be accompanied by an increasing debasement of those who carry them on, I do not see the good of industry and prosperity. Now it is perfectly true that men's views of what is desirable depend upon their characters, and that the innate proclivities to which we give that name are not touched by any amount of instruction. But it does not follow that even mere intellectual education may not, to an indefinite extent, modify the practical manifestation of the characters of men in their actions, by supplying them with motives unknown to the ignorant. A pleasure-loving character will have pleasure of some sort, but, if you give him the choice, he may prefer pleasures which do not degrade him to those which do. And this choice is offered to every man who possesses in literary or artistic culture a never-failing source of pleasures, which are neither withered by age, nor staled by custom, nor embittered in the recollection by the pangs of self-reproach. If the institution opened today fulfills the intention of its founder, the picked intelligences among all classes of the population of this district will pass through it. No child born in Birmingham, henceforward, if he have the capacity to profit by the opportunities offered to him, first in the primary and other schools, and afterward in the scientific college, need fail to obtain, not merely the instruction, but the culture most appropriate to the conditions of his life. Within these walls the future employer and the future artisan may sojourn together for a while, and carry, through all their lives, the stamp of the influences then brought to bear upon them. Hence, it is not beside the mark to remind you that the prosperity of industry depends not merely upon the improvement of manufacturing processes, not merely upon the ennobling of the individual character, but upon a third condition, namely, a clear understanding of the conditions of social life on the part of both the capitalist and the operative, and their agreement upon common principles of social action. They must learn that social phenomena are as much the expression of natural laws as any others, that no social arrangements can be permanent unless they harmonize with the requirements of social statics and dynamics, and that, in the nature of things, there is an arbiter whose decisions execute themselves. But this knowledge is only to be obtained by the application of the methods of investigation adopted in physical researches to the investigation of the phenomena of society. Hence, I confess I should like to see one addition made to the excellent scheme of education propounded for the college, in the shape of provision for the teaching of sociology. For though we are all agreed that party politics are to have no place in the instruction of the college, yet in this country, practically governed as it is now by universal suffrage, every man who does his duty must exercise political functions. And, if the evils which are inseparable from the good of political liberty are to be checked, if the perpetual oscillation of nations between anarchy and despotism is to be replaced by the steady march of self-restraining freedom, it will be because men will gradually bring themselves to deal with political, as they now deal with scientifical questions, to be as ashamed of undue haste and partisan prejudice in the one case as in the other, and to believe that the machinery of society is at least as delicate as that of a spinning jenny, and as little likely to be improved by the meddling of those who have not taken the trouble to master the principles of its action. In conclusion, I am sure that I make myself the mouthpiece of all present in offering to the venerable founder of the institution, which now commences its beneficent career, our congratulations on the completion of his work, and in expressing the conviction that the remotest posterity will point to it as a crucial instance of the wisdom which natural piety leads all men to ascribe to their ancestors. 1. Originally delivered as an address, in 1880, at the opening of Mason College, Birmingham, England, now the University of Birmingham. 2. The advocacy of the introduction of physical science into general education by George Combe and others commenced a good deal earlier, but the movement had acquired hardly any practical force before the time to which I refer. Race and Language by Edward Augustus Freeman. Introductory note: Edward Augustus Freeman, 1823–92, one of the most distinguished of recent English historians, was born at Harborne, in Staffordshire, and educated at Oxford, where he was a Fellow of Trinity College, and later Regius Professor of Modern History. His earlier writings show great interest in architecture, and it was one of his distinctions to be the first historian to make extensive use in his subject of the evidences and illustrations supplied by the study of that art. His most famous and most elaborate work was his History of the Norman Conquest, 1867–79, a monument which is likely long to remain the great authority on its period. Freeman believed in the unity of the study of history, and in the wide range of his own writings he went far toward realizing the universality he preached. Outside of the field just mentioned, he wrote on ancient Greece, on Sicily, on the Ottoman Empire, on the United States, on the methods of historical study, and on many other subjects. His interests were primarily political, and he took an active part in the politics of his own day, writing for many years for the Saturday Review. As a teacher, he influenced profoundly the scientific study of history in England. Of few terms in general use has the average man a less exact or less accurate comprehension than of the word race. The speculative philologists of last century, with their attempts to classify the peoples of the earth according to linguistic evidences, succeeded, as far as the layman is concerned, chiefly in adding to the confusion by popularizing prematurely facts whose signification was improperly understood. The anthropologists of a more recent time, with their study of skull shapes and complexions, have sought to correct misapprehensions, but the popular mind is still in a mist about the whole matter. In the following essay, Freeman brings his knowledge of modern scientific results and his enormous historical information to the rescue of the bewildered student, and does much to clear up the perplexing relations of race with language, custom, and blood. Race and Language. 1. It is no very great time since the readers of the English newspapers were, perhaps a little amused, perhaps a little startled, at the story of a deputation of Hungarian students going to Constantinople to present a sword of honor to an Ottoman general. The address and the answer enlarged on the ancient kindred of Turks and Magyars, on the long alienation of the deceived kinsfolk, on the return of both in these later times to a remembrance of the ancient kindred and to the friendly feelings to which such kindred gave birth. The discourse has a strange sound when we remember the reigns of Sigismund and Ladislaus, when we think of the dark days of Nicopolis and Varna, when we think of Hunides encamped at the foot of Hemus, and of Belgrade beating back Mahome the Conqueror from her gates. The Magyar and the Ottoman embracing with the joy of reunited kinsfolk is a sight which certainly no man would have looked forward to in the 14th or 15th century. At an earlier time the ceremony might have seemed a degree less wonderful. If a man whose ideas are drawn wholly from the modern map should sit down to study the writings of Constantine Porphyrogenitos, he would perhaps be startled at finding Turks and Franks spoken of as neighbors, at finding Tercia and Francia. We must not translate Turkia and Phrygia by Turkey and France, spoken of as borderlands. A little study will perhaps show him that the change lies almost wholly in the names and not in the boundaries. The lands are there still, and the frontier between them has shifted much less than one might have looked for in 900 years. Nor has there been any great change in the population of the two countries. The Turks and the Franks of the imperial geographer are there still, in the lands which he calls Tercia and Francia, only we no longer speak of them as Turks and Franks. The Turks of Constantine are Magyars, the Franks of Constantine are Germans. The Magyar students may not unlikely have turned over the imperial pages, and they may have seen how their forefathers stand described there. We can hardly fancy that the Ottoman general is likely to have given much time to lore of such a kind. Yet the Ottoman answer was as brimful of ethnological and antiquarian sympathy as the Magyar address. It is hardly to be believed that a Turk, left to himself, would by his own efforts have found out the primeval kindred between Turk and Magyar. He might remember that Magyar exiles had found a safe shelter on Ottoman territory. He might look deep enough into the politics of the present moment to see that the rule of Turk and Magyar alike is threatened by the growth of Slavonic national life. But the idea that Magyar and Turk owe each other any love or any duty, directly on the ground of primeval kindred, is certainly not likely to have presented itself to the untutored Ottoman mind. In short, it sounds, as someone said at the time, rather like the dream of a professor who has run wild with an ethnological craze, than like the serious thought of a practical man of any nation. Yet the Magyar students seem to have meant their address quite seriously. And the Turkish general, if he did not take it seriously, at least thought it wise to shape his answer as if he did. As a piece of practical politics, it sounds like Frederick Barbarossa threatening to avenge the defeat of Crassus upon Saladin, or like the French of the Revolution.